hardened.
I see what you mean.
Hello. Alright, I'm late, but I have a really good excuse, okay? It's because my food got here. I ordered Uber Eats, albeit a little late, and then I was waiting for the guy to leave to pick up my food because I don't want any human interaction, okay? Do you guys ever do that? You look like under the door, make sure he's gone before you open the door. And then when I opened my milkshake, it sprayed like milk all over my desk. See, this is why I was telling Rosie during the crib review, this is why you need like a goon roll on your desk. It's not a goon roll, it's because there's freaking spills and mess that get done on your desk and you need to clean them. Thankfully, because I had a toilet paper roll on my desk, I cleaned it easily. Down bad Peter doesn't like human interaction. X, what the hell? Hey Charlie, I hope you're recovering well from your surgery. Was it vanilla? It's a strawberry and milk milkshake. You use Little Shop towels for that? What is Little Shop? Is that a brand? Kleenex are more expensive, so I don't use Kleenex. And my Scott towel. Scott towel's for heavier mess, so I try to save them. Wait, are all my subscribers' messages highlighted? No, it's not. Okay, never mind. Do they bring all the boys to the yard? I forgot about that song. Hey Lumi! Hey Lumi, how's it going? Yumi has a whole video on the Evil Toaster thing. She was one of the first people to cover it, so go check out her channel. Lumi's great. I really like talking to Lumi. Is it better than ours? I mean, me and you chat put together, we're pretty powerful. Our milkshake would be pretty powerful. Can you teach us? I'll teach you, but I'll have to charge. Yeah, I'm doing good. Still a bit bloodshot, but otherwise okay. Ooh, dude, I never want to go. How many of you guys have done eye surgery? They're pretty common. Thankfully, my eyes are pretty powerful. I have the eyes of a fucking hawk, man. When I go to the optometrist, they make you do the test, and I'm like kind of flexing while I do it. Like I try to do it really fast. I'm such a nerd. Oh my god, spirit of the underachiever. Hey, I can relate with that. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, who went fishing and brought up a queso fish? What's a queso fish? Is that those that you put in tacos? Yeah, it's a competitive eye exam. I gotta try hard in everything. Oh, you are Mexican, Lumi? Wait, no way. I didn't know that. You are a fish. That is true. So today we're gonna talk a bit about the Evil Toaster thing. And then we're gonna do some reacts. I have collabs planned almost every day. Since last week and then this week, and I'm literally fighting against time to get everything done, so I basically need to record enough content to put on my second channel for like a week, so I'm gonna try to make it a long stream. I'm happy with my second channel. I'm almost like completely hands-off there, by the way. It's like my editor and my other editor are now working together to manage it, and it's going very smoothly now that they got into the right pace. There's still some things I want to change, but aside from that, thank God I have such a good team. Thank God, because these 2 weeks I was so busy, I didn't even have time to look at it. Like, I don't have time to look at everything that's going on. When you have one channel, you get more time to see like, oh, this video's performing well, you know, people are receiving it properly, and you care a little bit more about like the numbers, but now I have 3 channels. I'm just like, I'm just, all I do is record content, make content, and put it out there, and then move on next. It's like crazy. It's almost like when designers, they make a collection, but by the time they release their collection, they already have been working for like 2 months on their next collection, so they're totally elsewhere in terms of mindset. I am a workaholic, but right now I really feel like I am running out of steam, and I'm like, I feel like I really need a break. So I'm gonna take a break, even though people are like, no, you can't take a break, you're a streamer now, you're not allowed to take breaks. But I really feel like if I don't take a break, then I won't have time to nourish my soul, and my commentary is gonna be superficial. I need to read, like, I need to consume a medium that is not YouTube videos or tweets for like just 1 week. Just 1 week. I need to just not, because, and I know that I could do it at home, but I know I'm not gonna do it, because at home I could always do something else. If I'm tired, the easy way out is just gonna be for me to boot up a game or to watch some TV. But TVs are not as nourishing as book or reading articles. Like there's I think 5 psychology papers that's been on my reading list for months now. Like I need to be like, go somewhere secluded from technology where I am forced to finally read those, because that will be useful for my content too. I'll probably schedule videos for that time, and there'll be no stream, and it's fine, you know. It's only 3. I only stream like, usually I try to stream like at least 3 times a week. These past 2 weeks I've streamed almost every day. Not necessarily on this channel, but on other people's channel, so that's a little different. You can binge video games or audiobooks, manga, anime, TV shows, go on research, deep dive. Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing. I want to fucking finish some mangas too. I want to finish some mangas. Yeah, just a week break. Yeah, a book with actual papers, that's fucking ancient. I don't remember if I shouted this out, but I really appreciate the 5 gifted sub. Thank you so much, Alex. Hey, Charlie. You're head of the goon squad. You're head of the goon department. Self-care is important. I'm really not into self-care, though. People have always tried to make me get into meditation. It's never worked because my mind wanders too much. And I don't do any, like, beauty routine or whatever. I just do the bare minimum. Like, wash my face, I brush my teeth, and nothing else. I don't moisturize, I don't do any of that. Dog VTuber. I'm not a dog VTuber. I have ADHD. I can meditate unless I'm medicated. Meditate unless I'm medicated. I would like to take some time to get checked for ADHD or something. But so far, I've managed to keep it in check and like live with it for so long. I'm saying live with it like I'm actually diagnosed. I'm not diagnosed, okay, just to be clear. I'm just saying I have a lot of trouble focusing on things. And I get distracted very easily. I don't know if it's ADHD or something else. It could be not something. I don't want to be cringe. But I feel like I should take probably one day the time to see if there's actually something wrong with me. But yeah, EVILTOASTER does sound like a Reddit mod, and it's so insane the way it started, because it started with him bragging about a really stupid Twitch feature that he implemented, and people hated it. He doubled down on it, and from that point on, it just opened the floodgates. he got increased scrutiny on him. People started criticizing him, and then the Google Doc dropped. Who is EVILTOASTER? Well, that is also the question I asked myself. We can go to the other chat, the other scene. There we go. Do you guys want chat or no chat? Because I have also an overlay with chat, but it covers a little bit of the screen. Although if it's only tweets, maybe it doesn't matter. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. What's happening? My recent subscriber thing always gets messed up. What happened to the other one? Yo, that feature is so laggy. Okay, you know what? I don't care about fixing this right now. Let's just get on with it. Okay, so who is evil? Oh, my screen just got a lot darker. Hold up. Okay. EVILTOASTER, who is he? He's, you know what? I was actually following this guy. So he's a VTuber. He's a VTuber, and I remember seeing a lot of tweets from him, mostly about him feeling like he's not accepted by the community, that he can never be one of the girls. But apparently he's also a Twitch ambassador, and he seems like a very well-connected VTuber. We probably know less about him, or my community, I know you guys pretty well. You know, we watch and we know a little bit more about the corpo side, but he's like a Twitch streamer, so there's a lot of very popular VTubers on the Twitch side that we don't know about. And he's kind of a clown. I guess he really speaks like a Reddit mod. Like legit, he speaks like a Reddit mod. Red flag at his face. All right, we're not gonna be mean to Twitch viewers, okay? There's no YouTube supremacy going on, guys. You guys should get along with each other. We're all people in the end, okay? But the way it started is so ironic. The payback is so it's almost biblical, the way everything got turned on him, because there was so much arrogance in his tweet. And you know me, I think arrogance can be fine. It's a lost art sometimes. You can be arrogant and pull it off. But he doesn't pull it off at all. He doesn't pull it off at all. He starts by saying, now, when people ask me what does being a Twitch ambassador mean, I can say I told them to make this feature and they actually hecking did it. Can't wait to give it a try. And it's the worst feature ever. Something that the French do very well, or especially in, you know, literature book, there's always going to be that one very debonair, very arrogant character, but that character has class, that character has bite, he's witty, he's clever, he's everything, like he's him. But that guy is not him, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. If you're arrogant, you kind of gotta earn it. The classy, likable, arrogant character, yes. But the classy, arrogant character is not EVILTOASTER in this story. In this story, we have the unlikable, arrogant character. And I'm not sure his arrogance stems from true confidence. It seems like this person is is troubled, and it seems like he's got some stuff to sort through, but we're gonna get through all of that. I've read some parts of the documents, I haven't read all of it, so there's still some parts where I'm gonna get surprised. As for the Twitch feature, knock knock, streamers can now collaborate with other Twitch streamers who are live without any advanced setup or planning. Look for the collaboration icon to find a streamer in your network who is open to collaborating with you and click knock to get started. So there's all sorts of issues with this. Apparently there's a favorite list that you could have done where you only enable people on your list to knock knock you, but that list doesn't work. VTubers, it automatically turns on their webcam and it can dox you. See chat, this is why your webcam should not be plugged if you don't use it. Also, I'm always paranoid that people can, you know, the government is spying on you through it. and this is also why I had my like webcam under my desk for like a really long time. That way if it ever turns on accident, it doesn't show anything, it's just black. So there's also 2 VTubers that tested this feature, by the way. There were 2 friends, they were streaming, they were like, oh, let's try it for shits and giggles, and they did it, and it actually turned on their webcam. Oh, it's just a person knocking? The cam and the person, maybe. When you forget that people need trust to collaborate. We see Rima horse legs instead. See, and accidentally expose yourself. You always tape over my webcam. I assume you have a webcam that's embedded in your laptop. If a former CIA director keeps sticky notes over all of his laptops and PC cameras, then there has to be a good reason to do so. What, is that something they actually said? I haven't heard of that story. That is crazy. See, that confirms all of my doubts right there. Oh dear. Thank you for 1 sub, Waper. Even Zuckerberg does it? Well, that's all I need to know. That is all I need to know, chat. Anyway, I'm a VTuber now, so I don't need a webcam anymore. But yeah, everybody, literally every single big VTuber has commented on this and QRT this. I didn't, because I'm like, there is nothing of value I will add to this conversation that hasn't already been said. Even Shy Lily is like, knock knock, who's there? Unwanted feature. For real though, please let us opt out of these. These would be fine if you could opt out, but it was rushed. And it wasn't ready to hit the market. And now I believe that they have walked back some of the features. I think they made another announcement. But as you can see, that tweet got 5.9 million views. It got so much impression. But for all the wrong reasons. Wait, did they actually walk it back, or did they just fix bugs on the mobile app? There's a patch note, tip to fix bugs, sending viewers to another stream while they were watching a stream. Wait, never mind, it did not. Am I looking at a wrong tweet? As a cybersecurity analysis, I can confirm that people can activate your webcam and spy on you without knowing. Hackers can make the camera turn on without any triggering any indicator on. Oh my god. Ways it could have been done better. Often default to only people who agree to be in each other's list. Yeah, absolutely. That's how it should work. Or make it like a non-invasive feature. She lies, we are superior to the Twitch viewers. Well, don't say that in front of them. Twitch viewers, fight back. You're gonna let this slander? If they hack Rima's camera, it's just gonna be a smiling horse. Anyway. Yeah. Toaster is toast. Let's continue with the timeline here. So he got mega dunked on in the QRTs, by the way, because people hated how he... Oh shit. People hated how he responded to this. And then he said, muted this a while ago because I am subjecting myself to y'all's brain rot. When people had legitimate criticism towards this feature that he took credit for implementing, instead of being like, okay, I've listened to your concerns and we're gonna change the way that things work, or saying like, you know, maybe it's not a complete it's not a complete thing. I think once it's fixed and we implement it differently, it can be a really good feature, because he can believe in it. That's fine. But the way he's going about it, doubling down on it and not accepting that it is not what he thought it would be, and it's not getting received the way he thought it would be, is pretty cringe. But it wasn't obviously clear. Me telling Twitch, please add better features for collabing and making collab can't say this word. Organizing communication easier is not the same as me deciding how exactly that is executed. And the amount of people saying no one asked for this, bro, none of y'all asked for anything. You actually need to grow on Twitch because you have no idea what you're doing. Collab content is proven to be extremely effective, but you refuse to engage in it because you're terrified of people. I hate the way this was worded. I have so much issues with... Well, first of all, he's talking down to people. No one likes to be talking down to. Unless it's like in French and is by a hot girl. And secondly, he's like, you guys need to grow on Twitch. So he's being condescending to everybody that is trying to grow on Twitch. And also he's wrong about overplaying and overstating the importance of collabs. Sure, if you collab with somebody that is huge, you guys still need to... Okay, my point is, I'm gonna try to word this properly. Yes, you can collab with somebody, but if you don't mesh with them and your fan base and your content isn't the kind of content their viewers would enjoy, it's not gonna stick. Like, if you get a big raid, if you don't convince these viewers to stick in your stream and to come back in your next streams, it's not really gonna do as much as you think it's gonna do. You need to have good content in the first place, and you need to have the kind of content that they want to see. Yeah, and that's true. A lot of people don't want to grow into other content creators, and there's some content creators that do fairly well without collabing as well, if they're more the kind of people that are, how do you say that, not outgoing, the opposite of outgoing. Like, I had a friend who literally averaged 1K viewers every day playing like this mobile game called Albion 10 hours a day from his room and would never leave the house. That's all he did. Never talked to anybody. Introverted, yeah. You could be an introverted person. And he was also reclusive. And he lived in such a beautiful country. He lives in Hawaii, which is crazy. Imagine living in one of the most beautiful countries in the world and you just stay online on your computer. Anyway, kind of based. See, you can see the same things you guys are saying reflected in the comments here. Leah Kitty says, I have social anxiety and I'm terrified of interacting with people. Brain rot and disagreement with how an idea is carried out is vastly different. This response isn't cool at all. That's Rosie being based as usual. I definitely feel like people shouldn't equate you wanting more collab features to the issues of how it was implemented, but there are many people, big and small, who don't like it. It doesn't mean they have no idea what they're doing. Exactly! It doesn't mean they have no idea what they're doing. There is valid criticism to be made about it. Yes, yes, I'm gonna like it because she's my girl. It's really depressing. I used to like Toaster. Is also how I found out Chi-Chi as well, but that's just so effed up. His response wasn't good, but you know what? That doesn't make him a criminal. That just makes him an idiot. And there's a lot of idiots in the people in the world. But after that, it doesn't make him malicious yet. Now, what we're gonna read after in the Google Doc, we can decide that on our own. I have like an idea of who he is because I read a little bit through it, but I haven't read everything. Yet. Yet is the key word. And as for the importance of collab, I mean, look, there are some times where it works really, really well. Really well. Like, I think somebody in chat was telling me that somebody collabed with Fillion, and after that they were averaging like thousands of viewers. Sure, but I've also collabed with a lot of people, and it's like, you know, it was a good time, it was good content for my viewers, but it doesn't really change my content, and the same with raids. So you could do both really, and it would still work. It's not the thing that's gonna make or break your career the way he's saying it. For example, Captain Giga from Vishoujo, she said she never collabed until she got like really big because she was afraid of reaching out to people. And I'm sure if we like look, we can find a few other examples like this. But EVILTOASTER, the way he's wording it, it makes it seem like you can only grow through collabs and you are nothing without other bigger content creators. Collab should be about fun, not business growth. Exactly. It's about, honestly, the way I see it is just about making content for my community that people will enjoy. And maybe I get to make a friend at the same time. I think I have the same tweets open like twice. So this guy is a pretty well-connected guy. Like one of the commenters said, he connects a lot of VTubers together. He also is friend with a lot of VTubers, some more popular than others. Namely, the biggest name that you guys might know is Entraya. He also knows Milky. Collabs are a way to get your foot in the door. It's up to you after that to actually keep the guests in your house. That's very well said, Shadow Fox. That is true. I kind of want to look up his Twitch. Oh god. I hate that when I open Twitch, there's a video that just plays. You guys were lucky enough that I muted browser audio on stream. So every time I click on something on Twitch, a video plays. I'm gonna rage quit the stream before it even started. Okay. So he's got a significant 72k followers on Twitch. That is a lot. I don't know what's his CCV like, but it seems he's got a relatively big platform. Navigate to the hot tub streams? Bro, the hot tub streams is exclusively what I watch. Rima Alagrasa Bank Heist collab when? Kinda need to fund the Twitch stream. He manages around 200 CCV-ish. Okay. I always see this guy everywhere in collab. Are you a big Twitch watcher? I hate autoplay. I also hate it on my own YouTube channel. Every time I open my channel, I'm like, why do I have that on? If he's an ambassador, can he fix the fucking policy or ban the repeaters that are like ban then come back creators? Okay, I was like, wait, what does that have to do with it? Ban and come back creators within an hour or two, so to speak. I think he could definitely say that there is some criticism and people are afraid for their privacy, especially VTubers. He could definitely relay that message to them if he's an ambassador. At least that's what he was bragging about in his first tweet. I don't know why he won't. Okay, so then okay, I just wanted to make sure of something. And it all starts with this post. We're tired of evil toaster behind the scene behavior going unchecked and allowing them to mistreat women while still benefiting from his position as a Twitch ambassador / status in the VTuber community. This came in the light of the criticism and backlash he received on his tweet regarding the Twitch ambassador feature he uploaded, basically. Alex, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, man. Thank you so much. What is it? Oh, that's the Imgur. Okay. Who is Cece? Alright, kind of big account. I like her model. Alright, so let's read this. You know, at first, if the document starts and that's gonna be my skeptical thing. If a document opens up and the first thing written on it is power dynamic, I'm usually like, ugh. But I saw some bits of it, and some parts he legitimately looks like just a manipulator. But let's read it together. There's like 57 pages in this, so I'm gonna try to go through it fast, or I'm gonna skip like some parts that are not important. Can we make this bigger? Okay. The many stories of those manipulated, hurt, and cornered by Evil Toaster, his constant overbearing and unwanted intimate behavior towards others, his forceful entry past boundaries, and more. Yeah, I opened the Imgur gallery under the tweet. Thank you. Alright, it was not made to incite harassment. We want to bring awareness. Power dynamics. What's most important to keep in mind while reading through this document, it's the power imbalance between Toaster and the woman they interact with. In the content creation space, Evil Toaster is connected to a lot of public figures with numbers backing them. You know what this really reminds me of? Have you guys seen my Yakirisu video? It reminds me of the Yakirisu thing. But let's carry on. Ah, Elara, thank you so much. Hello, hello. Hey, Elara, thank you so much for inviting me to tea time yesterday. And congratulations on being the Twitch front page. Beyond that, these public figures are incredibly respected with the community. People rarely speak out about how Toaster acts behind the scene because they do not want to burn bridges with people associated with him. Well, honestly, if you have a problem with how one of your friends acted and you bring it to your friend and it burns bridges with them, well, I don't, maybe they weren't that much of a good friend in the first place. When people have spoken out, Evil Toaster purposefully ignore any and all drama so as not to call attention to it. However, behind the scenes, he consistently badmouths people that he feels wronged them to said high-profile content creators. Okay, that's shitty behavior. This is widely known behind the scene, so people have valid reasoning for thinking they would be ostracized by a good portion of the VTuber community if they ever spoke out about his actions. If people are scared to even speak out against Toaster, it's not difficult to understand why people give him the benefit of the doubt and let him push boundaries that they normally would not. I hope this helps people understand why this document is necessary. And my coffee's already too cold. Well, Zen has tweeted about it. We'll go after the reaction after. Alright, Twitch ambassador situation. He's currently under scrutiny for belittling other content creators with the knock feature, and he went to mock the situation. This is a public presentation of his typical behavior to dismiss people's feelings and problems with him. It's true, I've noticed that. My personal experience, I'm including my personal experience with Evil Toaster. I want to know I am not impartial when it comes to him. I like that they stated their bias. That's cool. The Twitch ambassador situation is completely separate incident, and I would have commented on anyone's demeaning words towards a community if they're meant to represent it, but it also further proved to me that Evil Toaster will never take accountability for what he's done behind closed doors if he won't even do it for public instance. Got it. My exposed video on Rima being a coyote may get me blacklisted from the streams. I will have it taken down. I want you guys to keep in mind the power imbalance between Rima, the international VTuber sensation, and me, the humble simp. Disgusting. Regarding intimacy and boundaries, Evil Toaster and I became friends about 2 years ago. I thought Toaster was an amazing person, kind, intelligent, and giving. However, looking back, I fear I was quite under the manipulation regarding Toaster. One of the first things Toaster will tell to anyone is that he craves affection, mostly from women, from what I've seen. Every convention is another reminder that I'm not one of the girlies, and I'm never— That's the tweet I saw! That's the tweet I saw a long time ago. And I'm never gonna get the kind of treatment and affection they give each other, even though I tried to connect with them. I've gotten better at dealing with the fact over time, but it still hurts to think about it. Bro. This is— I'm sorry, this is such a pathetic thing to tweet. What is— Twitter is not your diary, man. Okay. It's fine if you're not one of the girlies. You have different interactions with them. It doesn't take away from your friendships at all. I have a lot of guy friends. I know I'm never gonna be one of the boys, but that doesn't take anything from them. It makes it so we have just another dynamic, and it's fine. It gets worse. Let's keep on reading. Oh god, this is tiny. I know what you mean, and I'm glad for that. Also, I think maybe we need to open up the Imgur. There we go. I know what you mean. I'm glad for that. I'll say I think I do good. I'm trying to be like that. I'm not escaping the man class position anytime soon. So it's still important that I be better for that. But no matter what I always am, just going to notice the small kind of ways people want to be closer to close me up because of how I'm perceived by them or by society. Which is just going to make me think more about how things would be different otherwise. Who I would be closer to, who would let me tell them more of my feelings, who would let me touch them. What do you— I don't get it. Is he mad because he doesn't get to go like into the girls' locker room and change? There's so many instances of this just seeing it in front of me through my whole life, where people I'm generally good friends with will stop me at a point where they let women they know let go past. I need more context about what he's talking about here. What does he mean where people I'm generally good friends with will stop me at a point where they let women they know let go past? Poop touching and stuff like that? You guys think that's what he's referring to? Listen, if I'm going shopping with the girlies and I gotta, like, you know, go shop for underwear, I'm taking my girlfriend to the underwear store with me. I'm gonna leave my guy friend outside. You know, that's fine, man. It does get weird otherwise. Don't want people to get the wrong idea either. There's just some things that... If it's something like that he's referring to, again, I don't have the context for this. I wish the screenshot showed a little bit more of the conversation. Okay, damn, Charlie. Yeah, you would know about that. Toaster is non-binary, but does that change? That doesn't change what he's referring to in the screenshot, does it? Sorry. This reminds me of the meme with the guy who pretended to be gay for several years just to get into the girl sleepover party. Listen, I have a lot of gay friends. That doesn't mean I get I change in front of them either. Oh, okay. I'm allowed to buy female underwear as a guy. True, you are. What if her favorite horse is going to take us shopping? That could be fun, actually. I used to like shopping. I don't anymore. No, sorry, I was responding to a chat member. Oh, okay, my bad. I was wondering. But I will say that I prefer when screenshots are a little bit more in context, especially in Google Docs, because we don't know how this conversation got here, even though it is weird. At least I like this. Based on the information I have, it looks weird. He also expressed this sentiment to me many times in the beginning of our friendship, as you can see above. He desperately wanted intimacy with women, which he framed as casually saying I love you, calling people wife, and generally wholesome flirting. So is it wholesome or is it desperate? Best case, he means women treat girlfriends and guy friends differently, but I wouldn't single out just touching as a difference. It comes off very strange. Yeah, it does. This is what I mean by power dynamic. She can cook me like that with no consequence. Bro, that is the legit Twitch employees are nowadays. Sim, they hate that word because it's true. In Twitch, they like cam girls, and it's quite popular because of several female streamers dominate the platform. This I've heard of. That is true that it does feel like they get in way less trouble than others. But why? Why? There are some pretty wild stories involving the bikini bottoms plus others at TwitchCon and other stuff, so worst case scenario, Toast wanted in those type of scenarios? What? Okay, this turns out not to be true, which you can read in the entirety of the doc. Even in the screenshot above, he says, "Who would let me touch them?" I also want to point out that Toaster understand they're seen as a man and have, as they call it, a man class position. He's like to say he's aware of this, but then continues to pressure women despite knowing he's not one of the girlies. And frankly, it isn't because of his gender or his perceived gender, but because of how he constantly pushes boundaries and makes people, mostly women, uncomfortable. There you go, right on the nail. As a flirtatious person, I was fine flirting with him casually. However, I was in a relationship and I told him that if I fought or my boyfriend fought and anything was too far, I would put a stop to it. Toaster responded, pics below. Lol, what do you mean if... Okay, let's switch. Lol, what do you mean if we get too close and you want it more? We'd both have to deny ourselves something we'd want to explore. Okay, I don't know if that's... Is that wholesome flirting or is that just straight up flirting? Wholesome flirting for me is like when Bao Goon replies to one of the girls posting a fan art, right? Or like when I comment on Stropting, Strop fan art being like, "Oh my god, you're so cute today." Bao Gooning, I don't know if that's flirting. That is... you don't know if that's wholesome. Yeah. That is definitely flirting. It's just not wholesome. That is just straight up flirting. No? No, I haven't heard of this pipeline chatbot. What's there a video on that? Yes, I'm capable of doing that. A crush is just a crush. And anything more, it's easy to seize because compared to the relationship I have now, there's no reason to want another when it jeopardizes this one. I see what you're thinking. I'm just thinking it would be a shame if it came to a point where we had to hold ourselves back is all. What do you mean by that? So far, I don't feel like I've had to hold back anything, which has been an incredibly great and refreshing feeling for new friends, so I value that a lot. And I value you a lot. Okay, so he is pressuring her. He's like, "Oh, I feel like I haven't been able to hold back. It's great. It's refreshing. No one else makes me feel like that." That's what it means, kind of. Why do you need to hold back on flirting for it to be an okay relationship? I hope you can still value me despite the potential need to deny yourself something and condition yourself. I value you even just as fellow creators, yes, but the connection beyond that so far is very unique to me. It's hard to not want to explore, which is why I ask things like that. But I'm not gonna do anything you don't want me to do, or anything. I'm getting so much from you already the way things are. It's not like I'm dissatisfied or anything. I clearly set a boundary here. It was to say we'd both have to deny ourselves something we'd want to explore. I wanted to let Toaster know I really admired his intelligence and kindness, and while he saw his friend's crush as something more than it was, I still expressed to him that I did not want him in any ways. I just used that term with a lot of my friends as a way to express admiration. Later on, I expressed to him how men in the past have left me as a friend because they won't get anything more out of me. He says he won't, but then says... Well, again, I'm fine with not going past any boundary you decide for how close we should be. I do also hope that you don't end up in a situation where you want to be closer, but either feel like you can't or are forced not to. That is awkward. I'm not sure how likely that would be or how likely we'd even get to that level in the first place. But I just wouldn't want you to be in a situation where you felt like you had to hold back. Bro is Frog. He's on some fan fiction shit. Holding back feels hard sometimes, I guess. Even I still feel like I have to. But I'm obviously not holding back as much as I have in the past with other Thank God. I just want you to have what you want, whatever that is or will be. And I just fear from you've talked about it that there's a possible outcome where you'll be told to distance from me and neither of us may want it. I wouldn't leave you if that happened, of course, but it would be sad. It happens, man. And it's not that big of a deal. If somebody's in a relationship with you, even if you've done nothing wrong, like, it should... even if you've done nothing wrong, I don't see why... if their partner is uncomfortable with you two talking, then that's it. That should be the end of the discussion. All right, we'll cease the flirting. If you actually care about this person's friendship for nothing more, for like the actual friendship, and you're not trying to pursue something romantic, you shouldn't have an issue with that. Talking about others. Pushing boundaries is typical of Toaster. Further onto our friendship, I brought up how uncomfortable I was with the way he talked about women. Maria, please teach us how to flirt. Oh, I'm terrible at it. I think the way you talk about women bothers me. What? Why? Where? I didn't like how you spoke about Milky once she felt emotional attached towards you. What part of that? Then you talked about Kisa and made a comment about her incapability to say no to other people, which came off bitter to me. Because you said she was too popular for you to hang out, so it was hard to make time with her. Evidence proving he said this about Kisa. I think you're looking for a romantic relationship rather than platonic ones, or maybe you're feeling the need for close platonic relationships like a best friend. I hardly even have baseline level platonic friendships save a few people, and all of those people have massively less time for me than I have for them. Not sure how to help. I don't think there's a way to help. I think therapy would be good once you move out and you're on your own. I already called my therapist. What did they say? Next week? Good. I might be able to hang out with Kisa tomorrow afternoon, assuming no one snatches her up for anything. Are you talking about me specifically? He is... It was unfortunate I didn't even get to play Apex with her yesterday. I think maybe I should just get through everything and then criticize him at the end, because every single thing he says, I feel like criticizing him, chat. It's giving me anxiety reading all that. It's giving me anxiety. Well, funny coincidence, since that happened like 3 times. No, actually, trying to schedule anything with her is hard because she's so popular, and I think she's the type to say no, which is concerning in itself. Oh, and I don't think she's the type to say no. Okay, I get it. I get it. So she said no to him, and she's not the type to say no, so now he's concerned, and he thinks because she's popular, she doesn't want to hang out with him. He's hyper focusing on numbers. Yeah, he's number frogging. He's number frogging. As for what Milky experienced, Toaster talked to me about her and him being intimate, although the way he had portrayed their intimacy differed greatly from what was actually occurring. That reminded me of the dude that was pretending he was dating a cosplayer. Toaster had... I hate when people do that. Toaster had mentioned having the possibility of a relationship with Milky and becoming more intimate. However, Milky had only ever expressed friendship and a platonic intimacy that comes from that. Any emotional attachment was strictly platonic, and all mentions of a relationship were simply those of friendship. She had never encouraged or communicated to Toaster that it would be anything more than a friendship. The way he portrayed his dynamic with Milky was grossly misrepresented and instead was expressed in a very different light than how it actually was. I haven't even read that part, but I already know because I've seen this behavior so much in the VTubing community and online, where people like to give a lot of value to themselves by saying that they have all of these women, these great women, usually somebody that's popular or that has some kind of social status, is fawning after them, is running after them, but it didn't work out because of XYZ reason, or maybe he's into it. But it's never true, man. Stop lying. Oh, I skipped a message. I would have played today, but I was showering with Milky. You were what? We showered at the same time while on call and talked in the shower. I'm praying for you. Just in general, I'm more worried for her now than myself, personally. Ugh. Yeah? Yeah, she admits she's attached to me and is kind of upset about the fact that because she doesn't like being vulnerable. But I don't mind it right now. I need to put some cringe disclaimer if I turn this into a VOD. Dude. Bruh. Ugh. Dude, if he blabs about that to a friend, already, that's a red flag. And on top of that, it's not even true. It's not even true and you say that? Toaster often talked about Milky and how much comfort and intimacy she brought him, but how it made him defensive because he wasn't used to it. Despite this, he was still fine for it to continue and often expressed how nice it was for him to enjoy what Milky gave him. All without returning her feelings and knowing it was hurting her to be more attached than he was. I later learned that this was misrepresenting what happened between them. The shower call was just a voice, no cam. It's clear that Toaster wanted a more sexual intimacy with Milky, which you can see later in Milky's experience. Between what he said about Milky and Kisa, both people he was romantically interested in, I started to feel weird about it and confronted him. Yo, that girl has a lot of balls, not gonna lie. The male feminist in this one is too strong. Thank you. Okay, so for me, it read as something that didn't really fit my perception of you. I get that. I felt that when you were saying something that you had no intention behind, it came off to me as if there was more under those words, because in my past, a lot of people have had those secondary meaning. And I'm not someone who usually judges anyone at all for more surface level behaviors because they just don't even come up on my radar. And I've never understood why people are judgmental over weird minute things like that. I understand that. I feel the same way. I never really see people non-harmful behavior as a problem or inconvenience. It is just part of who they are. They come up on my radar not as something to judge them or distance myself from them over, but just as part of them knowing and adding it to the pile of things I notice about them. So for you, my friend Toaster, he's quoting a message from her, I suppose. To seemingly suddenly make those comments, I felt very weird, and I think it was all in a frame of reference to you branching out to Milky in a more intimate way, and that's why I had that relationship lens on it, because if I felt like you were searching out partners. It makes sense why you were worried about me at the time in regards to Milky. I was fully aware going into connection with Milky that there were circumstances from both our lives that would have some influence over how we approached each other. And I took the initiative to make that very open and clear from both our ends to ensure nothing too silly would happen. I think her and I are in a healthy relationship now because of that. I did go into it thinking there was a possible outcome of her and I progressing to a relationship status, but I didn't consider it a high likelihood or something that I was going to pursue at all costs. It was just that the thought of it was possible and being aware of it And being aware of it in combination with knowing how both her and I were approaching each other given our circumstance helped ensuring that our conversation were healthier and helped me know what to communicate. Even here, it's clear that Toaster had intentions when getting close to women. When he says there was a possible outcome, her and I progressing to a relationship status, a lot of the time, Toaster will go back and forth between never expecting anything from women, and a few moments later will admit that he does have expectations. This, coupled with the fact he openly admits that he didn't mind Milky being attached to him and not reciprocated, was a huge red flag to me. It felt like he was using Milky. This all from limited knowledge, as I didn't ask Milky about this at the time, since it was her business and didn't want her to feel like Toaster was talking about her behind her back or I was judging her from being with Toaster. However, the reality of the situation is vastly different from how Toaster depicts it to me, which you can read in Milky's account. I've heard a made-up girlfriend or boyfriend, but not to mislabel relation with someone else and lying about it. It's mind-boggling that nothing like our completely real relationship, right, Rima? Yeah, it's completely different from our completely real relationship, Zolfred. Toast is actively ignoring everything, which is funny. He still has yet to done a response, is he? I wonder if he will. He's asked for people. I saw one of you tweet, I think. Was it you, Lumi, or another under the T podcast? And apparently he's changed his Discord status to if you want to have more information, DM me. So he wants to keep it behind closed doors, you know? That was you. Should we... Oh, they added Milky's experience later on. Maybe we'll get to that later then. And we should keep going with this order. Yeah, let's keep going with this order. Hey, Mama. Wait, let's see. EVILTOASTER typically psychoanalyzes people without them ever consenting to this or desiring it. I was incredibly upset that he talked about Kisa in this way because as a woman, the notion that we have a hard time saying no to people is honestly true. But Toaster should have respected that instead of commenting on it out of frustration that she was saying no to him. However, whether this was true or not, I wasn't particularly close to her at this time. But I also knew Toaster wasn't, so it felt disrespectful for him to say that about her, even as an objective observation, as you like to put it. Despite Toaster noting that Kisa had problems saying no to people, he continued to pressure her to hang out with him. I understand well that this is a struggle from women, and given Kisa's history, it is likely something she deals with very often. When I commented on it, and even I just observed it myself, it was from a point of empathy. However, in the context of the conversation with you, I brought it up as a point that makes it difficult to find more time with her and how that frustrated me. It didn't frustrate me as something personal from her against me, but more so because it was adding on to a pile of connection I have with people with their life circumstance that neither of us have control over, have kept us apart. You're totally right to feel angry about, you know, the subjugation of women and all that. It's not up to me to decide when the effects of that trigger a response from you. The frustrated tone you heard from me was the same frustration you have about it, because I understand why it happens, and I'm angry about it too. Well, that specific societal dynamic doesn't affect me directly. It doesn't affect the people. It does affect the people I care about and makes connecting with each other harder for both parties. Bro, what are these walls of text, man? They're all like written properly too. There's no like you know, texting abbreviation. No, the U's are spelled properly and stuff. It's not multiple messages sent in a row. They're sending like paragraphs of text. All right, we're gonna see Kisa's point of view now. You haven't seen his small novels yet? I think I've read that part. You know what? I thought I messaged like a psycho, but I think this is more like psychotic. They use such good words. Like on one hand, I'm like, man, they express themselves to each other so so properly, and I'm like, wow. But on the other hand, I'm like, that's also weird because I'm not used to seeing this. Yeah, exactly, Reiko. Toaster started talking to me more often after finding out about the relationship I left, and I thought that was a little weird. But I just gave him the benefit of the doubt that he's just trying to be nice since I was going through a hard time. After talking for a bit about what I had gone through, he also shared his experience with similar past relationship issues. So I just thought he wouldn't understand how I was feeling because of the issues he went through as well. I trusted that he was just being good friends because he would listen to my venting and other reassurance about things I was worried about from what I was used to with my ex. I've never really had many friends because my ex would get upset with me if I did. So my social... Bro, can my neighbor stop fucking knocking? So my social anxiety only got worse from those 8 years because my social anxiety... I tend to worry that everyone hates me or find me boring or like they feel pity for me and I feel obligated to chat with me. Thus, I would not hang out with people much, and when people would want to hang out or plan collabs, I would get really shy, nervous, and typically find an excuse not to do it. Yeah, my neighbors. Yeah, they're using the knock feature on the floor, so I hear it. They want a Twitch collab. Toaster had quickly started to want to hang out by playing a game together or just voice chat, and that made me uncomfortable given what I wasn't used to, and that he started only chatting with me more after I got out of my past relationship. I felt like it would be mean to just say that I'm not comfortable with it, so I would just make up an excuse whenever he would ask until I felt overwhelmed by how often he would keep asking that I just played with him once to not feel so guilty anymore. I would tell him that I was busy a lot, but never stopped him from asking. But one day, I guess he just got fed up with me not playing with him, and he sent me that long message about he's trusting me to reach out to him and that he's using the little amount of energy he has left to keep up with me and chat/plan things to do. And that long message just really didn't sit right with me because my narcissistic ex would say similar things that would make me feel guilty if I don't do something he's asking of me. I then explained to him how what he said was not okay and how it made me feel, which he apologized, but it didn't feel genuine and like he was only saying it because he didn't want me to stop talking to him. From then on, I didn't enjoy conversing with him and we didn't talk much after that happened. Throughout the whole time of talking with him, I had always felt like he wanted more than just a friendship out of it, and the regular comments he left on Twitter, on my selfies, and comments he made about my voice made me uncomfortable. That's true, Zule. Feed us. No, I can't feed the mods yet. We haven't... You guys gotta finish my stream first. Thank you. I will let you know ASAP if there's anything to work. Kisa's very nice. I'm gonna try to hang out with her more. Yeah, she's super sweet. Did you see the selfie she just posted? Yeah, I saw. Cried, screamed. Kisa, tell me more fun facts about you. That dress is so pretty. Though depending on if that's the only window of time you think you'll have, I can cut it shorter. Assuming you don't have time now. No, I don't want you to cut your stream shorter for me. I just finished exercising and taking the photos. I'm sorry. What if I want to? I would feel bad if I couldn't make time somehow if you canceled for me. I'm catching up listening to your ASMR stream and you did very good. Your voice is perfect. Sounds good. We'll find some time. Also saw you singing. You sing very well. Are you gaming capable tonight? I'm glad you have a good turnout. I'm currently playing with a friend who is in need of someone to vent at the moment. I'm sorry. Dude, get a clue, man. I actually also... It's just better to have your... And you know, I also don't mind when... I also don't like when people message me too often on Discord. Over meaningless stuff. Especially if it's just to flatter me about things. It just always comes off as disgenuine. Like if it's, you know, congratulations on your debut and it's a friend of mine, yeah, of course, you know, that makes sense. But don't... I'm already overwhelmed with fucking DMs. I don't need random compliments saying my, you know... A new toaster dock has been dropped? Like now? There's no way, right? Oh boy. Damn, Lumi, you're on top of this. Oh god. Mr. President, a new Google Doc has been dropped. Breaking news? Fresh off the Twitter press, baby. Thank you, Lumi. Thank you so much. Oh my god, it's called Evil Toaster forcing autism diagnosis onto people. A second Google Doc has hit the Evil Toaster tower. Yo. She's just finding excuses and he's not getting clues. He's like, well, I could do this, I could do that, I can change this, blah blah. I feel like it would just be less stressful if I just approach you whenever I'm able to play. Will you do that? He answers, will you do that? Just say okay. Just say okay, dude. Yes, Shadow Fox, that is exactly what I want you to do. Sounds like a 24-hour stream now. I'm gonna speedrun through the text messages. I'm fine. Okay, I get it. He's showing interest. Next, pushing boundary with Kisa. So turns out I ended early anyways, just because I could use the extra time off. Nice. Do you want to play Valorant with me? If not, that's okay. You can relax too. Yeah, let me hear back from Zen. She wants to Apex, but I don't think I'm ranked today. So, oh, I've seen this. But maybe she's up for Bub Trios and you can come join. If not, I'll play Valo. If you feel like playing with Zen, that is. Otherwise, yeah, I'll log into Valo. I unfortunately don't have Apex on my little bro's PC and the internet is a bit slow. So, you and Zen can play. Logging into Valorant then. So he's ditching Zen? Okay. He really wants to play with her. Like, he really wants to play with her. See, chat? This way don't play games anymore. Nope. Just tell him you... Just be like, sorry, I don't play games. She's down horrendous. Bro can't take a hit, man. Hint, not hit. Sorry. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, he's kind of... That part reminded me of the Yakurisu thing. Except she did it way worse, where she would dangle her connection with Alpharad in a way to strong-arm people to doing stuff for her. I checked your mutual friends to see who I could invite for collabs later, and it's just CC. I guess I'll plan for that sometime in the future. Yeah, I don't have too many Twitter peeps on disk. Would you like to game in a bit before you have to go set up for the show? I'm sorry, I'm probably just gonna relax before stream since I get super nervous about the timing of things. I'm going to sleep. We hang out in the afternoon? Yes. When you say afternoon, what time do you mean? 7 PST before I'll be exercising again. Dude, leave her alone. He's annoying me now. He's annoying me. I can't read this anymore. Part of me is like, should she have been more clear? But on the another part of me is like, I feel like she's being pretty clear right now and she just doesn't have any social cues. He can't take a hit. He was already done for after one Google Doc. Second one's gonna be overkill spawn camp. Yeah, they are spawn camping him now. You know what? I didn't even tweet that I was going live with this. I forgot. She's always like, okay, do you want to play tonight? She's like, no, I have something. Do you want to play tomorrow afternoon from the 12 p.m. 6 p.m. range? I'll mostly be working on stuff. Like, I feel like I would take a step back at that point. Does he have no pride? He has no pride. Like, he has no... Aren't you... Bro, you're embarrassing yourself right now. Yeah. My bank doesn't have me to send more supers. I gotta use my few remaining butts. Ah, thank you. Oh, mate. If you guys are sending cheers, I should have took out Juan. Where's Juan? I'm gonna lag. Yeah, bro is desperado, man. Where should we put him? Here. Is it gonna work? Quantel rematch Charlie is awesome. Why isn't it working? No, it didn't work. No. Okay, I'm sad. Sorry. Juan failed you. I baited you to donate bits. I don't think I have a button to like remove the fox. Oh, actually, I could just throw him to garbage. Yeah, Concon's in the garbage. Alright. Yeah. Alright, we gotta speedrun Doc. He immediately thought this will happen, but goes beyond. I mean, it doesn't gotta be this week. Ah, but I get super nervous playing thing. I understand. There's something I could do or some other way to go about it that you prefer. I know you said no, just keep checking, but it seems you aren't left with a lot of free time right now. I don't want to stress you out, but if I'm the one who plans it, does that make it easier instead of asking you what the best time is? Oh, we already read that. She already asked him that she'd approach him. Oh my god, then he sends her a wall of text. Dude, I'd be scared if somebody sends me that. I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know. I'm putting a lot of trust in you for that. Not to make it more stressful, but as I wrote about on Twitter yesterday, I'm dealing with the increasingly smaller ratio of people I know to people who actually reach out to me and ask me to do things and connect, which means I just have limited energy remaining to do all the work, if scheduling and organizing and just keeping up with everyone, because frankly, not many people message me on any given day. Which also is big because you're the one of the people I'm spending that energy for right now, to keep up with you and chat and find time to do things. Find time to do things. So frankly, if you just want to come to me the moment you have time, that'd actually be better for both of us. It's just surprising to me because no one really does that for me. So I'm both excited for that, but also worried if that'll actually happen. But you don't seem like one to just like not to do a thing they say they do. So yeah, just keep me updated. It seems we're both staying up to like 6 a.m. lately. So don't be afraid to poke me this late either. He is putting so much pressure on her. Yeah, no one owes you anything. And yeah, most people won't reach out to organize things, and I have to organize things myself, okay? I don't fucking cry about it, especially don't make a Twitter post about it. That is peak cringe. Holy, what are these words are so manipulative. It's like, you know, not many people do that. You're the only one that does that. You don't seem like the kind of person who says they'll do something and then don't do it. There he's like trying to gotcha her. So if she doesn't contact it again for the collab, he can just hold that over her head. Oh, never mind. You're not the kind of person I thought you were. I think this guy's got too much free time. Psychoanalyzing others without their consent. Alright, let's see what this is about. I don't know if I care about that much. He often diagnoses people with neurodivergent disorders like ADHD and autism. That's, I guess, what the new Google Doc is about. Yeah, I want to take she wants to take me up on a VOD review. Finally, someone at least. That's sweet. I don't know how well it would go though. She's not a very inquisitive person, I'm sensing. What are you, like a medium? You might be surprised. Already helped fix her OBS setup and she's asked 0 questions. And every time I checked to make sure she understood, because she would say, okay, she was like, no, I don't understand. I think most people are like that, but I noticed because when people actually seek out understanding, it says a lot about them. I hate his passive-aggressive emote game, by the way. Yeah, not to make this more stressful, but if you don't do what I say, exactly what I say, then you're a terrible person. Oh my god, I'd hate to have a friend like that. It's the kind of person you quietly stop talking to. So she says he didn't mean it with ill intent, but it rubbed me the wrong way. It's a weird thing to judge them in general. I think this relates to how he believes he can judge others and not face consequences. I've seen with Kisa and other women have problems saying no to people, and his lashing out during the Twitch ambassador situation. She's at off-Skype. She didn't tell me she was going. She didn't really tell anyone except a couple friends. She's also wasn't invited by anyone. There's a lot of reason why, but I know she just doesn't really want to admit that she doesn't want her partner to feel insecure. Oh god damn, man, this dude is so cringe. He's already said he's felt insecure about me, and she said it in the past. She's compromising and keeping things to herself for his sake, and it just makes me so sad. I'm just not really the person that can call that out. She's slowly unlearning people pleasing, but I fear she will let herself go her whole life being content with compromising herself. That's not your problem, bro. Okay, I want to point out I was incredibly new to VTuber and was familiar with autism through my younger sister who was diagnosed. Being new to the scene, not fully understanding how society views people with autism, I was pretty excited to talk to someone who seemed to know a lot about it. As we talked more, I started to find things I said or did into his folder of autistic tendencies, and later he introduced me to online tests to see if I was autistic. Okay. You think I did well? Yeah, how often do you examine your ability to appear and interact as a normal human? If I see something I don't understand, I usually look it up, especially words. Sirna, do you have ADHD anyway? If you want to take some recommended test start, go for it. And you're doing great. By the way, it's totally hot people. Hot people radar off the charts, my favorite tell. You want to take the hot people test. Also, I totally get what you mean by like confused about why she scored low on the hot people test, but I think I understand why. There's no way she's neurotypical. Do you know like what she does for a job? I was hanging out with censored name. How did it go? Pretty good. She picked up Apex pretty well. She passed the hot people test and she started. And is a hot people test what he's referring to for like the autism test? Hey, we got the Rizzler here. That's his pickup line. Hey, are you autistic? What the fuck? What the hell? What the hell? Maybe you know what? Maybe you know what? Maybe Twitch streamers do deserve less. No. Surely they're not like Toaster, right? Not everybody is like Toaster, hopefully. What is this comment that I just opened on my screen? I wasn't paying attention when I clicked on it, and it's just out of context. Evil Toaster saying, "Well, I have great news for you. Almost all the other VTubers are autistic too." Thumbs up. Okay, the person he's speaking to, Anon to, does not identify as autistic and was incredibly unfair of him to take all that they were venting about, dismiss their feeling, continue to say, "We're just autistic and I shouldn't worry about it because everyone is." Not everyone is like Toaster. He's evil, it says in his name, so it must be true. Prima, I can diagnose you, but first we need to do a shower Discord call. Nice try. Oh, this is low quality even here. This is hurting my eyes. Okay, so he's talking about a girl named Nia, and says there's a very good likelihood she isn't even thinking about this at all because her head is empty. Meanwhile, my neurons are constantly firing. I mean, if she's bothered by it, I'm sure she'll let you know. You would think, but I do not know. I constantly tell her and remind her to let me know if there's any kind of discomfort coming from me, and she says I'm 100% fine. But from watching her in past experience with other people, I'm not sure she would hold herself to that. Some random viewer constantly harassing her in chat and in DMs, acting like her boyfriend. She just kind of let him exist and responded to him nicely, even though he was killing the vibe. Damn, she talking about Charlie? I'm sorry, Charlie's a good guy, by the way. He's just playing it up for the stream. It took my mod team telling her it was making chat uncomfortable for her to do something. I don't know, I'd like to think it'd be different from you versus random. Yeah, but I don't even know for sure how Nia sees me. I still don't get how, like, for everyone else, Nia's like super cheerful and happy and supportive and shows love and kisses to everyone, and I'm around, she's just like not even remotely like that. Well, I don't know, are you making her uncomfortable, Evil? There seems to be a pattern here. I'm positive she doesn't even notice she does that, because the more I learn about her, the more I realize she just legit isn't thinking about it. But I don't know because we haven't talked about that dynamic specifically. Okay, I'm gonna skim through. Like her, like Anon 2 and I are getting closer. I feel like we could talk about whatever at this point, but every time I try to have a deeper conversation with Nia, I almost feel like she's deflecting it. Because you're making her uncomfortable. That's why. But I'm also sure she's just unaware that's what I'm trying to do. And cannot pick up on the fact that I'm trying to talk about something important like that. Because she's literally the most autistic person I've met, my god. Oh, now he's saying she's autistic? The hell? Which of course is beautiful to me. I think he wants people to be autistic because didn't he self-proclaimed he was? So he's projecting, no? He's projecting. I don't know how he knows. I don't know how he knows. Did he study it? Probably not. I assume he's not. He's just an armchair psychoanalyst. But I feel like I'll only ever get through if I just force her to pay attention and hold her eyeballs open and speak directly to her face while speaking very, very, very literally. Dude! The last screenshot is incredibly problematic. He said her head is empty. He enforces his own thoughts. Yeah, we came to the same conclusion. He also reveals personal info to most likely shouldn't be shared. Yes, I agree. I can only imagine what personal information he'll share about others in the future. It is incredibly unsafe, especially in the VTuber community. You can see him talk about it, albeit censored here. I wish I could say that he's changed from 2022, but as this document proves, this is repeated behavior. Unrequited request. Alright, we'll get through it then. I'd rather read it in order than jump from segment to segment. Off topic, but have you seen the mouse sit down? No? No, what is that? Is Toaster just a Menhera enjoyer? Sounds like it, yeah. He definitely glamorizes mental illness, looking for Menhera girls to fix so bad that he tries to convince people they have disorder just to be fixed. Yes, there's definitely a little bit of that in there. Oh, you mean Mousy Sabaton emulator. The academy thing she's doing looks sick. Okay, pushing boundaries. He does that so much, pushing boundaries. I think that's already... And you know me, I do give a fair shake to all the Google Docs that I read. And a lot of outrage and Google Docs that we've read sometimes I feel like was a little overblown, or, you know, it was probably wrong or morally wrong, but sometimes I don't think it was worth making a Google Doc of it. But so far, I kind of agree with everything that was said. This guy's a freak. Wait. My stream die? Why is everybody typing F? Chat? It's fine on YouTube? Chat just started saying F. Twitch? Twitch saying S. Rima is offline. We're back. Okay, refresh. Refresh Twitch chat. And I was just gonna go. I was just on a rant. Okay, thanks chat. Okay, YouTube's fine at least. Twitch is back. Just refresh. You immediately know when something's wrong. The chat just starts going crazy. Yo, I really don't like this guy just aggresses me just by speaking. YouTube chat passed the hot person test. So this is another story of Anon. And Anon, she wants to remain anonymous. We don't know who she is. But this starts off incredibly aggressive. Starts with Anon. Can you please tell me why this is so difficult? It has never been an issue to get you into a collab or for you to show up to a collab or anything in general, and those are not easy things for most people. I just want to talk to you and call and hang out and do literally anything with no expectations we can be closer friends. And I've been trying for months and it feels like you're unresponsible for the prospect. What is the barrier? Bro, if somebody's pressuring me into getting into a call with them, I'd be like, sorry, I don't use Discord. I'm too busy. Talk to my mods. Just talking about my issues has never been easy for me, like at all. It's a lot to unpack, and then when I start feeling better, I don't want to talk about it. It's an avoidance system. I'm just an awkward person. We don't even have to talk about it. First, I just want to spend time with you. Over time, it will become easier. This guy wants to flirt with every girl he knows. And he only knows girls, so it's a problem. I'm not trying to tell you that I'm hot shit or anything. Just from an outside in perspective, I'm picking up the vibe that your tendency to spread yourself thin for everyone, your feelings of pressure to not leave anyone out, to respond to everyone, to say hi to everyone, leaves you in a situation where the people in your life that are actively trying to help you thrive, cough cough, me, are not getting enough time with you for you to actually feel like you are cared about. Maybe I have it wrong, but it is simply a pattern I see too often. And I always kind of just leave it at that and be like, well, okay, I guess I gotta stop here. But I don't want to do that for you. So I am simply trying this new strategy of telling you this instead, because the alternative is this permanent roadblock. Oh, well, poor evil toaster. He's such a great guy to tell this poor silly girl that she's spreading herself too thin for all her friends. But, you know, he's special. He's actually the only one of all her friends that is actively trying to help her, and she should just really give him a chance. She should really just, if she was smart, she would spend more time than him. She would spend more time with him, like, obviously. Isn't it obvious, chat? I'm starting to mold. I'm starting to be brain broken. Thoughts, and then he just spams her with emotes once a day. Okay, you're just gonna have to straight up tell me what you want from me, because I don't get it. I explained that I was going to be gone through Tuesday, Friday. I'll be real, I don't know why you're under the impression I want something from you. I think I've been clear in saying that I struggle with opening up and talking about deeper issues. Continuing to press on this matter definitely doesn't help. Oh my god, does he reply with a wall of text? No, he does. No, I understand why she didn't block him, because I also don't block people. I have a high threshold for like people being annoying, and I give people a lot of chance. So I get her. I totally get her. But god damn, he's annoying. Yeah, sorry, Descoon. I don't want you just okay, I'm gonna get through this, chat. I'm gonna get through this. You guys need to hold my hand. I don't want you to press you to a point where it's uncomfortable, but I haven't felt certain on where it's uncomfortable for you and where you need the repeated attention to know I'm genuinely interested in talking to you and ensuring you aren't worrying about me just being nice or anything. I don't know, he's not really being nice right now. I'm not under the impression you want something from me. That's not what I meant. But I do want to know what you want me to do for you, because on one hand, you've expressed you're lonely and that you want to spend time with me, two feelings I reciprocate. However, it's been a struggle to get any time to try and connect with you outside of collabs, where there are more people involved. Uh-oh. He's trying to corner her into a one-on-one conversation. You know, maybe that's why women don't feel comfortable around him. Now I understand the first paragraph better. You've admitted that you're a people pleaser. I really hope you don't feel like you have to act that way for me, because it makes it difficult to know if you're telling me things like how you want to spend time together because you're trying to be kind, opposed to saying what you might actually feel, that you're not super invested in that. You haven't struck me as a dishonest or anything towards me, but is it tough to navigate knowing this is a struggle for you? Again, I'm not trying to make you comfortable. I'm skipping that paragraph. Of course, I won't make you do anything you don't want to do. I just want to know what you want me to do for you. I want to help you, and I'm asking for direction. I know it may also be difficult for you to ask for help, and I understand the feeling of needing to feel like you can take care of things yourself. So yeah, that's what I meant by asking you. Just talk to me what you want from me. I know you've gone through a lot. I don't want to feel stuck and lonely. If you don't know what you need, it's okay. I'm trying to figure out and stay present around you, blah, 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 blah. So I guess just tell me how much help you want. If you don't know, tell me if you're okay with me trying to find out. Like I just said, won't pressure you to do something. How many times you gotta say that? But things that are difficult to do, these still are things I want to help you have. I just don't want to end up becoming distant and going back to not talking for a year. Oh, they hadn't talked for a year? I'm sorry I haven't responded. Your message was a lot to process, and I just haven't had the mental bandwidth whatsoever. Understandable. Yeah, no pressure, but please respond. But no pressure, but honestly, I'm the best thing you've had in a while. And I care for you, unlike these other people. He's so manipulative. I understand that it's super hard. It might make you feel like an ass, but there comes a point where you need to say, I want you to leave me alone. No, totally. No, you're totally right about that. I get being reluctant to block, but this guy is literally a stalker, yo! He is the supreme milady, gentleman, nice guy type. Like, r/nice guy. That's him. Unrequited interest. That's the next chapter. So the blue cross out is Toaster telling Anon about somebody else's personal info, including their relationship, family situation, and more. It gets worse when you realize that this person brings up hugging him at a convention, which is a totally normal thing to do when people meet each other for the first time. The first thing Toaster does is escalate this to cuddling. Anon ignores this, so Toaster brings it up again, this time expressing a desire to tell him how pretty they are. So they want this person to be vulnerable and pressuring them to do so. Yeah, he feels like having people confide in him makes them bring closer, and then they would need him. He's really scared of people not needing him. I'm sorry to hear that. It's nothing worse than when you're not really sure where you stand in a relationship and things go unresolved. It's nice to get that closure. It doesn't take away from all the hurt you're going. Next year I promise to give you so many hugs at a convention. I would love to hug and cuddle you at conventions though. Did you plan on going to TwitchCon? Not this year, unfortunately. I can't afford it. That sucks, that really rough situation she was in. I'm glad that her intentions weren't malicious or anything, but it still sucks that y'all both had to go through this and not really have the relationship you both wanted. So he's venting to her about somebody else here. She's commented on that. He probably overplayed this as well. Probably said that, you know, she wanted a relationship with him. That wasn't the case. Yeah, more vent and sharing personal info about somebody else. I was looking forward to meeting you this year, honestly. I will look forward to this next year too. I would love to cuddle and tell you how pretty you are and watch the Vati or more Core 6 lore video together. You wouldn't want to watch that with me. Okay. Milky's experience. So that's not Milky Ways, by the way. It's this Milky. TLDR, evil toaster bad. She commented on that. How it started in the beginning, evil toaster, often referred in our communication as Frog or Forg, and I started as friends with strange dynamic. When we first met, we would regularly play Apex every Sunday on each other's stream together often. We would almost always do, on rare occasion, play trios. I just had become a streamer and Apex was one of my first video games. I had no idea how to play any games. And he offered to teach me. He was a wonderful content creator who valued his community, tried his best to spread awareness and inclusivity. and just happened to have a rough go of things due to his peculiar way of communicating and his poor interpersonal skills. Even though he was quirky, I thought he had pure intentions and was simply trying to become close friends and build bonds of friendship and camaraderie with me, which I later found out was simply not the case. Expectations. In the beginning, Frog had told me I was an unusual existence to him. He had mentioned that it was unusual for him to meet someone who was nice to him and affectionate without needing things in return. In our second conversation ever, he told me that while he didn't have a good read on me, he was overly analytical of me from the beginning. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you're a person who would appreciate an honesty and being upfront, especially since you're kind of prompting me to talk about things on our first actual conversation, knowing full well there's a kind of warmth behind the answers to the how are you question. Did she ask how are you and he just like trauma dumped on her? I didn't add a thumbnail. I just didn't commission one. I didn't have time. I'm not on top of things lately. Yeah. So I'm thinking of just someone very interested in people and value connection and communication, just overall being genuine. Does that sound accurate? Don't take it the wrong way. I get overly analytical towards everyone. Just usually I don't tell them what I'm analyzing until like, I don't know, a week. He informed me on call in various ways that he was emotionally distant and would treat me differently than other friends. He informed me he was going through traumas. He was unlikely to be able to properly interact with me while he figured out how to connect with people. He would reiterate how he wasn't able to treat me like he treated others and how he recognized the way he treated me wasn't what I deserved, but he had no intention of changing his behavior. I'll be here for you. Oh my god, this person seems heavy. I appreciate that. I'm sorry to think you deserve better than me. What does that mean? I think I'm a pretty pog friend, but I think you deserve better. Okay. He would constantly bring up how he was dealing with various things and that the platonic affection, comfort, and kindness showed him was desired and appreciated. However, regardless of the joys I brought him, he would still treat me worse than a standard person. I'm not a good friend, but I'm pretty pog. I'm an open book. No, you're not an open book, Evil Toaster. You like writing books. Trauma essay incoming. I'm currently being affected by some long-standing trauma from previous relationship and also my family. Heavily exacerbated by new traumatic event that just started to unfold a couple days. It's censored. All that stuff kind of hitting all at once. It's a problem because it makes it difficult to want to connect with people. I'm really outgoing. However, in the last few months or so, I would have had much more my love I have for everyone, my friends, is currently faded out. If I seem cold to you, that would be why. But in addition to that, it is also a problem because me knowing just how people work and how I work, a genuine connection beyond the surface is something I need right now. Really, we all need it at the time, right? That's just how humans are. But having the cognitive dissonance between needing it and being afraid of is stressful. So when you asked to call last night, it gave me so much comforting sentiment. It took the time out of your busy Hollywood schedule to read to me. My mind was racing. Honestly, and through no fault of your own, of course, it was difficult to enjoy it. I tried really hard to just be in the moment and think, wow, she's so sweet. But there were alarms and alerts going off. How I need to be careful because anyone tried to connect me outside would be another source of future pain identical to what I'm feeling now. I tend to think I have a good relationship with those emotions and my trauma. It's not going away anytime soon. But I also know what it is, how to reason with it, and where it's wrong. How it's wrong here because... Oh no, sorry. I know it's wrong here because there is no threat to me and there is no danger. You're not doing anything wrong, but I want to express to you that my brain is struggling to accept it. There's a decent chance you don't even need it because when you offered to read to me, you made it explicitly clear it was because you wanted to selfishly have a good relationship with selfish emotions, and I don't see it as something bad. But the point is, it's both something I appreciate and would be happy to receive more of you, but just expect it may not be particularly receptive or appreciative of it as I normally would be. He's playing that whole like tough love card, I'm closed off. I feel like he wants her to work for it a little more, or he wants her to be like, I'll be here for you no matter what. It's Shedra. I know you don't really have a frame of reference for it. Okay, I'm just gonna say blah 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 and move on. I'm taking mental damage. Anyone get the feeling trauma has become the go-to excuse for every scuffle in the indie VTuber scene these days? Indie VTuber scene has been pretty bad. So are we. Okay, I'm not gonna read. All he does is repeat himself, so I'm not gonna read any more of his repetitive stuff. I'll just read her answer. Your pressure, I appreciate you. I analyze a lot. I'm really happy to know that you understand your emotions and how to process them. And while I understand and changing how you feel are different, I'm proud of you for recognizing your thoughts and behaviors and understanding them. You're a friend of my friend, and you've been nothing but lovely to me, so of course I want nothing but the best for you. I'll read to you anytime. I'll just chat about whatever with you. Doesn't matter how cold or analytical you are right now. Until you tell me you want me to stop, expressly, I won't stop. Times are hard, but you don't have to go through this alone. I just wanted to be supportive. I was naive. I got to know him. I know the struggles trying to form genuine connections to people and difficulties associated with navigated trauma. And at the time I was alright with him being a little more distant with me while we were new to one another. However, that temporary distance quickly shifted into him treating me far differently than he initially did. Oh no, he is incredibly manipulative. You're right, Reiko. I mean, he's setting up the relationship to be like... to be like, no one else has treated me that way. So there is just, he's putting so much pressure on this single person to make him better. How are you? I've missed you. I feel a little shaky, but I also wanted to ease my mind. Okay. I'm out walking, but we can chat and call a bit. Walking home. We haven't really been talking, we're hanging out, and I know that when we met, you were in a weird spot. You were more closed off, you communicated, I made you treat me worse than you usually would, and it made you feel weird. But like recently it's gotten even more prominent that like you don't seem to treat me like your other friends. Like I feel like I pour in a lot more percentage wise into our friendship, and it makes me feel like you don't care if we are friends. Like I try to reach out and play and hang out, but then you always talk about people not reaching out, or you having to be the one to always make the plans. I'm like, hello, I reached out, I tried. And you say you don't really have friends and feel lonely, but I'm like bending over to try and be your friend. I'm making myself super available when I have a tight schedule. It just doesn't feel good. And I want to make sure you did want to be friends and maybe just address these things. People can't change or recognize behavior if you aren't aware of it. So I wanted to be able to discuss it with you. That's weird. I feel like that is opposite of everything that he's acting to people. Did my screen freeze? I can't click on this. Is there any context to this? No, okay. Is it because he's playing into this headcanon that she's chasing him and he's not that invested? I don't think I've ever said no playing to you. A lot of the time when this happened, like so many people, someone expressed interest and I reciprocated, sometimes it just falls through the crack. A lot of the time when I'm the one initiate, I'll like figure out when to do the thing while I still have their attention, otherwise people will forget. Last week you did ask to play, caught me at an unfortunate time where it was possible, and I told you to get on Apex, so if it's not an issue of me not wanting to, things are just more complicated, especially when things are left up to, we should X some time. I recognize that you pour more into the friendship, putting that out to both so you were aware, to make sure you were okay with that. You said you did it because you wanted to for yourself without expectation and took your word for that. Things are definitely different for me, and it's not really your fault. Things are just happening. A lot of my spare time right now I spent introspecting and processing everything related to barred out name. Currently treating the connection I have, they are growing closer. And then everything related to work stream, I'm behind on as well. So I end up spending more time with the people that come to me and grab my attention. So then I'm left with the few people who do decide to reach out to me on their own, and realize that it's a pretty small percentage of all the people I know that expressed interest interacting with me. And now I'm stressed about connections. I don't know if you caught any wind of it, but Anon has recently cut ties with me. We're not friends anymore. It was a bit of a shock. I've also been learning about other friends I've had become distant with, and learning they've quietly been intentionally distancing from me because of things they've heard from other people without ever talking to me about it. And I'm positive there are more people doing the same recently. And so just an important thing to understand about loneliness and isolation is just that it's not a measure of actually how many people are around me. Like, I talk to people every day, but how many am I actually connecting with? How many people do I actually get to see? Currently, it's like maybe one person a week. Maybe not even always the same person. There's so much going on in my mind. I don't get to share. It's tough to really meet people on a level that can be discussed. I can't expect that of everyone. I understand what you're saying, but I wanted to touch on some point. Nowhere in this did you validate what I said at all, but downplayed it and explained it away. I understand what you're saying, but it's a lot of it is very valid. I think I'll touch on the initial way I felt reading it first. I know you haven't said no to playing with me outright, but when I do make plans, you usually say you don't have things scheduled and can't agree to plans. So if I try to make plans like on Sundays like we used to, you don't agree, and then we don't. I also have the concern that when we do agree, I'm never sure you'll actually be there on time, since you've bumped our play schedule a few times because you're prioritizing other people's schedule and time over mine. I get it, but it's not nice. The whole thing about being okay with it initially is two things. One, things change, and I think it's important to communicate when thoughts or feeling change. Maybe it was okay at first, but it isn't now. I do think that for me, in our case, you've changed in how you're treating me. Before, I was okay with it because you treated me different than you do now. We used to play and chat and still hang out. We had totally different interactions from what we do now. There is even more disregard, and I strongly feel that if I stopped reaching out and try to make plans, we wouldn't. It seems like you fill your time with people you deem to be worth more of your effort and energy. That's not a very pleasant feeling. I wonder if it's got to do with like her sub count, because this person seems really Evil Toaster seems really focused on like ladder climbing. If things are happening, we are friends, I want you to feel like you can talk about it. And when you said so, I end up spending more time with the people that come to me and grab my attention. Is he just keeping her as a B plan? Maybe that's what it is. That hurts because saying that me talking to you isn't as worthwhile as when others talk to you. Like, it's okay to ignore me or deprioritize me. I understand that people are leaving your life and that can be really hard to deal with, but like, wouldn't you want to treat the people in your life better so they don't leave too? These are my initial thoughts. The frog has a tendency to invalidate thoughts and a feeling of those expressing a different opinion than his own. He had complained about feeling he didn't matter to anyone and he was just being used by others. There was a VTuber show in which he and a mutual friend were both on the show, and he felt the people invited to the show weren't actually his friends, and it unfairly balanced the show in his mutual favor. He expressed that people never reach out to him and how they will talk to him on the show, but not privately. This person really seeks validation. EVILTOASTER, I mean. I don't know who was on the show, but what happened, but like, if people want to reach out to you, they will. We can't make them, and we can't really change how they are. If they only reach out and interact in the public eye, and when it's for content, then that's very disingenuous and like putting on a show. Not saying this is exactly the case, but if someone only talks to you or interacts with you publicly, and for their benefit, then usually that means they don't care very much. What? The assessment was something. How was your day? I mean, like, I have problems with that. It's the way I view interaction like that usually. I thankfully don't have those, since people who want to interact with me do so, not just on streams. Why does my opinion cause problems for you? The if they want, they will perception is self-sabotaging in many ways, for one. And also, it's just like not doing justice to other people. But also, that was just like a lot to say when you also said you don't know who was on the show or what happened. So now he's upset by her response. And I guess it was like kind of examining the dynamic I'm talking about, but from a completely different angle that I wasn't speaking on. I wasn't saying they were only interacting with me for content or publicity, because that definitely was not the case. If it were, they would probably be interacting with me more. It's way more complicated than that. He's very condescending to her. It wasn't related to the person, but rather the action. I was just sharing my thoughts on your sentence, but they'll come to a game show for me, but not talk to me, and you ask for me to elaborate. That's all. Would you like to say how your day has been? Does the if they want to, they will perception apply to me for you? If you want to reach out to me, you will, right? I reach out to you too because I want to. It's how friendship lasts. We mutually communicate. It's always more complicated than that. If I want to, sometimes I won't, so will everyone else. In fact, the majority of people... See, this is his problem. It's because he thinks people don't say what they mean to... They don't mean what they say. That's why he's so pushy with other people. He's probably a no means yes kind of guy. The fact the majority of people I know right now are people who want to reach out but do not. That's kind of the problem I'm talking about. I'm not really open to discussing my viewpoint on this, but I'll keep it in mind for you. You don't like talking about these things. I seldom do, and I'm not really wanting to have a conversation about my opinion on matters right now. It can be really emotionally and mentally taxing having to explain myself. Just not a thing I enjoy. I'm not really talking about it to make any commentary about you specifically. I'm just talking about people. And this particular subject was the subject I was talking about last night. It's the thing I have problems with in relating and connecting with people. I'm not saying any of that because I'm attacking your viewpoint. It's just the thing that I was talking about. Of course, we don't have to talk about it regardless. You confuse me. How? You confuse me, bro. Why? You always ask like if I've eaten or if you can help me, or say like you're proud of me for saying and offering me things. Yes, I care about you. Why though? Why? Oh my god, why is he's going on an emo arc now? Why do I care about you? Or why do I ask those things? Ask because I care. You deserve to be cared for. I feel like you're authentic. I don't know, man. I act on whims. I like you to avoid, just that simple. I figured out the problem here. I feel like it feels like the problem is you're not used to people caring about you. I mean, you're not wrong about that statement. How are you feeling? Stressed? What's on your mind? Goils. Goals or girls? Girls, I think I'm lonely. Ooh, I'm still in bed. I gotta get up, but I don't wanna yet. You're exhausted. Come nap with me. I have a small headache. I crawl into bed, but I need to go cook. What should I eat? PB banana smoothie. Oh, that's actually pretty good. I like peanut butter banana smoothies. Salad and seared chicken or tuna. Wait, all that sounds good. Answers, I can't yet. I miss you too, but I gotta get out of bed because you won't get in it. I want you to lay down with me and I can play with your pretty hair. There's some heavy flirting here. So he says that he had difficulties connecting to others. He expressed that he wants to distance himself. He feels that it stems from a lack of being cared and loved for. But he struggles to accept platonic, and I do stress purely platonic friendships. He would constantly complain about the lack of love and affection in his life and how lonely he was, while making inappropriate comments. He would express his desire to be affectionate with me that I would deflect or ignore. Thank you. You don't need to thank me ever. Would you come cuddle and make out with me before bed? I gotta release the oxytocin. Is this the right drug? It's a hormone? It strengthened labor contraction? What? Are you expecting? I'm like half aware, so I'm gonna pass out. Good night, cutie. It's a hormone. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but it seems like you crave love and affection and intimacy in your life. What do you feel like you're doing, or what's different about you to these people that allows them to have it but keeps you from having it? Literally no clue other than being in the right place at the right time, I guess. He likes to express negative emotion to feel a comfort at it? What? The song in question, fun song. It's also about the funny idea of feeling those awful feelings and situations are so familiar and frequent that it seems even comforting. Do you want to watch it together sometime if you're down to rewatch? Maybe. It may be weird because I literally just started rewatching it with the woman who just closed me off from romance a few days ago, which caused my current spiral pain and agony. Which now I don't even know if we'll continue it or when we do. I'm proud of you. Thank you. I wonder how much of the pain is specifically not having Anne around to be my comfort and outlet of affection, and how much of the pain is just not having any outlet at all. Not to mention the fact of just like having her for a moment and then not. Desire just superseded by another stronger desire after the first was satisfied. The feeling going from not knowing what you wanted before and not having such a painful longing, then after experiencing it for a short time, then having to go on longing for even more, even though nothing about these 2 points in time before and after are different. It's just now you had a taste and wanting more makes it life harder. I had a day filled with talking to some friends about their struggles in their relationship and self-worth. It went really well, and I shared a lot of perspective that made them realize things that I helped them stop hating themselves for things that aren't their fault, and how to communicate with their partner in a way that respects themselves and have healthier relationship. And after that, I was just like, wow, I would be a great partner in a relationship. Dude, he's such an r/nice guy. He's such a nice guy, but not the right kind, man. Frog, guess what? What? It's not that you're cute, but you are. But it's not it, lol. I decided something. I decided I love you, you mean a lot to me, and platonically you're so fucking special and cool. Shouldn't the platonically be I love you and not the special and cool? You're special and cool platonically though, not in real life. Sorry, I get to replies I was getting ready for bed if you get out over being on time for the event. I'm grateful you feel that way, and I'll do my best to handle how you feel with care and not to hurt you and all that. You have also been a refreshing experience. I feel very comfortable with you. I think in the current moment my attention is being pulled in many directions. I don't know if I can give you the same focus as you may deserve, but I'm sure you're very understanding of that. Yeah, so sweat to me. I don't give affection for the sake of receiving it back as it is, you know? I'm here to do whatever, lol. I appreciate you and I hope tomorrow goes well, cutie. I'm proud of you. I guess she just wanted to support him because he always complains about not being loved. His affectionate attitude towards me would shift between warm and affectionate and making mildly inappropriate comments and remarks toward me. While the screenshot is not inherently concerning, this was one of my most traumatic interactions with Frog. He was a well-versed in tech support and would often help with his friends, their routing systems, and other tech things. We got into a voice call and he had me share my screen and explain to him what was wrong with OBS. I'm not tech savvy, and while I struggled to find words for what was wrong, every time he would express what it could be, like compression, for example, he would have me Google compression and actively read the definition aloud to him, and then he would ask me if that was what I meant. And if it was, he would then have me try to Google how to fix it, even though I had already elaborated that I had. No, is chat rip again? Are we still okay on the YouTube side? So we clicked through the guys I had already read, and he had me read them out loud while questioning me in berating and belittling way. I expressed to him I wasn't aware of how to fix it, and that this method of me reading out loud what I had already read wasn't helping. He was incredibly condescending and was demeaning to me. He eventually helped me figure out how to adjust the numbers in OBS after I started crying when he was telling me how easy it was and how I should be able to figure it out. Throughout all of this, he was just horrible to me. Jeez. Once anyone says you can't do better than them, run. True. Whether a man, a woman, alien, or horse, run. Hey, I take offense to the last one. Couldn't figure out the filters in OBS, but I'm having a blast in Apex. Gain and compressor. Yeah, but like, I know how to add them, but I don't know what to do to adjust them. Like the numbers. She wants to gauge the numbers. It is complicated. I've had a lot of mic issues. You need to do a lot of testing and it's frustrating. Well, you know what the end goal is, right? To BH, I'm not sure, just so people aren't too soft or loud. Yeah, that's it. That's the goal. Make it quieter voice louder and louder voice quieter. Yeah, but I don't know how to move the numbers to reach that. Compression. What do you normally do when you're at this point with figuring something out you don't understand yet? I tried Googling it, and it makes sense, so either I'll say I'll never know this mystery in life, or I'll ask someone, would you mind helping me with filters if you get a moment? Lastly, I want to elaborate on something that has come to my attention through the creation of this document. I have never and would never take a romantic or sexual interest in Frog. I'm a very affectionate person. In terms of endearment, are not unusual for me, and the affection I express is the same affection I express to everyone. The message I have sent using positive terms, and the same terms I use for everyone, and I could never be taken as anything beyond platonic. Since it was well known to EVILTOASTER that I communicated to everyone this way unilaterally. Wow. They put bait hard words for me to pronounce in there. They knew I was going to read this document. Throughout our entire history and even interaction, I have been nothing but purely platonic and tried to act in the most sincere way towards them. Our shower call was a regular occurrence between myself and my friends. I have a large shower where part of it will always be dry, thus it's normal for me to be on call while showering and just being silly with how hard it is to hear one another and laugh about the echo. No cams were on. There was never anything lewd or sexual on my part. All of this suggestive comment at the time I took are a simple playfulness from someone who didn't know how to properly communicate affection, and I thought I was him trying to open up to me. It is absolutely appalling to me to see how he misconstrued our dynamic to others and how he suggested the possibilities of more with me while treating me so coldly and horribly. He alluded to such a different dynamic to others. In hindsight, it's such a shame it took so much for me to distance myself from him and that I allowed him to treat me in this way for as long as he did. In my last year of VTubing, I've come to respect myself a lot more, and I won't let this happen ever again. I hope others won't be put through the same experience through this document. I hope they can love themselves. I hope that others won't be put through the experience I was. I hope they can love themselves enough to know their worth and not be treated this way while trying to build such a one-sided friendship while being sexualized, used for inflating egos, and demeaned. While these experiences are my own, I know many friends who have similar and grossly uncanny experience with EVILTOASTER. She did go above and beyond for him. Although some of the wording she used, I can see how somebody like him would get the wrong idea. Even though she does use it to everybody. I mean, if you're a girl and you say that to a guy, he's probably gonna take the wrong idea. So I'd say, like, maybe just don't use those words unless you're actually flirting. It sucks that she can, but listen, if you're a content creator, you gotta take the ninja approach. Just never be alone with the opposite gender. Just never be alone with the opposite gender. Always have somebody else there. No, when you say I love you, I care about our friendship, yes, of course. But I mean, from what he's saying to her and stuff, I want to play with your hair. I want you to lay down with me. Get in bed and all of that. It's like, come on. Yeah, he's gonna latch on to that. He'll latch on to anything, just true. He would have latched on to a hello. True. I think, yeah, I think just... I think it's probably a stronger disclaimer to say I love you as a friend than saying I love you platonically, because platonically is kind of like up in the air, like I'm like e-relationship. I don't know. He could still develop feelings. It's not over, but I gotta go to the bathroom really bad, and I gotta drink some water. Imagine being a Twitch ambassador to making a terrible thing and having a career sniped by dog after that. Just so you know, I'm not trying to victim blame or anything. It's just, and I get that it's difficult to be clear about things and say no, because there was a time where I also had trouble saying no. And most people want you to be this really nice and proper person that, you know, is never saying mean things and never upsets anybody. But sometimes being, and that's why I made it very clear that my personality was very blunt, so I don't have to do this anymore, and I can finally express myself the way that I've always wanted to, but you know what? It's caused so much less problem for me to just be upfront about stuff now. And it also probably comes with age. It also comes with the kind of friend groups you hang out with. But for sure, I wouldn't be playfully talking with somebody saying, yo, come lay down with me, yo, let's cuddle and stuff like that. Unless I was trying to pursue them. It's kind of weird. Oh, wait. Is it? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? That's playful, according to them. The whole evil toaster shenanigans is all just cruel kindness incarnate. Well, he had, yeah, he has problems. The other parts did not do themselves any justice. Some of the girls are pretty bad at setting boundaries. But being bad at setting boundaries isn't something bad. Okay, I can think of another word here. I can do it. It's not them being creeps, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay, they're bad at setting boundaries, but that's not a big flaw. That's just them being too nice. Being too nice can have its like con, which is other people abusing your boundaries and abusing your trust, but it's not necessarily a huge character flaw like what Evil Toaster is doing. Yeah, it doesn't make you a bad person. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to say. This reading this is slowly sucking my energy and I can't speak now. Being too nice isn't an invitation to take advantage of you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would just stick with being more reserved with somebody that I don't want them to get the wrong impression at all. Like, I would just try to completely be closed off. Okay, let me just go to the bathroom real quick before we move on. There's like half the doc and the new doc, but I think we're almost done with this.
deliberately never in the same room as a woman.
I go out of my way to make sure that I am
I just want to watch that clip real quick. I want to finish my sandwich.
never even alone in another room with a woman. Ever.
Mid-news that Ava Chris Tyson stepped away from MrBeast over messages she sent to a minor. The internet was abuzz in late July when allegations surfaced against Ava Chris Tyson, a member of MrBeast.
Isn't there the full clip somewhere?
In response to the news, Ninja started to discuss the situation on Twitch and made his own series of revelations during a July 23rd broadcast. It's fucking simple. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you are. I don't care what community you're part of. Don't talk to anyone underage, he said. Hello? It's not difficult. Just don't do it. What year is it? How hard is it? According to Ninja, the best strategy is to just not DM anyone. He also explained that he goes out of his way to make sure he's never alone in a room with a woman. Even my PR person, it doesn't matter who it is. I don't care if they work with me, whatever. There's someone else in that room at all times. If we're alone, I leave. Instantly, Twitch star revealed. As for anyone else, I don't DM anyone. I DM my boys. I DM guys in the community. There's no private messages going on with any girls. There are. It's someone like Chica or people in this space. And then I let my wife know. If I don't know you, I'm not DMing you. I don't want to get to know you and find out you're only 7, he joked. Blevins has made similar comments before. In 2018, the streamer sparked some backlash after he revealed he wouldn't stream with women in order to avoid drama and gossip. The decision was applauded by PewDiePie, who defended the streamer, saying that not many people can relate to having everything they do criticized.
I didn't know him. I didn't know he also didn't stream with women. Yeah, he has a wife. They're like business partners. I think they got into a fight. His wife and him got into an argument once with, was it Pokemon? Anyway, he's so based. I mean, it sucks because, like, you can't open up yourself to, but at the same time, it's like you got your friends, you got your wife, you got your boys. You don't need to be friends with everybody, you know? Yeah, people were upset about this because they felt like, well, some people would never get an opportunity with ninjas if they were women, but at the same time, I mean, you gotta protect yourself. I don't think it was causing conflict in his marriage, but it's like, it's to avoid ever causing conflict in his marriage. Everything he does is done with like the utmost amount of transparency. If he is talking to a woman, it is clear why he's talking to her. It's because of a work relationship. It's because they're talking business or something. It's not because he's trying to slide into her DMs or be creepy. You know what I mean? So it's not because of his marriage, it's more so to protect himself from, because, you know, we see all of these allegations come out from XYZ against content creators, or women saying like, oh, I've had a bad relationship with this person and all of that. So he's like, fine, I'm just not gonna talk to anybody that way. That way no one can, you know, make a Google Doc about me. That's more what it is. It's not really like I'm in a relationship, so I'm not gonna talk to women. It's just he talks to women, just not one-on-one, so they don't get the wrong impression of him that he's trying to flirt with them. Because people will do that. People will think you're flirting with them for the most innocuous things. And it is a valid concern because he's built, I mean, he's got a lot to lose at this point. Yeah, it's not because of his wife, he fears the internet mod getting turned on him, or the wrong person. If you open yourself to a lot of people, and the wrong person can have, yo, chill out, dog. Sorry, the wrong person, you expose yourself by opening yourself to the wrong person. I once went to Rima funeral and she forced me to eat a horse taco. It's crazy to think big streamers have a responsibility to stream with others that are smaller. Yeah, exactly, they don't. You should only worry if you've done anything actually wrong. That is a wrong assumption, actually. The problem with that assumption is that what you consider wrong differs from people to people. I mean, how many Google Docs have we read that we were like, what the fuck is this? This is a nothing burger. Yet they were platformed and liked and retweeted by a lot of people that do believe there was harm being done there. So do not underestimate the mob. Yeah, don't needlessly expose yourself. Exactly. People got mad because it implied he didn't trust women. I see. I think if he was a woman, he would probably say that about men. So I think I understand what he's coming from. I don't think it's a gender thing. It's more like an opposite gender thing. Or for example, if Ninja was a gay man, he'd be like, oh, I don't want to be in a room alone with another man. He'd be like, I only speak to women. It's more of an attracted gender thing. Woman or bear? You know what? I recently learned what this was about. Everybody keeps asking me, so Rima, man or bear? I was like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And then somebody, my friend, finally explained it to me. And I was like, that is so fucking stupid. Why is this a trend? Man or bear, Rima? The people picking bears, they have no idea what they're talking about. They have no idea what they're talking about. A bear is dangerous. What do you mean? Of course it's always men. So men, Rima, or fox? I want to watch a video about this later. I want to get through the Google Doc. Okay? Focus up, chat. Chop chop. So this is Sierra's note. Cece, the person writing the doc. I don't want to say that Milky tried her absolute hardest to be a good friend to Toaster. I believe she went above and beyond to make him feel cared for. Yeah, I agree. She did go above and beyond. And no, he definitely wants more than that. I hate tweets like that. I hate it. I can't handle this anymore, man. I'm so tired of being the person that gets my friends to stop being so terrified of my other friends just for them. All to start being better friends without me and do nothing to include me. I'm literally guiding everyone to the thing I can't have. Every convention is another reminder that I'm not, I've seen this tweet, that I'm not one of the girlies. And I'm never gonna be the kind of treatment and affection they give each other, even though I try to connect with them. It's gotten better at dealing with the fact over time, but it still hurts to think about it. So, what do people expect when they tweet stuff like that? They want their friends or the people he's subtweeting to notice him and be like, oh my god, Evil Toaster, I saw your tweet, are you okay? Is this about X and X, like, or is it about me? Like, what can I do to make you feel better? That's what they want. He always tries to force other people to come to him instead of making them come to him on their own, because he's a good person, he's entertaining to be around, etc., whatever qualities you want to have in a friend. Yeah, meanwhile, Milky is doing exactly that. She's including him in everything. It's such a slap in the face to see that. I hate that. One time I actually checked, and no jokes, less than 5% of VTubers in my friend list have online enabled. The status means nothing to me anymore. Crazy thing, I still don't get DM'd ever, even with a green light and putting please DM me in my status, so it doubly means nothing. I'm just gonna shake my head and keep on going. Kaisa's note. Hello, my name is Kaisa, otherwise known as Red Song 01. To most, I was an active apex VTuber scene. To others, I'm a villain that sided with Evil Toaster's abuser in an experience he continues to share. Okay, I don't know about this Evil Toaster abuser thing, which at this point has been proven several times false, a mischaracterization of events and my persona. I share my thoughts and screenshots not to take light from those with more severe accounts, but to supplement and validate the consistency of his action when interacting with others, primarily those of femme presentation. I did not have direct boundaries events with Toasters, but I witnessed how he spoke about others, misconstruing events, denied being wrong, diagnosis others with autism or ADHD, and how he ignored my advice regarding said things. It wasn't until he realized I could not be manipulated or commanded to his will that he had all the issues with me. So while I didn't face the brunt of his uncomfortable behavior, I did find my experience in the VTubing community directly affected by him. TLDR, because I did not drop someone he fell out with, Toaster branded me as someone who sides with abuse or sympathizes with abusers. That's the part I read. Okay, I think we're getting to the part I read, and I think that part says so much about him. For a time, I had generally anxiety when venturing to the new VTubing space, and on occasions broke down under the weight, the idea of being ostracized. Dude, that's... The idea of being ostracized is probably content creators' biggest fear. In my career, stifled killed because a person of Toaster's high standing was heavily mischaracterizing me, damaged my mental health. And I know he spoke about me because I've had several people tell me they initially avoided me because of Toaster. Well, after I had broken ties with him, I'd like to reiterate that I had nothing to do with this event. The only thing I did wrong was that I didn't do what he asked at the drop of a hat. To conclude, Toaster hadn't been the most truthful, whether out of ignorance or malice, especially if it's for their own gain. They believe their thoughts and words stand true. Anything that doesn't align with them is stupid, false, aren't worth their time. I believe their feelings of anxiety and pressure to be true and support not only those that spoke up against Toaster, but those that still fear what they could say should they speak against them. That person is based, by the way. She like stands up for herself really hard, and I was impressed by how she expresses herself. Like, look at that chat. Oh, okay, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna read it like that. What's up? I'm conflicted about what to do tomorrow. Why? What's up? You were playing with censored name. Why does that conflict with what I'm about to do tomorrow? Because I don't know if I'm able to get off that mind. Well, I'll be there either way. What? The way you sound is not sure you want to play with me. And then he replies, I don't know if I'd be comfortable with it. I explained what went down with Anon and I, right? Like, in full detail. Kaisa replies, kinda, sorta. I know you mentioned, like, emotional manipulation or something, but I don't know about the whole deeds. Just you and Anon have cut ties and all. Like, Anon being really strong-headed. And he corrects her. Abusive, like, emotionally and verbally towards us both with his fucking passive, smiling frog emote. I hate that. I explained how she was abused before, but I'm not currently certain how seriously you took me then. So now he's implementing the doubt, like, you didn't believe me when I told you about my traumatic events. Kaisa replies, I read back on what you told me since I remember you typed part of it out. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. I think what happened was that I took it all as y'all just having a specific yet key difference that ultimately tumbled out in the worst possible way. And I do take you seriously. I may not understand the full extent of it, but your feelings and experiences are valid. So again, I apologize if it doesn't seem like I'm acknowledging that. Before, when you told me that you cut ties with Anon, I didn't realize you were asking me to do the same. So I'm kind of processing what to do is all. But like, don't take that that as me taking sides, because TBH, I don't know if this is really something I can take sides on, you know, since I wasn't involved in any of this stuff. As for stuff I can speak on, though, I know you mentioned that you worried about whether there being safe spaces for you when she's around, and I can promise that I do my best to protect your space in my corner. Okay? Even if she passes by and all of that. Kaisa, smiley face. Yes, hello. We're gonna have to talk about this eventually. Bro, you're the one that didn't reply to her last few messages. I don't get it. We can talk about it now if you like, she replies. Or after stream, whatever that works. I'm here to listen, assuming you're still playing tonight. If we're not, then I understand too. Your call here. He's like, I'll need more time to collect bots, so another time. If I stream, I'll make some other plans, but I can't make this collab. Okay, I'll be there, heart. Hello, check it in. Are you ready to talk? What do you want to talk about? I'm following up on this. All right, I can try. Okay, I'm here. Oh, God, yeah, I remember this. Ah, shit, here we go again. To give you the full context of this, of why this is affecting, I also want to reiterate quickly how things were before I got into this circle of friends. So, chat, note how manipulative this response is. I'm pretty sure I went in depth about it with you multiple times, but did not have many friends or was included in friend circles very often in life, and even more rarely were those friends and circles made up of women. And prior to VTubing, I basically was not allowed to have women as friends in my previous relationships. Therefore, I had to completely rebuild my perception of myself because I had no close friend with to understand myself through. Entered the VTubing era. The first 3 major new friends I made were you, Anon, and Nia, the people I would talk to every day and learn about. Feel parents should read this? Oh God, how unserious. You 3 were the foundation of my new perception of friendship and socializing and determining what about myself as a person is valuable and acceptable on a fundamental level because I had nothing going on into this. Therefore, when people like you 3 express that you value me and feel that I'm important, I have no frame of reference for just how much that means, so naturally, I had to take it at face value. I learned then that I was valued by my friends and that I was important, so from then on, the foundation of how I saw myself was based on that. Because I knew I was valued by people who to me seemed like the most amazing people I've ever known. So it's like, he's making a mountain of his friendship with this person. Like his whole self-validation, his whole self is based on whether this person, on this person's friendship towards him. I wasn't afraid to be social and be around people. I feel like it was okay for me to be here. Finally, that paragraph up here is what I feel is being threatened when the situation comes into play. Because I took the appraisal of importance at face value, I then referenced that with what I believe it means to appreciate an important friend. I think about what I would do for them. So here in this situation, completely putting aside for now the fact that one of those important pillars of my new self-perception ended up being manipulative and abusive. Now another one of those pillars, you see, that I was treated as badly as I was, and sees this more as a problem to contain rather than a problem to solve. Because in my frame of reference, if someone did this to one of my friends, that abusive friend would not hear the end of it from me until they either left the circle entirely or somehow managed to find some way to make amends, if that was even considered an option by the person they abused. So he's telling her exactly how he wants him to cut tie with his quote-unquote abuser. Now, if the person was particularly awful to him, I would understand that. But from what will surface later on, Kaisa says that she hasn't actually seen like real evidence of abuse. So we'll see. Who would have thought covering the internet drama makes you read more stuff than Similarian plus the Hobbit plus 3 Lord of the Ring books? Yeah, I know, dude. Yes, he's super gaslighting. with that ideal, surely you can understand how you approach unsettles me. When I first told you about it, it seemed nothing actually came out of it, and you and Anon continue to relate to this issue now where I'm questioning why. Then when I try to explain this discomfort again, you tell me that when I first told you, you didn't consider it as serious as it was for me, which then just makes me question how seriously I'm being perceived in the first place when I tell someone I was being abused. You're setting up the perception that if she doesn't side with him, if she doesn't ostracize this other friend from the friend group, then she is not believing his abuse, or she's not taking him seriously as a friend, or he's not important at all. So the double serving of shaking the fundamental ideas that give me the social freedom to make friends and feel comfortable around people, from both being shown that me stating that I was hurt was not seen serious, and also being shown that if I was hurt by someone, their continued inclusion in the circle valued higher. Sorry, I made a mistake. Their continued inclusion in the circle is valued higher than my safety and comfort within the circle. So they're choosing the other person over him. Is doing a lot of damage for my own self-perception, and has me questioning who my friends are and who I can trust. If Kaisa said she loves me and sees me as an important friend, but didn't take any serious action after being told I was hurt by her friends, and is valuing said abuser's comfort over my own comfort, then what do those words and sentiments mean for me? Do I need to change my frame of reference? Do I need to not accept love? That's the situation I'm right now, and when I think about this, it has affected me because I was nearly breaking down over these thoughts during a collab with Zen and Nia the other day. Thankfully today was fine. Also, I'd like to think it's implied, but in case I'm not putting blame on you for me having these pre-existing conditions myself, I did tell you were important in that regard, but I didn't convey the depth of it. That is such manipulative behavior. It's like, they'll make you feel guilty so you can never break off this friendship, or something horrible will happen to them. They only have you in life. I believe in supporting other and helping people that probably don't have the same start or aren't necessarily equipped with the same things you've had. But I think the basis of my philosophy is that everyone first needs to take care of themselves. And then if they have remaining energy and the resources to, they can help another. But everybody needs to be somewhat self-sufficient at the core for society to function properly. Now, of course, we have like all these other systems in place to help people that are, you know, in less good situation than us. That's why we got welfare and all these things. That's why, for example, like we have medical assistance here in Canada. I know for you guys it's different. And I'm okay with that system. But at the core, everybody should try to be their best to be self-sufficient. Yeah, I saw the Twitch hike, man. That is so expensive, what they're doing. They're really upping up the sub count, and it's really annoying. But I love her response. It was so well written. You can post a Twitter link, but I think I probably have it open in my tabs. Patreon did as well. Damn it. It's two platforms that affects me. Since you took the time to reiterate your feelings and thought process going into all of this, let me go ahead and review mine. Basically confirm, deny things you have stated. Okay, so she starts by saying, I remember you said entering the VTubing scene and making the friends you did was beneficial to you and your growth. I remember you stating that you came from a rough background prior And I remember expressing how happy I was for you to find people that give you the love and validation you deserve. Because you do deserve that. I'll be one of the first to tell and even drill that into you. You are deserving of love. I, however, do not remember you going in depth into how Anon abused you. Like I mentioned in our previous conversation, I looked up our chat log and reread what you told me, and you never gave me past examples. You just told me how you viewed her values and thought processes, and one example of her pressuring you to transition. Now I understand why you were rightfully angered and hurt that she constantly pressured you like that. However, at no level, or at least of my personal ones, of reasoning is the act of pressuring you considered abuse to me. It is conflict, yes, but not abuse. And I place an incredibly high value on understanding what is and isn't abuse, and whether it is getting overstated, which I feel is what you did here. God damn it, she's incredibly based for that. And really brave saying it like that to somebody that seems like they're just gonna go off the fly at any second. Understand, this isn't an invitation nor demand to go in depth. I'm not asking to pry into your trauma. What hurts you, and I respect that. All I'm saying is that based on what you have shared with me, I did not read it as abuse to me. That's all. So here's what unsettles me about all of this. I was never involved in what went down between you and Anon, and I'm so completely removed from it. Even if I am friends with the both of you, that does not automatically involve me. I was never there for the fights you guys had, nor the treatment you endured. Was it hurtful and traumatic for you? Yes, and I get that completely, and I respect and validate your hurt, as I've said before, but why are you trying to drag me into this? Because the only indication I have of her being abusive is just your word of mouth. Dude, it is so fucking long, Mujin, but we're almost done with it. And there's a new Google Doc that just dropped, man. Is this gonna be a new Mujin video? And I need you to understand this next statement. Okay, I really like this part though. That she's gonna say. I need you to understand this next statement. The level of trust I have in you, I have in other people. So I can't just cut ties with someone on word alone, even if I am friends with said person, because again, I am friends with the both of you. And those friendships were based and built on over separate experiences. To cut someone off based on what someone else said would be disrespect to my own thoughts, feelings, and personal experiences. You think this is an issue of you being devalued or disrespected, but I think it's the other way around. In that you're letting your hurt not just speak for you, but for everyone else. But you just can't push your feelings and personal experiences on others. You can't just generalize one experience to speak for all of them. Just because something didn't work out for you, it doesn't give you the right to speak for others or tell them how to act or think. And that's where I have to draw the line, because you can't do that, Toaster. You just can't tell others how to act based on your own experience. Also, I just want to say it's wild as hell that you're saying I am valuing said abuser comfort over your own comfort and not caring about you enough, etc. If I didn't care and give as much of a shit about you as I do, you think I've said that I'd protect your space, or that I'd be sitting here for 2 and 3 hours trying to articulate why I acted the way I did? I tried to explain why your line of reasoning is problematic and straight up hurtful, because I want you to know that I wouldn't have bothered to type all of this if I truly didn't care about you, Lamau. That is true. If you don't care about somebody, you just stop replying. If you argue with somebody and you kind of care. Yeah. Based. And he never replies to her after that, by the way. He's just completely flag or blasted Uno reversed card on. I understand you'd hurt more like if I continued to try to put you all in the same room or something. She didn't even try to collab with the two of them, by the way. They collabed on 2 separate occasions, and he got upset about that. And she was gonna continue her friendship with him, but he doesn't want that. He wants her to cut the other friend off. She says, I'll protect my space with you. She's not gonna come in. Any question or response? Well, seeing you're not giving me any indication, you intend to continue this conversation. I'll be taking my leave here. Take care, Toaster. Wish you the best. And before you spiral about this, if you even still care about what I have to say, I'm not exiting this friendship because I'm consoling Anon or whatever else you tell yourself to shift the blame. Damn! I'm exiting this because I no longer wish to put up with this behavior and how you're treating me. And I no longer wish to see how you're treating those you consider close to you. And in case anyone hasn't said this to you yet, then I'll unfortunately be the first. Thank you, little kawaii cherry. Okay, let me take some water. Okay. She's about to lay it up on him, and bam! No one, who matters at least, treats you differently based on your presented male gender. They act different because you refuse to respect where everyone's personal boundaries lie. You consistently ignore everyone's opinion and viewpoints if they do not match your own. And rather than listen, you prioritize vouching how much yours is right, even if you're in the wrong or just different. You also have this tendency where you think you have everyone figured out and how you let your assumptions hold true when really it's up to the person how they want to act or speak around you or others. You respect everyone until they hurt you or aren't aligned with you, and then all that respect for their views and thoughts go out the window. Because you let that pain blind you from realizing that people are people with their own thoughts, their own boundaries, their own viewpoints, and just because it's different, it doesn't mean it's wrong. Morality is a lot grayer than you make it out to be, and until you realize that sort of behavior is harmful, then I don't see any reason you put up with it. Generally, I'm sorry. And again, I'm not saying to just blindly attack your character and be like, I tell you this, because at the end of the day, I care, and as a friend, I care. I wanted to bring it to your attention so that maybe one day you'll come to the realization rather than have everyone you thought was close to you slowly distance themselves one by one because they don't have the heart nor energy to tell you, like I did now. Damn! Somebody stop her, she's cooking too hard! She's awesome. Who is this girl? No, she's awesome. She's right about everything, and she kind of had a really good I don't know if she talked to other girls and she knows why they distance themselves, but like all the creepy behavior and all of him's whining, saying he can't be one of the girlies, she was like, no, that's not because you're a guy. That's literally because you make them uncomfortable. And she told him what was his problem was. Now it's up to him to actually change his personality and change his way to adapt to fit in a group or society. But I don't know if he will. We'll see. Most people that complain a lot, I found out that they don't actually want to help themselves. And they're very heavy to carry. It's almost impossible to carry them, to BH. That's why most of the time people just don't have the energy to tell you what's wrong with you if you do have an issue. Because most problems have figured out that it's just not worth it, because very little people will like realize that it's hurtful to the relationship because it causes tension. And most people aren't ready to face their flaws, so it's just not worth it most of the time. Oh, she's on an indefinite hiatus? Really? Yeah, I'm legit impressed she bothered with all of that. I mean, I do that sometimes too, but every time I do it, I'm like, why do I even bother? It's not worth it. I should just stick to my lane. Stop caring. Anon's 2 experience, there's another one. Another instance where he pushed someone's boundaries. Jesus, there's so many. Donuts are flawless. Anon 2 was part of a friend group which included Toaster and Friend, except they came into disagreement with each other and were not on speaking terms. At this time, Anon 2 didn't feel the need to take sides. Toaster knew that they were still in contact with each other and knew that the friend would visit Anon's 2 stream and tried to control that aspect. Didn't you tell her not to come? I try not to shout her out, gonna talk to her again. Oh, he's so manipulative when he sets this up. Oh, it's this part. But you told her not to come, right? Like, what did you say exactly? She responds, I try to keep it civil, but I guess for something happened. What? No, what did you tell her before stream? I feel he's trying to corner her. To keep it civil, just give some space, gonna talk to her again about not coming in when you're here. Sorry, Toasty, what? But you told me you told her not to come. This? Did you just not? Yeah, I'm gonna talk to her if it was communicated properly though. Worried I'm bad at communication part. What did you say exactly to her? Dude, I feel like this guy's questioning her like Piers Morgan does in his interview. It's so fucking annoying. This is the same doc, yeah. I called her. Did you say the words do not come into my stream? I told her the same thing, yeah, just to respect each other and be civil too. But you told her not to show up at all, right? I did just say to avoid the stream whenever you're in, so then she just completely disrespected you. That's why I'm gonna talk to her. I hope you can learn not to be too kind for your own good, because that was unacceptable of her. It's okay. I'll talk to her, Toaster. I understand. Sorry it happened, though. You did your part. I mean, I guess you could have banned her, but... okay, bud. I wasn't expecting you to do that or anything. You know, he's really not as subtle as you think he is. Should have been as easy as just asking and her respecting the boundaries. If you said clearly to avoid the stream and not chat when I'm in, and she just said, okay, then she was very clearly just did that on purpose. She knows why she was asked not to chat. She doesn't give a shit. I would be fucking furious if I were you. More specifically, if I was in your position. Like, the whole time he's trying to set her up to say, well, you ask her not to come into your stream. Don't you think that's just disrespectful to you? She's disrespecting you. You should cut ties with that person. That he's trying to convince her for, and it's so obvious. If she's not participating, I will be timed out in chat for the duration of the stream, that I can make it happen. And I should state that even that is a compromise. Then I don't know if I'll be capable of participating in a way where I'll be able to celebrate properly and wouldn't want to risk showing up and it going south, like last collab. Wait, is it the same thing? Yeah. I would feel very awkward to know that Anon got to play with you on stream for your celebration and I had to be put away to play. Well, he's the one that doesn't want to participate while the other person's here. Literally, you aren't being put away. You were invited to play on stream and refused. Yeah, exactly. I want to celebrate with you and everyone else, my community who loves you too. Okay. You guys will literally be in different time slots. It happens. Are you okay with what she did and how she treated me? That is between you guys. Please stop treating my birthday event like a turf war. I'm really, really accommodating, even more so to you. I haven't talked to anyone else right now about it. Well, listen along. You're autistic as heck. No. The fuck? Okay, so there's more to Anon's 2 experience. It took almost 2 years of distancing and healing. They honestly were surprised to know that they weren't the only one to have these types of conversation with him, mostly due to the fact that they were terrified of what EVILTOASTER connections could do to Anon, too, being a smaller VTuber. Anon's 3 experience, this person wasn't able to get photo evidence, but they do say not far-fetched considering everything else in this doc. I was weirded out by him. This is my side of the story. I believe probably many felt the same way. I felt guilt tripped into playing and hanging out with them, especially when they confront me for not including them in a collab and such. Guilt trip, yeah. Best way to make friends. Oh, you've tuned into his streams before? He looks calm whenever I tune into his streams, but his DMs here is wild. This is Sheffy's experience. Last one. I don't know 10% if we went through what happened. The vibes were a little off, but I wasn't sure if I was misrepresenting it. Not a deaf word. He was basically trying to humiliate me, so I thought I'd tell you what happened so I can avoid him. Sorry. I stopped talking that last half because I was crying the whole time. Oh, really? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That's so shitty. It's okay. Yeah, I kind of felt weird because he asked for a fun fact. I said I was allergic to fruit, and he said that wasn't very fun. I'm like, oh, okay. I wasn't sure what to say or interact. There's a Dropbox. Oh god. Wait, it's a video? I don't get it. It's a 1 minute video? Okay. Let's play it.
Oh, Kelly. Chris sent me this thing, right? And it said short people are more likely to have, like, psychotic traits.
Huh?
And he said that was you.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know. He just sent it to me randomly. He's like, this is Kelly.
What?
At first I thought he was referencing
Hello?
himself.
I'm not psychotic.
What? Oh, why would he say that? And then why would you share that? Hello?
Jeff said you're absolutely a psychopath.
Huh?
I'm not.
Are you good?
New lore just dropped.
No, not me.
I'm feeling
Kelly
attacked.
is.
Nope. No, but like, why are you sharing that?
It's the truth.
Huh?
You guys deserve to know she's psychotic.
No.
Sheffy? Can you don't? Hello?
Hello.
What's so funny?
1, 2.
Sheffy?
Yes.
Can you stop with that?
Sorry.
Sheffy makes a joke about short people being psychotic. Suzaki catching strays. Specifically because someone sent her a new broadcast from the study saying so, and it was directly towards Kelly, her friend. It's a joke that's common between the two of them. Even Kelly's mod Geoff comment on Kelly's height and say she is psychotic, so it's obviously accepted by both Kelly and her community. It's clear that Sheffy meant no disrespect by saying it. Whether or not the joke was not Toaster's cup of tea, it's the fact that he continues to press Sheffy after the joke's already passed. This is live with multiple people streaming. The person the joke is addressed to is laughing, and while Toaster believes Sheffy is the one laughing, it's actually Kelly. No one else seems to have a problem except him. The other thing to notice, Sheffy stops joking immediately when she realizes Toaster is upset. She was confused because Toaster wasn't actually telling her to stop. He just said hello, which can mean anything. He says, why are you sharing that? With a slight chuckle, so Sheffy thinks he's generally asking and joking around. She says, because it's true. After this, it's clear Toaster is upset. Mental illness jokes are abound in the VTuber community, which Toaster has commented on before to me. I used to tweet opinions, but it's more difficult in this space, especially since a lot of my opinion would easily be seen as an attack on other people in the scene, like the rampant ableism in VTuber humor, for example. What kind of humor? Like, what specifically is common to say? Things like making jokes about PTSD, OCD, etc. I see people making schizo jokes or jokes about hearing voices. Oh shit. He's watched a parrot video. And the voices! Triggered humor, obviously, is very common in this scene, and I kind of just observed as degenerate. I will be able to speak! Degenerate humor. Things like making jokes about PTSD, OCD, etc. I see people making schizo jokes. I've already read that. I'm dumb. Okay, I'm the one that's starting to hear voices now. It's not really related, but I'm getting deja vu to the bunny incident. I want to make a video on this. I actually want to make a video on this because it's like VTuber related, but it's also like a bridge to cosplayers. Yeah. So Chef P goes to apologize to EVILTOASTER in DM. She's like, sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel weird or anything. I know you don't like mental health related jokes, and it just took me a moment to understand what was the issue. No one likes mental health related jokes. I asked you in chat earlier about the PTSD jokes too. Yeah, sorry, I didn't fully understand it at first, and that's my bad. I'm just used to different humor with others, and I'm really sorry. You should really be concerned about those others. Okay. Yeah, it's past my bedtime since he was late and we started even later. Okay, it's alright. You okay? No, what's up, Sleepy? Can't hold back my tears. I feel so awful right now. Is it because of what Toaster said? Yeah, I want to leave, but I'm host. I'm just trying to finish already. Oh, she started crying during the collab. So he kind of ruined the collab. She wanted to leave on her own collab and she was crying while streaming. Yo, that's a mood. Okay. You know what? I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Obviously, we still have to see his side, but this doesn't look good. I'm pretty sure I don't know if he's doing this on purpose, if he's planning this ahead, or if he's just done this so much that it's like ingrained in him, you know? And that like it's worked before, so that behavior got what's the word, chat? What's the word? Seriously? Twitch chat is good. Ah, see YouTube. We're back. Okay. I'm running out of voice. Like, my voice is starting to be... I microwaved some tea, though. Hold up. Tadaima! I microwaved some tea. I didn't put the tea bag in it yet. I think one of you might have bought me a kettle on Throne. But I'm the worst. I still haven't opened the box yet. I mean I've received a lot of things that I haven't opened yet. On my to-do list though, I promise. I didn't okay, I know I microwaved it and you guys are triggered, but I didn't put the tea bag in it while I was microwaving, so it's not that bad, okay? Good. Yeah, thank you, Harlot. Not having read the doc, I went into this thinking it might just be some interpersonal drama, but holy shit, this is manipulative, murdering, on mentally abusive. I know. I was on the fence when I just opened the doc and it was just like a power dynamics. I was like, oh god, it's gonna be another one of those. But no, you know what? This doc has got the Rima stamp of approval. No, it's legit. I believe them. I believe them. 100%. Some reactions from Tiger Natch Tora. Kimmy, I already put out my experience with Toaster before, probably not in the best way, but I've been bad-mouthed for siding with an abuser, simply because I didn't choose sides when two people I knew were going through a dispute. I was guilt-tripped, given an ultimatum, asked for proof, as I was being made to choose between friends, one very new and one I'd known for a long time. But that apparently just made me side more with an abuser. I don't get how you can be dis-neutral on this. Okay, let me put this in more blatant term. Let's say I had two friends. One day, one of those friends decided that anytime they saw me, they would beat the shit out of me until I bleed. I decided I would like to keep living, so I cut them off entirely. Well, you're not a dramatic. And that's coming from me. I'm a drama queen. I tell my other friend what happened. They say sorry, and they hang out with them the same day, laughing and being happy. I remind them this person beat the shit out of me, and they say, sorry that happened, but they're still going to be around. Do you still think this person is your friend? Do you think this person respects you? If you were the person in the middle and you had a friend who was beating the shit out of any of your other friend, what would you do with those two people? If your friend said, hey, your other friend is beating the shit out of me, I would really appreciate if you valued my safety and stability by keeping them away from us while we continue to be friends. Would you just be like, no? Would you still see the abuser friend the same? Just be like, oh, that issue is a problem, like it has nothing to do with you. You're talking about this issue like it's not so black and white, when that just doesn't make sense. If I was a woman, I said that I was abused by a man, would you have taken that more seriously? No. You really thought it was gotta gotcha her? No. You know, I asked that question without even thinking of which answer would be worst. Bruh. Don't go there with me. I was never even given any indication that I am like that. I've even told you that's not how I think on multiple occasions. It's an impossible standard at the end of the day, just matter how close we are to it. That sentence made me really angry. Don't say that to anyone because it will not be taken lightly. Which sentence? I'm just trying to figure out what I had to explain it the way I did for you to understand the situation. Just don't say that, Toaster, regardless. It's one of the things you never ever say. Yeah, he just went there. He tried to make it a gender thing. You know what? People want equality. When women try to make it a gender thing, we think it's cringe. Oh, it can go both ways, Toasters. When men try to make it a gender thing, we also think it's cringe. Your new model is really cool, by the way. Congrats on the debut. Did you have fun? Smile. Passive smile. If he emotes that to you, you know he's not happy. It's like the opposite of the smile. It's like the Dorian Gray of frog emotes. Yeah, stop smiling, you heretic! I can't deal with the answer you gave me about the Cecile situation. It's just how I deal with things. Can I not state my opinion? I have a feeling something was up. Why not just talk to me about it? What do I even say? Exactly what you just said above. We can be adults and talk about stuff. I'm not looking to start an argument or anything. Then what am I supposed to do as an adult? If my friends are willing to value whatever someone who abused me does for them over the entirety of myself? All I said that it was her choice, what she decided to do. That's all it was. And you expressed your concern to her and she's doing whatever she's doing. It's up to you what you want to do. That's all. You give me the case that what happened in between you and the abuser and the friend in question is someone on the outside. I don't know what I said that was that bad. You said can't fault someone for making that choice. Yeah, because you can't force her to choose. Would you want to force her? I mean, obviously I can't force anyone to do anything, but I can't fault her for it. Fair enough. I never said you can't be upset about it. In my example of an ex, I also said how I didn't like it. Then why would you let your friends stay friends with them if they did the awful things you said they did to you? Assuming we're talking about the same person. Because I can't force them and I don't want them to make them choose. That's just my choice. You don't want to make your friend choose between you and your abuser. I'm not going to make my friends give my friends an ultimatum. No, that's not how things works. Makes no sense to me. You don't want to force your friends, but you kind of are with an ultimatum. I'm not forcing them to choose a specific option. I'm telling them to prioritize me over my abuser, or otherwise they have shown in that act that they are not my friend. The way it only makes sense to me is to not even ask a friend to do that. Is just have no self-respect. If I thought I was actually as worthless as I was made to be, how I was treated, and thought I deserved that, then sure, it's not up to my friend to prioritize me because I deserved it, but I didn't deserve that. Why would anyone who respects me want to be welcome to someone who abused me? If they're willing to put their own comfort over mine by avoiding the confrontation, or just valuing whatever they do for them over my safety and my mental stability, then they aren't a friend. That's not friend behavior. Okay, then just quietly distance yourself, Evil Toaster. What do you want me to say? that actually pisses you off reading that. Man, I'm sorry for Kimmy for going through that. Okay, so after all of this, there's several people that came out that used to be friend with him that commented on the situation. Zen said, I think I will take today off to step away and take a briefer. Have an awesome day. Stay safe, everyone. And she tweeted, I may or may not take tomorrow or the weekend off because I'm generally hurt so much and I don't know how to deal with my emotions properly. And this person also had interaction with him. Sumi Mizuki saying, without even reading it yet, with the few interactions I had with him a couple years back, I know that whatever is in this doc is true. Horse cringe. Thank you for the super chat. So, who's up for roasted toast? Damn, am I still going? I started packing like 3 hours ago. Oh my god, I can't believe it's been 3 hours. I hope that this dude never goes around military people. He would have had a heart attack from the jokes. Rima model cute. Oh my god, thank you, Cornelius. Thank you. I appreciate it. Poor Zen. It's a shock because he probably treats her, it's kind of like I'm assuming a lot of things here, but you know, when I watched the whole Alpha Red stream where he was talking about Yakirisu, he seemed really distressed because he was like, and he kind of said something like, she treated me well, she was my friend, so I want to give her, like, I have to give her, like, the benefit of the doubt. But after he heard everybody's story, yeah, there's another doc here. After he heard everybody's story, he was like, shit, you know, this is for sure true. And you don't judge people. How can I say? He probably he doesn't dare try this stuff with Zentreya because of her status, just like Yakirisu didn't dare to try this stuff with Alpharad because of his status. But you should judge people on how they behave towards people they have nothing to gain from, right? And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into the other Google Doc that just hit the Evil Toaster towers. I have been asked to produce a document about Evil Toaster. This is for those who found the courage after reading CNR's document and I wish to speak up anonymously about their own traumatic experience. How many pages? Ah, thank God it's not that long. We're good. What's up with the Chumba torture vid below? Oh, what the fuck? No, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like when the chumbuds get hurt. Although I did eat some chumbuds yesterday in my pokeball. Ah, the tea's hot. It's too hot. Next time I'll sip it, it's gonna be cold, bet. The anonymous victims of Evil Toaster's abuse. To preface, should I QRT that I'm reading this now on stream? Reem, I love your new model, by the way. Thank you! In my Pokeball. In my Pokeball. No, not my Pokeball, my Pokeball. Ball. To preface, this document is a way for new victims of Evil Toaster to speak out against the wrong he's done while still remaining anonymous. I want to make it clear this document is to help people also identify you know what, I'm just gonna tweet it on live because I forgot. Yes, and change the title to New Doc Dropped. Okay. Sec. Fuck it, I'm changing from VTuber news to breaking news! New doc dropped. Evil Toaster is cooked. You know that British people, they have this, they like roast toast in oil in a pan. They do that. It's apparently a classic English breakfast, or part of it at least. I don't know what to tweet, guys. Gonna go over this now on stream. After reading the first document, it gives me the impression that Evil Toaster is extremely an extremely manipulative person. Let's see what we find out next. There you go. That's okay, right, chat? Nobody really eats that, really? Brits are evil. Look up toast sandwich. That is crime against humanity. It's a toasted toast, but in oil. Not like actually toasted. If your Itacha is done? What do you mean? Itachi? Itachi or Itacha? Yeah, it's called French toast if you fry bread in the egg fat. Oh, I didn't know it was in the egg fat. I tried that and it burned the toast. I don't know, it wasn't that great. I saw it emulator, but I looked at my traffic from X and it was better. It was a lot better than MSN. Ultimately, it doesn't change much in a video. Like, for example, in my last long form video, the traffic that came from Twitter was like 118 views. But 118 views on a video that gets like, I don't know, 60 to 70k views obviously is like a drop in the water. But I don't know. At one point, I'm not going to promote anything on Twitter. And I'm probably just going to like goon on Twitter and shit like that. But for now, while I get my channels off the ground, I probably need to do it a little bit more. Tweet idea: horse adds a cuisse de grenouille to menu. Huh? What? Oh, wait. Why are you guys questioning me? What did I say? Hey, Draco. It's been a while. Never goon? Oh, it's no gooning November soon. Goon on Twitter? Well, yeah. That's the only type of feed and tweets that no one has a problem with. It's the goon tweets. Oh, the car wrap. The car wrap. You're making my car wrap. Thank you, SGT Reaper. No way, Draco. Alright. Okay. Let's get through this. I'm still supposed to react to other stuff. I guess I'll have to do another stream for that. Okay, so everybody in this document is going to be anonymous, I suppose. I've been given the screenshots among many others of as a trusted confidant to keep them anonymous. I want to make it clear this document is to help people also identify how harmful it can be to peer review and diagnose people when you aren't trained or taking the proper path, while also highlighting EVILTOASTER's situation. However, there's no wrong answers currently in self-diagnosis or in formal diagnosing. There are benefits and cons to each other, but that is different from what is going on here. I've received permission from everyone in this document to share these stories and screenshots. For those who don't know me, I keep my head down. I don't engage in most drama. I stay in my lane. I spend 7 years when I can working with Crisis Connection, 988 Suicide, and SPSA. So sorry, I read that like a bot. So the following stories and screenshots I've given I found very concerning, even if their relationship is indirect. I do not condone manipulation. I do not approve of unprofessionally diagnosing your friends, and I do not condone forcing your views and beliefs onto others. He is not a trained professional. They do not have a medical degree. While online autism tests have some accuracy and are a wonderful way to identify traits and get you on the right path, they are not 100% accurate source of diagnosis. I don't think they're an accurate source of diagnosis at all. What? I respect the autism community and their support of self-diagnosis, and this is in no way a hit piece against the community, merely identifying one person who is viewed as dangerous and has shoved his agenda onto dozens. Whatever information you find online safely, please seek medical professional if you're able to. Always look out for yourself and find comfort on your fellow community members. Pushing boundaries and pressing autism on others. Well, I think you should just not seek like any medical advice online in general. Most of the time it's just gonna scare you more, I think. every answer you can Google online about what you have ends with cancer. It's always like one of the reasons is you probably have cancer. Like, it makes you catastrophize everything. Evil Toaster has a long history of diagnosing and encouraging his friends to take the autism test, going as far as referring to some of his own personal case study. Even though they've never shown any history or medical background to be qualified, there's nothing inherently wrong with looking out for your friends and trying to support good mental health. However, the frequency that Evil Toaster has shown to this with dozens of his friends is a red flag. Yeah, headache, cancer, tired, cancer, sneeze, you probably have cancer. That is literally, if you try to look up any symptoms, that's the answer to all the symptoms. I don't know why. There's so many times I went to the doctor freaking out and they were like, yeah, don't ever Google anything. Just come see me. But with Evil Toaster, it's the opposite. It's not that you have cancer. His answer to everything is, you have autism. Okay. Evil Toaster, starting conversation with that lovely emote, passive-aggressive emote that I love so much. I haven't been able to sleep properly. Yeah, by the way, I thought of more things. Oh, in regards to what, may I ask? To the stuff we talked about. Also, I just got back to my desk. Okay, lol, so what is on your mind? You are becoming a case study for me of these kinds of topics. These numbers confuse me. You're more autistic than me, Pog! I just had to get off my chair and take a walk for a sec. Really? You answered with Pog? Really? The tests. I've been told by over 10 individuals that at some point in their interaction with Evil Toaster, he had either unwarranted and unprompted shoved an autism test into them, or guided a conversation into a way that he suggested take the test. That's a Twitch ambassador, by the way. First we had the Dear Girl, then we had Evil Toaster. They give such a lovely name to Twitch ambassadors. I love Twitch ambassadors. Online autism tests are not reliable tools for diagnosing autism spectrum disorder. Yes, thank you for saying that. I'm not gonna read the full screenshot. I think you guys get the point. I gotta preserve my voice. It's running out. We've been going at it for 4 hours. What would be worse, a Twitch ambassador or a Discord moderator? Listen, I have some Discord moderators in the chat. What are you trying to say here? They're pretty cool. Self-diagnosis is important because it allows people to receive new information about themselves that may help them mitigate symptoms, validate their experience, and persuade them to seek professional help. Self-diagnosis and tests give out opportunity to put their foot in the door and explore a deeper level. However, self-diagnosis becomes harmful when an individual never receives professional diagnosis. Yes, thank you for saying that, document. Because there are many symptoms that overlap within disorders. Not even that, beyond seeking professional help, because some people don't have access to that, by the way, or they live like in rural parts of countries, like in rural Europe, for example, it's very hard to get professional help. But my problem is when they self-diagnose and then every single thing they do, they excuse it with whatever X, insert X amount of X mental illness there to excuse your behavior, and they don't try to better themselves. It should be a starting point for you to seek professional help and learn how to live with it. It shouldn't be you falling back on it every time you need an excuse not to do something. Someone who engages in self-diagnosis may start identifying with a disorder that isn't part of their psyche and therefore treat themselves and others differently because of it. This can lead to an incomplete treatment of mental illness disorder, which in the long term can have serious effect on a person's mental, physical health, lifestyle, and more. Wait, I shouldn't be used as a pickup line? Bro, this is gonna fuck up my whole Tinder game. Hey, do you have autism? Pog. This guy's got insane riz. This guy wants to feel unique. He's desperate for validation. Yeah, he is desperate for validation. He sees autism as a way to do that and assumes everyone else is the same. Sometimes I think people self-diagnose so they can brag about it online, though. It's like a badge of honor for some reason. Yeah, maybe because in the Western world we have this anti-hero aspiration, but the anti-hero used to be, you know, somebody that didn't fit like the standard molds. It used to be somebody that was a little bit rebellious, that was thinking outside the box, that didn't do things like everybody. But now it's everything that makes you different. And now the things that make you different have also become labeled with people forming groups around them. So it's changed a lot. It's changed a lot. And now it's like, if you're normal, that's seen almost as bad or as cringe. So you need to find a way to be different. I don't know how to explain it that well. I think you guys get what I mean, though. Lol, Malcolm. Yeah, self-diagnosis is not a bad thing of its own. It's definitely not inherently wrong. It's the first step for you to get help. The problem is when people get stuck on the first step and then use that over and over again to get like victimhood points. Okay, so these are all anonymous screenshots. So I'll call them anon. So anon. Really? Well, the test results alone? Yeah, well, that kind of explains a lot in my life. Yep. I guess we'll see 100% after my talk with my therapist. I wouldn't necessarily trust a neurotypical with diagnosing you since they fundamentally cannot understand what being autistic is like. But that is just my opinion. And also the opinion of like almost everyone I know in the autistic community. We are like big advocates for self-diagnosis. Oh, what? That is a huge red flag. Hold up. Hold up. You know what? I've had that happen to me before. Not the self-diagnosed part, the part where they disregard what your therapist is saying. That's a huge red flag. And second of all, that reminds me, do you guys remember that actor from Hollywood? Jorah or something? And he was using therapy speak on his girlfriend. And he was also belittling her therapy. I feel like I'm seeing a pattern here. He was also belittling her therapist, saying, oh, no, she's not that good, you shouldn't listen to her. Bro, that is such a red flag that he's like, no, do not listen to a professional's opinion. Only listen to me. And everybody in the autistic community, we are all big advocates of self-diagnosis. Bro, shut up. Jonah Hill. Yes, it's Jonah Hill. Yeah. It's true some therapists can suck, for sure. But, I mean, if it's somebody that's trained to give you a test and to diagnose you with a medical condition, then I think you can trust them. I mean, they go to school for like 7 years and more, right? As an actual autist, this is an absolute disgrace. Not exactly. Exactly, Detective Glaive. I think it's about some people thinking that having a mental problem is like a character quirk or perk and makes the person sophisticated. I don't want to generalize and say it's everybody, but definitely some people believe or think that way, yeah. I self-diagnose, but I prefer not to look for it to confirm, aka a professional. Kinda, I keep it to myself. Did that once, probably don't do it again. I mean, it's kind of like what I was saying before too. I'm like, oh, you know, maybe I do have an ADHD problem, but I contain it pretty well, and I've developed tools to be able to live my life pretty efficiently. I mean, you guys have seen I work a shit ton, so I'm handling it pretty well. It's never gonna be an excuse for me, although I'll tell this story another time. My friends do cringe when I zone out during stand-up comedy. Telling people to avoid neurotypical people from helping them diagnose from a false belief that they cannot understand while they state their opinion. I still find this dangerous to someone so impressionable and trusting when there is no research to prove this. And also, since this guy is self-diagnosing himself, we don't even know if he's actually neurotypical. Maybe he isn't. So why should she trust his opinion? No, I don't do stand-up comedy. I was watching a stand-up comedy with some of my friends, and I zoned out during a joke, and so I missed the point. And they said that watching things with me is awful. Anyway, that was just a tangent. Telling people to avoid... Okay, we read that. Yeah, he only self-diagnosed, yeah. So... it's hard to know what reserved people think. I had someone like I liked a lot before. It's hard to know what she's thinking. I'm having neurodivergent suspicions. Me and another autistic friend of mine think Nia may be like us, which honestly would explain so much about her. I want to bring it to her next time we talk, but we haven't had a next time yet. I think he thinks it makes him closer to some people, like a shared experience kind of thing. Or some kind of shared trauma? I don't know. Evil Toaster is frequently spotted DMing people unrelated to another person's autism or lack thereof, and when the person being discussed rejects his personal diagnosis, declines his test, or say they aren't comfortable with it. I can't see. This is so tiny. Okay, well, whatever. I think it's somebody saying that they're uncomfortable with the test. That means there's a huge value in having compartmentalized it. You can project the non-masking and non-passing itself into. Okay, I can't read. It's too small. Anyway, she replies, I'm sorry, I'm so stupid. Why? Because I don't know how to end a conversation on acquire the autistic trait spotted. You'll see a common trend that in any tiny trait that can be categorized as an autistic trait is reinforced into that person's head by Evil Toaster. The victim in the screenshot confided in me, telling me they didn't ask for his giant monstrosity. They felt stupid receiving it and not understanding it. Upon saying, I don't know how to end the conversation, not awkwardly, his response was autistic trait spotted. It's a common trend. Yeah, I mean, we've seen this in his other document. A little, but you seem to be a lot better appearing presentable socially than a lot of others. It's more difficult to sense in more outgoing people, I feel. which is why it's hard to see it in Nia. Also, fun fact, some people chalk it up to just being introverted itself as neurodivergent, especially in deficit models, which kind of suck, since there are measurable differences in needs for simulation and accommodation to get a similar amount of work done in introverts. Just things like optimal background music volume between extroverts and introverts. And that's a whole rabbit hole. I like to think I'm quite versed in topics like these, be it about neurodivergence or LGBT plus topics and autism especially. You seem very knowledgeable. I just want to know if I need more help to grow, you know? I don't want to hurt others or make mistakes. I know making mistakes is part of life, but I can grow and be better. That'd be great. A friend of mine who recently got diagnosed is having a great time now that she's understand that she needs and knows how to help herself. Funnily enough, she was also ADHD and gender fluid, so the chance was quite high. I see. I wonder what kind of help I would need if I'm diagnosed with it. How about professional help? But no, Evil Toaster is not going to suggest that one. In my experience, people kind of just allow themselves to have better self-care. I mean, it's not about an answer. Self-care is always good. Good question. Although I don't self-care because I'm a masochist. Evil Toaster, good question. So like basically if someone is diagnosed with ADHD, it's like a solid 50% chance that also test for autism. Some people argue they could be the same thing. I'm not opposed to that idea entirely. Do you have ADHD? I want to say you mentioned that. Yeah, and you're also trans, so we never tested for autism in my family. 80% chance you would test for autism. Damn, that's a huge jump. My parents, when young, only thought that I had trouble concentrating. Very, very high overlap between trans people and autism. Fun fact. These numbers are false, but there are some validity to his statement. Autism does have correlation to ADHD and trans, but not causation. While members of ADHD and trans have higher chance of being diagnosed with form of autism, it is not guaranteed. I'll leave some material and document below for anyone interested. Also had a 2-hour call with Anon last night. It was nice. Yeah, she told me she's one of us. What do you mean? Autistic. Did she take that test or no? But she checks all the boxes. No, but she checks all the boxes. For fuck's sake, man. And apparently she's been reading and researching on it already for a long time, which in itself is a box checked. Another example for yet another anonymous individual was labeled as autistic by Evil Toaster. The person in the screenshot did not request any information about how Evil Toaster viewed them. He elected to label someone untested and without their consent as autistic. Anonymous experience 3. Unfortunately, this one was done entirely in the form of a call on Discord, so the only evidence that it occurred is confirmation of the meeting. I don't know when he became a doctor, chat. I don't know, okay? Hi Toaster, wanted to look into getting formally tested for autism, and I was wondering if you could help me understand what process looks like. If you feel like it's something necessary. A couple things have started coming off in my personal life, and I think it would be beneficial for me to get to understanding. You want to sit down in a call and we can discuss it. Yeah. Yeet! What's your usual streaming schedule if you have one? Great question. He sends her his historical schedule. Okay, I happen to have free hour from work within these next couple days. I'll hit you up if I don't see you live. Lamau, sounds good. He sends her a tweet. Not self-diagnosed, not medically diagnosed, but a secret third thing, peer-reviewed. Okay. This individual reached out to Toaster for help, hoping that Toaster's experience could help them come to terms, start the process of professional diagnosis. They sent him a tweet that they thought funny was relevant, which says not self-diagnosed, not professionally, but peer-reviewed. It's insane to think that an untrained individual could ever diagnose someone regardless of any experience they might have personally. Yeah. The two called, and during the call, Evil Toaster once again said that professional diagnosis may be unnecessary. After recounting the events that happened on the call with me, this individual explained as a much more upsetting call, and like a few others in the same shoes as them, They were not ready for how abrasive Evil Toaster was, nor when they ready for how heavily Evil Toaster would declare his findings to be, you have autism. Jesus. He's a massive self-report. He was complaining that girl VTubers don't touch him, both gender and this. It's path to make people relax boundaries. Yeah, he's trying to let them open up for him to come in. You know what? Like, honestly, the path to professional diagnosis, I don't know how it is in the States, but it's extremely laborious, at least here in Canada. Like, you have to get on a waiting list, and that takes months, and then you need to get like a piece of paper to go to a doctor, and then the doctor gives it to a therapist, and it's still confusing to me, even though I've attempted to start that process many times and I've always given up halfway. Most of the time it's like my mom that's like forced me for like that's called on my behalf and had people call me. And even when I finally got the meeting on the phone, the person didn't give me the piece of paper that I needed to do. I don't know. Everybody gives me conflicting information, so I never know where to start. So at the end of the day, I just always gave up. So like, you know what would actually be helpful? If somebody actually walked you through the steps needed to do something like that, it would actually be helpful. But he's not being helpful at all. He's not being helpful because he just wants to open a door for him to get closer to you for some kind of weird flirty relationship, as we've seen in the other document. So yeah, if he really did want to make a difference, he could have, but he didn't want to. In the middle of making this, I won't lie, I believed it would be somewhat simple document. I had read a ton of disgusting conversation between Evil Toaster and a few others, and I'll just post them and give a brief explanation of why it's wrong in the victim's view. It wasn't long into the night that I realized a big issue. This involves more than just Evil Toaster and a few anonymous individuals. If I word this wrong, get any information incorrect, and don't do my due diligence and start researching as much as I can, I could do more harm than good. I had to make sure everything I've learned, I have been taught and researched in the past and present are accurate as I can be sure. I've done more research on autism than I did on college, and I had reached out to a few specialists I've befriended along the course of my life. I didn't want to just be some guy posting screenshots on the internet. I'm writing all of this, going through almost 50 screenshots. I realize I need the center of the focus on the document to justice toxic and dangerous behavior in diagnosing those around him with autism. At the moment, I felt sick at the manipulative behavior, the way he takes his friends and their friendship circle dynamics and guides them along behind the scene in one-on-ones for his own benefit. I'm a passionate person, but for this, I have to remain objective and be the voice for those who were too scared to speak up or unable to face the problems they had faced. Hindsight is truly 2020 because oftentimes you don't realize the threats and dangers you've been in until you had time to review them. I hope with this, everyone remains safe. I hope everyone stays informed and trusts in themselves. For those who took the time to read this, I thank you. I hope this document didn't offend you in any way. Most importantly, please continue to support our collective cry for a healthy community. Where's the booby-faced big cat? I was never a cat, I was a horse. Andrew says gets a real lawyer, not me, someone else. Dr. Mike says visit your family doctor, not me. Toaster, talk to me, no one. Yeah, exactly. Talk to me, no professional needed. How did this guy become friends? I don't know. With people on Vishojo? I don't know. who did this guy collab with? Do you guys know? I know some of you. Oh, now you the cat? Oh, I see, I see. Besides Zentreya. It's probably through the Apex stuff, right? Michi, Zen is all I remember. I think Mata too. Zen and Giga, Zen among others. Fruit, Michi, Cinder, Haruka. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's collabed with big names. Boosting this from Ani Drio. I knew Evil Toaster all the way back in 2018 Overwatch. Used my vulnerable position as an upcoming streamer and promised me sponsorships to get closed and send me paragraphs about any behavior he didn't like about me before blocking me. Manipulative and weird. Didn't really talk about this except to close friends as warnings about their characters, and I didn't think it was necessary to cancel since my case isn't nearly as bad as OP, rather just adding my experience to show the scummy behavior stated many years ago. He definitely blocked me after he realized I wouldn't get manipulated that easy and just blindly appease him. Also came crawling back in my chat and Discord years later. It's just the grossest feeling. Why are there so many Overwatch creators from that era just incapable of being normal? All their hyper PMA, what is PMA? Streamers were besties who regularly hung out and enabled each other's abuse. Oh, it's probably not a good word. Well, I don't think he's gonna reappear with them from now on. I deleted my tweet about a friend of mine just now, and I want to be clear why. I have other things to worry about, especially with my walking progression this month. If Toaster did something bad, holy shit, that sucks massively, and I feel bad for the person he hurt. If he didn't, then I hope things get cleared out. I realize that I'm not here to defend or stick up for people when I don't even know what's going on. I'm not going to make some grandstands for the sake of clout or a good name. But because the reality is, I just hope they all feel better about the situation. It just doesn't involve me. Some people didn't realize that I made a tweet saying it's stupid to call Toaster a creep over a Twitch feature. 14 hours later, a Google document came out about him. I never meant to defend him or deny someone affected by him. I also am not against him though, because again, I'm not informed and don't want to be. Online is exhausting and I'm just vibing and dealing with real life, wishing the best to all parties involved. Much love y'all, and I hope that helps clear the air a bit on where I stand, which is I am standing, I'm sitting, because it ain't about me. It's about the people affected, and I'm not someone in their situation. If you have no idea what this tweet is about, then don't worry and keep on keeping on. Because I came here hype as fuck to talk about how I walked to a park bench just to see misunderstanding about my stance. I feel like my cancer recovery is something I want to talk about more than others people's business. Not invalidating their business, just it's not involving me, and I'm excited on my own life experience right now. Man, she's right to say this. She's going through some tough time. She's dealing with real life. She doesn't need people love like demanding a stance from people, from random people that have nothing to do with this, or they get upset when they have a different opinion than them. She just doesn't want to talk about it, and that's okay. Like, I swear, people are drama perverts. Honestly, massive respect for you to this. My reply to you was really not out of hate. It was clearly you was not fully informed on everything, and all you was trying to do was support a friend, which is understandable. But she tweeted it before the Google Doc. Listen. Do people now look at timestamps? Yep, I appreciated being told what's up. I'm usually just vibing online, so I don't really... I mean, yeah, you appreciate being told what's up, maybe by one person, but then you get tweeted at, tagged, DM by like 20 different people on each platform. It becomes a lot. You ignored my comment about it yesterday, so I'll say it again. Your positive experience with them do not negate others' negative experiences. Both can be true. Huh? But that wasn't the point of my tweet. People were mad at him for the Twitch change, so I said there is some positive stuff. And then 14 hours later, a dog came out with bad experiences. Mine wasn't about that. I just was trying to spread positivity. People were also mad at him because of his history and scared that he added this feature to further creep on people, but you also ignored that. But I even said I didn't like the feature in the tweet. I didn't know of this history of others until the Google Doc came out, which was 14 hours after my tweet. I acknowledged that in this post. Probably similar to Zen, how were we to know until now? You had the time and energy to type out a long reply in defense of your friend, but you didn't spend any effort to reading the community's reaction. There were tweets calling him out. Who is that? All right. Well, this name is pretty telling. That guy's a contrarian. Yo, she is recovering from cancer. Can we give her a break? So the same is for Zen then, because I collabed with Toaster 4 years ago and they checked in on my health progress. So I wanted to be positive about my experience since he seems like a good friend to me. But again, like Zen, how was I supposed to know? Who is Zen? I'm just saying you took the time to tweet and defend a creep while ignoring a multitude of stories calling him out. Your tweet came out after Bro, Twitter is so black and white. This guy's a troll. This guy is like, why don't you know every single little reaction and every single thing this guy has done and his past, and the community is worried, but also who is Zen? Your tweet came out after many calling him out. Again, who? Because I don't follow anyone who has called him out. If I did then, what would make more sense? But I don't know anyone. I only made aware of the Google Doc that came out 14 hours later after my tweet by my mods, because even then I didn't see it. I don't follow anyone involved yet. Somehow it took scrolling for less than a minute to find multiple, but when you choose to ignore them, I guess it's different. Listen, dumb fuck. Answer her goddamn question. You see how he's dodging the question? She's like, who? He doesn't respond, and he just moves on to another attack. He doesn't respond. Say a name. Say a name. If you believe it. I don't know why she shouldn't debate with him, because she's playing into his game. He shifted the conversation now. Was supposed to be a tweet about her experience and, you know, her stance on this. And he shifted the conversation to be about her. Now she has to take the time to defend herself. It's so dumb. That's why you just ignore people like that. That conversation frustrated me. I feel bad for her. That guy's an idiot. Last one from Darius, a VTuber. I never in my life befriended a VTuber for the reason of being romantic or sexual. And it does feel like Evil Toasters, that's what all of his friendships were for. VTubers are your coworkers. They are highly creative people with hopes and aspirations. Breaking them down to the sum of their parts shows you believe in a worldview I want no fucking part of. And this is why male VTubers have a bad name. I feel bad for her as someone who's dealt with little similar bozos. Well, listen, Daddy Corn. I deal with similar bozos on the daily. So I can empathize with her, that is for sure. Do you guys know if Darius VTuber was part of Evil Toaster's friend group, or is he just waiting in on the topic? I've seen his name around, but I'm wondering if he's related to this friend group. Toaster also supported the harassment for the Hogwarts Legacy controversy. I didn't expect him to hate FaZe for obvious reasons. Jeez. He supported the harassment? He said that? I bet if he did some tweets of it, probably came up. What is this? What the whole Evil Toaster doc and general reaction taught me is if you have the right connections, you don't get cancelled at all. People will stay scared of speaking out against you to lose potential collaborations with the big names that are associated with the person. It's a very sad reality to learn from. All these big creators who don't speak on this prove they really don't care about morals. What does this mean? Wait, does Uzagi want people that are not related to this to have to speak on this? No, I don't think I don't think you should be forced to comment on any drama situation. And I don't mean that means you don't condemn it if you don't speak about it. Want another example? How many big VTubers did you see call out Tricky for a disgusting tweet being angry about Trump's failed assassination attempt? A lot. 0? What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, Uzagi, come on. You follow me. A lot of people called her out. A lot of people called her out. That wasn't a joke. She only apologized because of the backlash. The fact of the matter is, no one really cares. Everything in the VTuber space when it comes to drama is about virtue signaling and clout chasing. A lot of things, yes. But I think, for example, the Google document that we just read, it probably wasn't for clout chasing. Like, that Google doc was valid. The higher the following plus big connections, you can't be touched unless it's something truly heinous. Don't put these fake actors on a pedestal. Final example, the only reason Marina VT finally got cut off from most VTubers because of her news stream fiasco in December that made all of VTubers look bad. That's a better example. Not the things she did prior, like how she treated VT Rainbow members, not for her Hogwarts Legacy harassment campaign and virtue signaling, not for sending her lapdog Sylvie Spark to harass people just for that nude stream. Oh, they're just saying if you're a big name, you need to call out bad behavior by your peers. End of story. By your peers, yes. If it's in the group circle, if you're involved in it, yeah. If it's somebody you've never met, for example, if I had 100K followers on Twitter, I don't fucking know who Evil Toaster is. Why should I have to make a call out tweet on him? The Marina one it's actually a good example though, because that is true that and I noticed that as well. I was talking to some creators about Marina, and they were like, oh, they were kind of wishy-washy about it. I was being a little surprised. Then I realized it's because they're in their friends group, or they were in the same like wider group that shared like similar values, which is fine. I hang out with people that share different, labels, different values, different political beliefs, and I actually think those things are personal to them. I don't have to agree with them, but they're personal to them. But they kind of refuse to condemn her action, sorry, back then, until the nude stream happened, when everybody got upset. Then they were like, oh yeah, you guys were probably right about Marina being a bad person. It's like, that's what made you believe that she's a bad person? Really? By the way, side tangents, thoughts on Taiga speculating that he suspects Marina was the one who caused Nux to call him a pedo? I didn't know that. I didn't know Taiga speculated that she suspects Marina was the one who caused Nux to... Were they friends? Is this a rat? I don't know. I am in talk with Taiga's team, though. So, I'd have to ask them directly. I don't know. I just learned about this from your tweet, from your super chat. For 30 hours talking about this freak. I feel sorry for Rima. Yeah, and I'm hot now. The room is very warm. Let me open the door. Yeah, the AFK animation is cute, right? I'm running out of water too. Okay. All right. Well, I think that's it for the... Yeah, that's it for the Evil Toaster segment until another Google Doc drops. I will probably react to like 1 or 2 videos, but if I do, I need to go to the bathroom first, and I need to drink water. Now, I understand that some people might not want to stick around for the next part, because that's fine. Some people come for the drama. That's cool. I appreciate you all. If you gotta leave, that's fine. I'll be right back, though. Be right back. You want to stick around and have some fun and talk about maybe less insane stuff. That will be a nice little break. I need to rest my voice a bit. Yeah, I think the AFK room is better than putting on the Be Right Back stream. But yeah, back to the Uzagi tweet. And by the way, chat, I did wash my hands. I feel like, yeah, maybe it's just their algorithm is different than ours, because like I called out every single people mentioned here, and I feel like all of my colleagues, and other VTubers in the circle we revolved in did so too. So, but I mean, I'm not a big VTuber, so maybe they're talking about corpo VTubers. But if they are talking about corpo VTubers, I don't know why they're, you know, they will never wait on drama. And same with the big indies, you know. Same with the big indies, if their content isn't controversies and drama, then I don't see why they would. Unless, like we said, they are part of that group. You know what I mean? Like, unless it is their business. If it's not their business, they probably won't mention it. But if it is their business, they probably will. I mean, Zen did. She didn't write like a lengthy tweet about it, but I think it's enough. How would you guys feel if on a future React stream, after I'm done doing the crib React with Rosie, that you guys submit some of your pets? Everybody loves pets, right? And we do a pet React stream. And I can react to all of your pets. She's hardly said anything, but she said she's struggling to deal with it. What do you guys want to watch? It's funny that Pandora linked what the hell? Fortune versus Mexico's most dangerous cartel? How is that a video? Why there are no king bees? The Mandalorian season 3 pitch meeting. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, which one is a good video, guys? Like in the Discord, which one should we watch? What about the time Fortune called in an airstrike? Why Deadpool is funny and the She-Hulk is not? Shall we watch that? The She-Hulk was terrible. It was terrible. I didn't get through one episode. But is it gonna spoil me on the new Deadpool?
Deadpool is the funniest character in the superhero genre. But why does his humor work so well? And why do so many people find him funny, yet not find She-Hulk funny? The two characters are more similar than you might think. Both of them break the fourth wall, star in comedic stories, poke fun at the superhero genre, and their projects stand out from the other movies and shows in their respective universes. But one of them works, and the other one doesn't. Deadpool is loved by superhero fans, and his two movies did really well at the box office despite having a low budget. Deadpool and Wolverine is a massive hit, one of Marvel's biggest triumphs since Endgame, and the jokes are actually funny, while She-Hulk isn't funny, and the only reason people watched her show was because of Daredevil. There are 4 reasons that explain this. The first step to making a fictional character funny is to make them likable, because no one likes laughing at the joke of a classmate they don't like. Deadpool does this by putting himself down before making fun of others. Just look at the opening credits of the first movie, produced by Ass Hats, starring
Yeah, that is true. Like, even when I think of jokes sometimes for my scripts, I'm like, I could make this joke, but it could be insulted if you make the joke about somebody else or another group of people. But it's always gonna be funny if the joke is about you. And on that, I will put my tail down because it's distracting.
A hot chick, God's perfect idiot, a CGI character, and a moody teen. We don't even see the real names of the people involved in the film, and Deadpool doesn't depict himself as the best superhero ever. He knows he's an idiot, and he expects us to make fun of him. The objective of the sequence is to set the tone for the movie and make us feel comfortable. First, we laugh at Deadpool. Then we laugh with Deadpool.
You don't need to be funny here.
We see this again the first time Wade breaks the fourth wall. Deadpool laughs at the idea of having his own movie, as if the character himself knows he's not good enough for a Hollywood blockbuster. Maybe it sounds crazy now, seeing the success of Deadpool and Wolverine.
Oh my god!
But Wade Wilson used to be a secondary
No way, this guy's in the Deadpool movies. I never realized. That's the guy from Succession. Damn!
character before 2016. This happens again and again during Deadpool and Wolverine. When Logan suggests that Wade might have ADHD and that's why he's unbearable, Wade
Am I gonna get spoiled?
responds that he's not sure if he has it, but he does know he has several diseases from his crazy sexual life that could have caused ADHD. Wade laughs at himself because he knows he's unbearable and that Logan wishes he would just shut up for once. Of course, Deadpool also makes fun of other characters.
Wait, there's spoilers? That's a joke. That's not really a spoiler. You might get some spoilers. Yes, Rima, there are spoilers. Major spoilers. Okay, well, I'm not gonna spoil. Okay, we're watching something else. Sorry. Fuck. I was actually down to watch this. What do you guys want to watch? Oh, yeah, let's watch this.
Once again, the internet has found a way.
Man versus bear. Why women are choosing bears over men. We were just talking about this. Let me see the video. The video's in the Variety React channel.
Uncomfortable discourse between men and women, except this time they've managed to get bears involved. Yes, you heard correctly. The gender war has expanded to include other species. I guess that's one way to do inclusivity. Hopefully, I can offer a feminine perspective on the topic of man versus bear.
What the fuck is this?
Gentlemen, understand my fellow ladies a little bit better. And speaking of curious things, you're probably wondering how I managed to get such an attractive furry fellow to model with me for the thumbnail. I have a confession to make. The thumbnail isn't real. I couldn't get a sexy enough bear, so I utilized SusuBot, my AI counterpart, to create this image. If this explanation made you even more confused, check out this video I made. SusuBot. For all your—
Yeah, Susu has had a lot of deepfakes on her, so she was like, you know what? I'm just gonna make my own deepfakes, and if you guys want my nudes, then just subscribe to my bot. So I guess she's shilling the bot here.
With a man or a bear. The answers were rather interesting, so see for yourself.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a
Uh-huh.
bear?
Bear. Man is
What?
scary. With a bear. What I've heard about bears, they don't always attack you, right? Unless you like fuck with them. So maybe a bear.
Huh? Yeah, but men don't always attack you either. What the fuck? No. Do you think this guy interviewed a lot of people and just picked the worst ones? I mean, the amount of people that pick bear is kind of alarming. I live in Canada. There are actual bears here. And they are very dangerous. They're like very dangerous. This is trolling, right? It's gotta be trolling. Wait, I missed this. Alegraza, you gifted me 20 subs when I was in the bathroom? You crazy bastard. Thank you so much. Yeah, I agree. Some people do want to pile on sometimes, Wild. Thank you for your donation. Thank you, Tonwen, for saying thank you for your donation for me. Halloween stream idea. DN, Grave Rob, and possess old Rima. Then Rima have to stop him from committing war crime for old body. Oh no. Do not tell the bunny fucker that. The Canadian version is bear or moose. Well, you would always pick moose, right?
Depends what man, but probably a bear.
What?
A bear, which is like terrifying to say, but definitely a bear. Some men are very scary out there.
A bear.
I would say a man.
I saw a lot of guys scratching their heads in confusion, wondering why women would pick the big scary bear over a guy. And I understand why they'd be confused, because, like, it's way easier to fight a guy than a bear. I mean, there's so many ways to end a human life. And their bodies are, like, a lot easier to take apart and dispose of. I'm not speaking from experience.
She's got the bald cat! Wait, I thought I was the only person who thought these cats were cute! He's adorable!
It's just biology, seriously. Here's the facts. The most common bear species in the US is the Ursus americanus, aka American black bear. The adults on average usually weigh between 200 to 500 pounds, can run at speeds of up to 30 miles per hour, and have a bite force of 970 psi. Even a small black bear weighing at around 120 pounds can easily lift over 300 pounds with one paw. Keep in mind the black bear is the smallest of the bear species found in North America. Grizzlies and polar bears make these guys look like fucking bitches. Yet, even compared to this smaller bear species...
Yeah, apparently polar bears will actually follow you for like miles. They will stalk you. Guys, would you rather be on a deserted island with a woman or a dog? Dog.
Your garden variety man doesn't even come close. The average male run speed is 80 miles per... The average male run speed is 8 miles per hour, and the fastest human running speed was Usain Bolt's top speed of 27 miles per hour, which he reached briefly in his record 100-meter dash in 2000.
Oh, okay, that's a guy in a bear costume. I was scared there. Then I saw him move.
9. Sorry, but the bear still clears with that 30 miles per hour. Bobo, stop it! Unless the guy in the woods is Hafthor Julius Bjornsson with a chug jug of PCP-laced adrenochrome, everyone has a better chance against the man than the bear.
Yes! Yes!
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes!
But it's not quite that simple.
If I survive the bear attack, I won't have to see the bear at family reunions. The worst thing the bear can do is kill me. The bear sees me as a human being. After
No, he doesn't. He sees you as his next meal. Yeah, he sees you as a human being that he's gonna eat.
what those men did to that monitor lizard, the bears are not safe with men either.
What?
The bear doesn't get enjoyment out of it. The bear didn't pretend to be my friend for months beforehand. No one will say that I liked the bear attack.
Oh
No one
boy.
will talk about the bear's bright future. If the bear and the man both want to hurt me, and I scream loud enough, there's a better chance that the bear will actually run away. A bear wouldn't film it and send it to all his friends. The men getting angry at this.
Okay, I mean, if the bear films it and sent to all of his friends, like, that bear is sentient. The Caesar. Hey, Pandora, good morning. So true, bestie.
Don't realize that there are fates worse than death.
Yeah, I don't know if a scream actually will make a bear run away either. I'm not sure about that one.
Ask Junko Furuta, Sadie Robinson, Shanann Watts if they would choose the man or the bear.
Well,
what really stood out to me was that all the women answering bear saw themselves as guaranteed victims instead of potential survivors. All these women speak like their demise is inevitable, be it man or bear. And sadly, I understand why they would feel this way. The world views women as perpetual victims, and a majority of women have been conditioned to see themselves as weak and see men as these potential evil defilers of their virtue. And like, yeah, everyone knows not all men are like this, but the depths of human evil has led to acts of violence far more grisly than the actions of any bear.
oh, I see what she did.
So even though the average man may be far easier to dispose of than a bear, the things a person is capable of are infinitely scarier. I mean, there isn't a bear equivalent to Albert Fish.
Well, like, humans are more intelligent, but bears are more powerful. There's way higher. Like, if you left your kid, if you change that question to it being like, would you better leave your kid with a man than with a bear? I think the kid will have more chance with a man than a bear. So This entire thing is exaggerated hyperbole. The woman, no, men in general give a damn. The male response was rather open up to a woman or a tree. What did they answer to a tree?
A serial killer slash rapist slash kid diddler slash sadomasochistic cannibal. And just look at this video.
There's no way.
No, like, yo, like, listen, Leonardo DiCaprio couldn't fight off a bear in The Revenant. I probably wouldn't be able to fight off a bear. But, like, if I have to fight a man for survival, I fucking will. Don't make me do it. I'd be like, take that. Fuck him up.
I would rather be trapped in the woods with a bear over a man.
In March of 2022, 4 men were convicted of gang raping, murdering, and then eating a monitor lizard. They were caught because the trail cams in the wildlife preserve recorded.
Wait, what? Wait, what's the thing about the lizard? This is the second time they mention it. A tree won't use the opening against them. A tree won't use my past trauma against me. You guys are dumb. Oh, DiCaprio killed the bear? I don't remember the movie, but he was like severely injured after. What is the lizard thing?
Gang raping, murdering, and then eating a monitor lizard.
What's a monitor lizard? How can you what? What? How can they gang rape a lizard? What?
They were caught because the trail cams in the wildlife preserve recorded it.
Huh?
Somebody went back and saw those videos.
Ugh.
And saw this act.
Ugh.
Tell me again why I should be more afraid of bears.
Really? A goddamn lizard. Now you might say, but Susu, women do horrible things too. And like, yeah, I'm well aware of that because I love doing horrible things. But it is with a heavy heart that I must say that
I love
female
Susu.
murderers are completely dwarfed by their male counterparts. Only 8.6% of known US serial killers are female. Ladies, come on.
Step
Is
it
this
up.
how you want us represented in the serial killer community? Like a bunch of fucking flops? I'm appalled and embarrassed by these numbers. It's yet another instance of us losing to men, and as much as it disappoints me,
Yeah.
these statistics clearly show
Women need to up their buddy count, and I'm not talking about your past lovers. Lead by example, Rima. Uh-huh. It's basically a giant lizard though. That is so fucking weird.
why no one is scared to see us in the woods. It really speaks volumes to how horrendous humans are, since we've gotten to the point where a hypothetical guy is seen as more frightening than a natural-born apex predator like a bear. But if guys were as wary of women as women are of guys, I wouldn't have been able to add so many boyfriends to my collection, so I guess there is a silver lining to all this. There's also the tragic truth that women all over the world are taught that if we do or say or wear certain things or act certain ways, our chances of spawning a crazed assailant from the shadows increases by 200%. It's a good thing I put up torches around the spawn block, you know, like in Minecraft. YouTube algorithm, I said Minecraft. What are my odds of this video getting like 1 million views? And since we're talking odds and numbers, check out this guy using statistics to figure out who's scarier, men or bears.
Not really sure why this is a debate, but here we are. And I've seen a whole lot of comments from people who don't understand women's stories or statistics. So to be clear, the answer is unequivocally a bear, and here are the 2 reasons why. First, the numbers. In the United States, there are 340,000 bears and about 57 million hikers, 26 million of which are female. Since 2020, there have been exactly 7 women killed by bears and 15 non-fatal attacks on women. In the US, there are also 165 million men and 168 million women. Since 2020, there have been 8,000 fatal attacks on women by men and 1.6 million non-fatal attacks. Yeah, but what about adjusting for population size? Okay, fine.
Yeah, but hold up. Yeah, but men and women are way more frequently in a situation where something horrible could happen you're not as nearly confronted to being near a bear, so your statistic is already skewed, no? Yeah, this is stupid.
Just so we're clear, this is an impossible hypothetical, because in the US, the Departments of Natural Resources in every state regulate the population of bears. They do not regulate the population of men. But sure, for the sake of this, let's do the impossible. In order to adjust for population, the number of bears in the United States would have to increase by a multiplier of 485 in order to equate to the same population of men. In other words, to get us to 165 million bears, which means you'd have to take that same 485 and make it a multiplier of the incidence. So in this hypothetical, 3,395 deaths and 7,275 non-fatal attacks, which means even in this impossible hypothetical of 165 million
Yeah,
bears,
but
still
again,
great.
every time, like most of the bear on human interaction are somewhat controlled, so again, it's not the same.
Than 2 times more likely to be killed by a man than a bear if you're a woman in the United States, and about 220 times more likely to be involved in a non-fatal attack by a man than a bear. Oh, also, I should note, statistics on bear attacks are not infamously underreported, unlike the other side of the equation, where statistics show that only about 1/5 of violent encounters against women by men are actually reported, and less than 1/5 of those actually lead to an arrest, and less than 1/100th of those lead to a felony conviction, which means 1% of the ones that are actually reported, meaning not only that men who perpetrate these acts are much more likely to go free than they are to be punished, but also have the opportunity to do it again. Do you want to know what the punishment is for a bear who kills or even injures a human being? There are no repeat offenders, and there is no recidivism. Oh, and not to
Yeah,
mention
because
that
you
most
should,
states have laws on
because they get you to, if an animal kills another animal, they get instantly euthanized. If they bite a human, they get instantly euthanized. Like animals, just we don't treat them the same way as we treat humans.
Bears that are, let's just say, very
Yeah,
favorable
07
to the human
Harambe.
being attacked. Whereas, by the way, in the United States, when a woman who brings a legal claim of self-defense, they are 2 times more likely to be found guilty of a crime themselves than when a man brings up a claim of self-defense. It's almost
That's crazy.
like we just don't believe women or something, you know? Speaking of which, the second reason why the answer is bear, it's because women are telling you that it's bear. That's kind of all that matters.
Crazy stuff. You know, I can also do math to shed some light on this topic.
That was the worst fucking argument ever, but like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cases that don't, I mean, the thing about the women, yes, women should be like more protected or whatever, and when there are cases brought to court, for some reason the system kind of fails there, and we still haven't found a good way to go about it, and that's unfortunate, but still, that doesn't change my initial stance. Woman want me, fish fear me. Wait, this is so accurate for the bear. Wait, this is such a great fan art. Oh my god, that is such a great drawing. Oh my god.
You know, they say we're all created equal, but you look at a bear and you look at a man, and you can see that that statement is not true. See, normally when you go one-on-one against another man, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But bears are genetic freaks and not normal. So you got a 25% chance at best at beating one. Then you add cocaine to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. See, against a bear, I got a 33 1/3 chance of winning. But against a man, I got a 66
You know what?
and
All of these, you know, because sometimes I think people are too used, or they live in this fantasy dream of being friends with these wild beasts, and I think it looks really cool, right? I also always wanted to have like a kindred kind of a bond with like a tiger or a lion or a wolf or a bear. That probably never happens unless you've had them since they were cubs and you've raised them as one of your own. That's never gonna happen in the wild. If it does happen, you were lucky that day. It's nature it's untamable. That's just how it is.
and 2/3 chance of winning. So
yeah, and even then, even if you were like you have a good relationship with this beast, at any moment in time they could lash out on you. You never know.
You take your 33 and a third chance of winning minus my 25% chance of beating the bear, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning. But then you take my 75% chance of winning if we was to go one-on-one, and then add 66 and 2/3 percents, and I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning at the forest. See, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for men. Even though this debate is strongly pushed as women versus men, many men are also offering reasons why they too would choose the bear.
Would you rather your daughter be trapped in the woods with a bear or a man? The bear. It's obvious. You only have to survive 5 nights. It's only one of the animatronics, so you don't even have to learn all of their patterns. I watched a game theory video and I know the law. They only really care about getting the man. So you'll be safe, my daughter would be safe. The man, on the other hand, child murderer. That's not very cool.
But not all dudes are child murderers. What? This video is trying to get me demonetized, by the way.
Very good family man, you know, he's wrapped up in his work all the time. Not very cool. So the bear every day.
Brace yourself, viewers. This next video is not for the faint of heart.
So I just got hit on by a bigger man.
Oh, it's a joke?
While I was trying to buy a toilet seat. He came up to me and started telling me.
Wait, he was memeing? Yeah, I'm uncultured. FNAF ref. Oh, he's trolling. Okay. Wow, exposed for being cultured again. Alright, chat. Whatever. Moving on.
About all the donuts he just ate. He had 12. No, wait, 24. And 6 bagels. Which is impressive. But then he showed me his tummy. And asked me if I wanted to fill my tummy that much. And then he told me he was gay. I didn't ask, but he told me. And then he told me that he'd like to rub the tummies of people that he was with while they ate. And asked me if I would ever want to be big. I was just trying to buy a toilet seat. I would like to choose the bear now.
What? Terrifying. Now check out this father's perspective when asked to choose between a man or a bear for his daughter.
What the
Would you rather our daughter be in the woods?
I think I've seen this.
A bear or a man?
Like, is the bear near her?
They're just in the woods.
You say it like man. What kind of man?
Yeah.
That's all we know. Man or bear?
I don't like it. I don't like either.
That was legit. Okay, the first time my friends tried to get me that question, that was legit my reaction. This utter confusion that this guy have on his face, that was me. That was literally my reaction when somebody asked me this. I was like, I don't know. I was like, I feel like, I don't know if I'm being trapped, like if I'm being baited into an end. I don't want to give an, I was like, what is this question?
What about woman or bear?
Woman.
Yeah. Do you have an answer?
I'm leaning towards the bear. Maybe it's a friendly bear.
What if it's a friendly man?
Oh, that's worse.
No one, regardless of gender or even species, is safe. And that's why I firmly believe more of us, especially all the scared women out there, should definitely be learning how to effectively defend ourselves. Unfortunately, women's self-defense often markets in
I feel like the last TikTok, she baited, she influenced his response, okay? She influenced his response.
effective trinkets painted pink as self-defense tools. Stop buying those stupid plastic cat keychains with the spikes on them and invest in other vastly more effective tools. You don't need to type women's self-defense because a lot of what's marketed to us is fucking toys. Instead, look into non-lethal self-defense. I say non-lethal because I'm aware that many places have a lot of restrictions on what you can buy or carry, and non-lethal methods have the most options for people in such circumstances. I know people see that I collect knives and assume I do so for self-defense because I have a 1 hour long video where I show my collection.
Yeah, Susu
But
can influence
knives
me
and close
too.
combat items should not be your first line of defense. Long-range self-defense is your friend. Did you know it only takes about 300 lumens?
So a katana? You can carry a katana around? Dude, I love Susu, by the way. She's funny. She's beautiful. I'm having a hard time concentrating on what she's saying sometimes because I'm concentrating elsewhere, but no, she's great. She's hilarious. She's incredible.
Blind an attacker and escape. That's why a tactical flashlight is a great choice. Also for your consideration.
Oh, firearms? I mean, I think guns, I like guns, but I'd be afraid that it would like go off or something on accident in my purse. I'd also feel like they're kind of heavy. I still think katanas are cooler. They're just not very useful.
Mace in gel form. The spray mace has a big chance of being blown in the wrong direction by a gust of wind, so that's why the gel form is better. Also, if you really want to go ape on a lunatic coming after you and you're able to invest in self-defense classes, try judo or aikido. These styles are a great choice for smaller people defending against someone larger or stronger. Throw that motherfucker straight to hell! Also, as a woman, I'd like to formally say that it truly eats armadillo ass that no matter what, we are always viewed as victims or potential victims. I'm speaking from my centuries of experience living as a woman, but that's way too much data to present in a single YouTube video, so I'll use one personal experience to illustrate my point here. A few years back, a clip of me from one of my Twitch streams went viral. This clip of me was like everywhere from World Star to Reddit to TikTok and eventually YouTube, where I uploaded the clip to my own channel since everyone else was sharing it anyway. I'm talking about the infamous TikTok time to fuck video. This clip of me has been shared constantly since it happened, and every time people say the same tired lines. This is how you get stalkers. Someone is going to do something horrible to her. Or, my favorite, implying that I was sexualizing myself by wearing that oh so provocative John Cena shirt, and therefore I shouldn't be upset if a man tries to do internet sex with me or whatever, which is hilarious considering I'm not even mad in the clip. I'm just trying to figure out the logistics of a drive-by anonymous booty call from the faceless horny man on the internet. And this part is the real punch in the pancreas. Can you guess who left the most comments telling me I was gonna get attacked by a man? It wasn't feminists. It wasn't other women. It was men. Is this like some kind of self-report? Or what? No wonder women are so scared if this is what we're being told all the time. Women are conditioned to live in fear, and when a woman says men are scary, she's told not to worry so much because not all men are like that, which is true. But then when we live our lives without that—
Alright, how's a minute? Chill out, or I'm gonna time you out. You're annoying me. Handling armadillos can give you leprosy. That is not true. That is false. No, I did not laugh at training, you moron. I was laughing at the video that I'm watching.
That man fear driving
Was a joke.
every choice
Don't take it that seriously.
we make. We're told that the sex boogeyman is right around
The
corner.
leprosy?
So what is the appropriate amount of fear? Despite my extensive research making it pretty obvious that most of us would have a better chance of escaping a man attack versus a bear attack, I still get why others are picking the bear. If you get attacked by a bear, no one tries to put you in jail. If you defend yourself, even if lethal force is used, there are so many cases
What
of
is
people defending themselves against another person and also winding up in prison, sometimes for life. Sorry, guess I should have died instead of protecting myself. Also, if you joke about bear attacks, no one shows up to say, see, that's how you end up getting mauled by a bear. Fuck you. And this is because we don't—
If you like douse yourself in peanut butter, somebody would say that though. Sorry man, but this is real life. The bear gets the girl.
View bear attacks as a normal part of the human experience, so we haven't grown complacent and tolerant. I wish we had the same view in regards to humanity and how we treat each other. sucks that violence is so normalized because we're all like killing each other. Stop doing that. Stop doing that, and instead work together to develop solid space travel so we can go out into the universe and spread democracy. Is that what it would take to get humans to kill each other less? An alien species to subjugate instead? That got a little dark there, so to make it up to you, here's a cute bear video. Hashtag not all bears.
A kind lady saved an injured black bear, and later, the grateful bear began to frequent her home. Sometime later, the bear
Bro,
visited
close
the
the
kind
door.
lady again, politely straightened the crooked carpet, and then closed the door behind him with his mouth and left. When the bear's eye was mostly healed, he visited the lady again. After making sure she was all right, closed the door behind him with his beak and left. From then on, when the lady wanted to invite the bear into the house, the bear would politely stand guard at the door so as not to dirty the floor, while closing the door behind him each time he left.
I hate when they attribute all these thoughts to animals. And sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it don't. Like, oh, he was trying not to dirty the floor. I don't know if he's even got that reasoning.
Even in snowy weather, the bear would come to the door and the kind lady would brush the snow off the bear.
Oh,
then
that's
one day,
cute.
to the lady's surprise, the bear came with its cubs, seemingly to remind its offspring of the lady. And even though the cubs were still too timid to enter the house, the lady was touched. In an interview, the lady admitted that she never expected the bear to be so touching. The lady also noticed that the bear seemed to have made a home near her house, so the lady usually visited the bear and its cubs. The grateful black bear has been guarding...
And then one day the lady came too close to one of its cubs and
its rescuer, and it makes you wonder at the wonder of the world.
Did anyone notice that the bear video said the bear's beak?
Oh.
Anyway, thanks for watching,
Chat
and hopefully
noticed.
this video wasn't too unbearable. Please subscribe.
pretty good video. Except, yeah, she didn't address the other side of the argument though, but that's okay. What if the bear is actually Nicolas Cage in a costume? It happened once, it can happen again. True. So this whole thing is hashtag NTR plus bestiality. No. We're not gonna go there. I cannot bear with that joke. The statistic guy. Yeah, it's a funny video. It was funny. NTR is hot. Well, you're gonna... Dude, this is my chat. This is my chat. We are bearing through it. Yeah, I think the problem with that question is that you just assume that, like, all men are bad. Oh yeah, you see, I watched another video on it 2 months ago. And they're not. And I think, I mean, yeah, violence is normalized and that sucks. But it's like in Lord of the Rings, okay? We gotta have hope in men, okay? For them to do the right thing. Men and women can be evil. And I think the flaw is more into human nature than a gender itself. Would you rather fight a bear or a lion? Holy shit, that's a good question. Man, that is... The bear is taller. The bear's taller, but I think it's slower, is it? Yeah, if I can have a chair, I'll take the lion. Yeah. Because, like, if you have a chair, the bear will just crush the chair, right? In, like, one swing. But the lion... Like, I kind of know where the danger's coming from, but the bear, he's just like, he's so big and overpowering. I don't even know if I could escape that. A lion, they're only awake 2 hours a day. I'm sure they're gonna be awake if there's danger, though. 100 small polar bears and 1 giant grizzly? Bro, you're fucked. Wait, what are these questions? I don't know. A giant grizzly, maybe? I'll throw a box of peanut butter at him and hope he goes after it. I don't know. A kangaroo or a dingo? What's a dingo? No, kangaroos are spawn of the devils, though. I would never I don't want to fight a kangaroo. I think I've watched enough videos on it now that I think I would know how to handle a kangaroo because I went into that rabbit hole already. Would you fight 100 duck-sized bears or a bear-sized duck? I think a bear-sized duck. Yeah. I think a bear-sized duck. I don't know what a cassowary is. Apparently the kangaroos, you're supposed to like shove them to the side. Because if you shove them back, they think you're challenging them. But if you push them to the side and try to make them lose balance, that's better. And then once they've calmed down, you go down. Like you go down, you crouch and they'll crouch with you. Anyway, what is a cassowary?
So a few weeks
A wombat or a koala? Like a Pokemon or a koala? Yo, koalas are cute. I'd fight a koala. Made it tip through Twitch. Did it go off? Stream elements. Let me see. Oh, is it one of your fans? Hi, Arima, really loving your new model and the content you've been putting out. Wishes you a lovely new week. Curiously, I also like to, as you heard about a tragically sad story of a Japanese VTuber, Lulu Ria. There's a video by Terry Nebula. I heard, man, that story was terrible. Is that tip? Thank you so much. I don't know why that didn't show up on screen. Was that it? I don't think koalas fight. Seems like my stream element is... Oh, wait a second. I had it turned off. My bad. I had it turned off on this scene, that's why.
ago, I was putting together a video taking a look at all of the upcoming MMOs, just trying to get a sense of what's on the horizon. And while working on
yeah, about that VTuber, I wanted to make a video about it, but she died. I feel it's terrible. And I felt like, I don't know, it's just a terrible thing. I didn't know, I didn't feel comfortable doing a video so soon after she passed, because it's like such a tragic story. It's a Japanese VTuber that was in that Japanese agency. I did tweet about them a couple months ago because they received like a bomb threat at one of their venue for a concert. And one of the VTubers, after being subjugated to some workplace harassment, decided to take her life on a tramway. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's terrible.
that, I noticed a recurring trend. I'd be describing one of these games, going through its list of features, content, and mechanics, you know, just kind of overviewing everything we know, and then ultimately that overview would end with, I'd say, but also it's confirmed going to be pay to win. So I'll do what I usually do in these circumstances, level up and play till end game, check out the content, and then leave as soon as I hit the point where not swiping either puts me at a big disadvantage or requires excessive amounts of grinding. I then move on to describing the next game in the list, saying here's this new MMO with its cool features, content, and mechanics, but yeah, okay, yeah.
I'm doing a Warcraft sponsor stream next week, by the way. Legit, it's so hyped that they sponsored me. For the new expansion, too. Yeah, yeah. They gave me the new expansion, yeah. I haven't played World of Warcraft since Legion. Since Legion, man. It's been so long ago. I'm gonna be able to play my Frost Mage again. I downloaded the game today again. It's such a heavy game. I'm gonna have to re-keybind everything because I used to like try hard with an orb weaver and stuff. And I had like this extra keyboard with all the little keys on it. But yeah, I missed Warcraft. I miss Warcraft. The graphics aren't as nice as Final Fantasy, but it's still a very good MMORPG.
Looks like this one is also confirmed going to be pay to win. All right, well then let's talk about this other new MMO with these features, mechanics, and oh, wait a second. Yeah, this one also looks very likely to be pay to win as well. What the hell? It's not that I hadn't noticed, not that it's not been obvious for years now, but really.
Wait. World of Warcraft is not pay to win, is it? It's not pay to win.
At that moment, I found myself thinking, man, is every single game in my favorite genre from here on out going to be pay to win forever? And the answer pretty much seems to be yes. With but a few exceptions, most of the new upcoming MMOs that we know about are already...
Well, yeah, now that they know that people are down to pay for this stuff, it's always gonna be, like the floodgates open, it's always gonna be pay. It's never gonna go back now.
Either confirmed or appear very likely to fall somewhere on the scale of pay for convenience and or pay to win. Very few are just coming out where you'll buy the game, you'll play the game, transaction complete, nice doing business with you. For the most part, that is not what we're getting. And yeah, that kind of sucks. I mean, paying extra for these games has always been a thing. What with MMOs basically being the grandfather of the live service genre, consistent online support, patches, and content updates has meant that these games for the longest time have had a price tag greater than just one upfront cost. In fact, for years, many of them required monthly subscriptions to play at all. And while that was the norm for a while, it's more a relic of the past at this point, except for a few heavy hitters like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV. Most everyone else has dropped the requirement, certainly out of necessity because they just can't compete and it would mean they would shut down, and it's been replaced with them monetizing just about everything else, or replaced the technical requirement of a subscription with an optional one. We're talking subscription alternatives via battle passes or convenience buffs that are pretty much but not technically required. I'm talking
the server subscription is annoying.
About the crystalline auras and the ESO pluses of the world. And this whole thing got me thinking where my pay to win line is personally, because everyone has their own point where a game's monetization will hinder the experience enough that they want to stop playing. And it might just be conditioning. Maybe it's because I've grown accustomed to it over the years, but I really truly feel like the flat subscription fee was the least offensive and least game/experiencing ruining option of them all. It's not the most...
Yeah, alright, I'll tell you, chat, what my pay to win line is, and then you guys will tell me yours. I'm okay with paying for a server fee, sure, and like, I'll do it. I'll complain about it, but I'll do it. And I'm okay with battle passes, and I'm okay with if everything that's locked behind a paywall is cosmetics, skins, and things that you don't need in the game to progress. If it makes you progress faster, sure, but it shouldn't give you a very big advantage over other players. And that advantage is also contextual with what games it is. If it's a competitive games like PvP, and there are some pay-to-win features that are locked towards paying to be to have a competitive edge, I dislike that even more. But if it's a farm game, or if it's a gacha game where you're mostly solo and you're fighting PvE, I don't mind as much. That's kind of like, well, whatever, you know. You're not gonna go into a tournament anyway.
Most accessible, that is for sure. Having a required monthly charge is going to be a big turnoff to a lot of people, and it will certainly limit a game.
I'm not okay with cosmetics, the reason being that we're lived through cosmetics being built in to ultimately being stripped away. I mean, I've seen that happen too. It used to be being built in, yeah, but at the same time, the level of cosmetics that we have now was never as great as we had back then. Now there's full departments that have real incentives to give us like amazing cosmetics, and at the same time, I mean, that's just one of the things I feel like I just have to deal with, and I'll accept this because it's less of a, it's the lesser harm.
Game's potential player base. I understand that. Anyone on a budget, younger players with little income, or people who just want to save the money are way less likely to play games with required monthly fees. So I do understand, I get the fact that this isn't the best option for a game looking to attract as many players as possible, which, yes, I'll admit is most games. But at the same time, I am convinced it is the option least likely to ruin a game. If we are accepting of the idea that MMOs require some form of additional monetization to keep them running and supporting the game with continuous patches and content updates, which I do, I understand that just a $60 base box price isn't gonna support a live service game to get continuously supported constant updates and patches and new content. I get that. It just doesn't cut it. If we're understanding that, my vote is for the flat subscription fee in lieu of, well, every other option that we've been presented with. After years and years and years, probably hundreds of games worth of experience at this point, I can say personally that I'd swap every alternative to return to paying a box price and a monthly subscription, because everything else that's been put behind a paywall ruins these games in so many more ways.
I don't know, like, and the games you don't pay a flat subscription fee, or for, you know, other pay-to-win features, the price of the game is exorbitant. Like, I'm looking at Civilization 7 that's gonna come out in June. I'm so hyped for it, by the way. And it's freaking $90. 90. It's almost 100. And then the deluxe edition is 120. What are these prices, man? What are these prices? June, you mean February? I said January. Oh, it's in February, sorry.
Is where my line is personally when the games are made worse. I don't love it. Crazy, I know, right? So what are we talking about? Well, you know the whole list of things, right? We've got the convenience gating with aspects of a game designed to be inconvenient so that they can sell you the solution. This comes in a few forms, like limited inventory, games that restrict the default amount of bag or bank space to the point where you're gonna fill up and run out fairly quickly.
Yo, $60 for a game was a lot of money for me back then. Now it's a lot more. I get everything's going up, right? Everything's going up. The price of everything is up, so... Yeah, I know we're not in the same economy as a few years back, but still, man, it hurts. It hurts the wallet. Wait, the deluxe, the complete collector's edition is $280, and yeah, and then that's gonna be like a half-ass game, and then you'll need all the DLCs to play the game to its full extent. That pisses me off too. Oh, shut up, Geminix.
But wouldn't you know it, they're selling more space in the cash shop. Or grind skips. We know MMOs, they are built on grinding to level, to acquire resources and currency, to earn faction reputation. The list goes on. So what you'll see is some combination of those grinds inflated, not for the sake of the experience, but so they feel just tedious enough that you want to speed up the process, and the cash shop just so happens to sell you the means of doing that. They'll sell experience, golden reputation boosters, harvesting multipliers, or better yet, maybe they just straight up let you purchase the resources, currencies, and levels in question. And then there are the time savers. Sort of along those same lines, games will sell various means of saving time beyond those related specifically to grinding. Things that increase travel speed or eliminate the need to travel altogether, with things like mobile banks and vendors, for example. Pets that pick up loot for you. Games that might have energy systems where you run out daily will then sell you items to refill said energy so you can keep using it and getting whatever benefits come from that. Some games will
Was that footage from Lost Ark? Damn, did that game really fell off fast?
Sell literal time savers, either items or buffs that reduced crafting times, research times, and remove travel cooldowns.
Oh, that's Diablo.
And all of those there fall into the pay for convenience camp. But then there is the pay to win side of things, the power gating, where games will either have a soft or hard cap on natural power progression via playing, usually in the form of gear, but then sell the means to bypass that. So if you play normally, there will be some sort of a restriction or grind that requires waiting days or weeks before you can get that next big gear upgrade, or you can pay to do it immediately. So we've got cash shops where you can outright purchase items that make you more powerful, although that is quite rare. Usually it'll be one step removed. They won't actually sell you the end product, but instead they sell you a required item or resource to upgrade your gear to get to the thing that you want, with that item or resource being rather rare or time gated and difficult to get naturally via just playing. Or you've got games that will sell you in-game currency or let you get premium currency to buy in-game currency and then use that in the game's auction house to then trade with other players for those various upgrades that you happen to want that make you more powerful. And those
I miss when games didn't have microtransactions, man. Those were the good old times.
Are just a few examples of the convenience and or power gating, the pay for convenience and pay to win that is all too common in this genre, both in the games that we already play, but also in pretty much all of the new upcoming stuff as well, which is really what spurred on me making this video. Taking a look at what's on the immediate horizon, we're talking somewhere between now and the next 5 or so years, the MMOs that are coming in that window or possibly coming in that window, how are they looking on the pay to win and pay for convenience scale? I'll give you a little foreshadowing, not that great. Or in other words, they're looking good if you like pay for convenience and pay to win. So we've got the handful of Eastern MMOs that for sure guaranteed 100% are going to be pay to win. Throne and Liberty is already confirmed to be pay to win. It has already launched in Korea. We know what they're going to be monetizing, and without a doubt, most if not all of that will be coming to the global release as well. Blue Protocol is also...
Do all the Korean games have pay to win? I actually like Korean games a lot.
Now confirmed to be pay to win. It's just gonna happen. For ArcAge 2, well, this might as well be confirmed because it is the sequel to ArcAge after all. I would not expect it to be anything other than pay to win. And while Chrono Odyssey has yet to be confirmed pay to win one way or another because we just don't know that much about this game, my money's on yes, it most likely is going to. Beyond all of the Eastern MMOs, which are historically pay to win and seem to be living up to that reputation going forward in the upcoming releases that we have on the near future, we also have the sort of MMOs, the MMO lights, the shared world games, many of which are also pay for convenience or winning. So there's Soulframe, which of course comes from the Warframe devs, so it will be pay for convenience at the very least because, as we all know, Warframe has a lot of ways to spend money to skip grinding to save you a lot of time. Project LLL will be no doubt pay to win. It is being developed by NCSoft after all, and while some of the games they publish aren't necessarily pay to win, pretty much all of the games they have developed have been. For Once Human, well, they have adamantly claimed zero pay to win, but as someone who has spent well over 100 hours with the game at this point, I can tell you it has endless streams of currencies, reward tracks, and time-gated content and resources that I don't see how it's possible it won't be pay to win. There is like at least 10 different things that are very likely to be purchasable in one way or another via the cash shop. The game is just primed for gating progression behind the paywall. They are saying it's not going to happen. We will see once the game officially comes out. As for Dune Awakening, well, I'm not so sure about this one. I do expect it'll probably follow a similar trajectory to Conan Exiles. While I'm not intimately familiar with that game, from what I've heard, it launched mostly free of this stuff, but then over time slowly had convenience for sale items added. So it's quite possible that that trajectory will happen for Dune Awakening as well. And for PAX Day, well, they've already said in discussion about how they're going to monetize this game that they will be starting with a box price and a subscription fee, and they will be supplementing supplementing monetization by selling additional services and also including a WoW token equivalent. And that is a bulk of what we've got from the MMOs that are scheduled to release within these next, like, let's say 2 to 5 year windows. Pretty much all of them have either pay to win or pay for.
Yeah, if the pay convenience is too harsh, it becomes pay to win. Yeah, that is true.
Convenience. Now, my hopes of us getting good MMOs not full of intrusive microtransactions anytime soon were dashed pretty hard recently. In March, Riot announced that they were going to be going back to the drawing board and starting over with the development of the League of Legends MMO, saying that after a lot of reflection and discussion, they've decided to reset the project as their initial vision just wasn't different enough from what's currently available on the market. Here, they emphasized they didn't want to offer just another MMO we've played before with a ruined terracotta paint, but wanted to deliver something that feels like a significant evolution of the genre. So this decision to start over definitely couldn't have been a light one, considering Riot began prototyping this game in 2016, which means they're hitting reset on 8 years of development.
Jeez.
And with this announcement, they said they're going to be going dark and not talking about the project for several years. I definitely expect the Riot MMO to at least sell some semblance.
Is that worth it? Why would it not just go ahead and release the game even if it's like not the best? It would still perform relatively good, right?
Of convenience, or maybe even if they're just focused on the cosmetic side of things, pulling their inspiration possibly from League of Legends, right? That said, yeah, we're not going to be getting this game for at least 5 to 7 years would be my guess. And then prior to that, earlier in the year, we got the news that Blizzard's in-development survival MMO, code-named Odyssey, was just outright canceled. This came after
Have you heard of Concord? No, I haven't. Maybe it is that bad. No, yeah, maybe it is that bad. It could hurt the brand and turn into another FF14 restart. Yeah, that is true. Concord didn't last 24 hours. New World was so bad too.
Round of layoffs with Microsoft letting go of 1,900 employees. Like with the Riot MMO, this also happened fairly far along in the process. We know that Blizzard's Odyssey spent 7 years in development, beginning production in 2017. The game was said to be in a playable state as of 2022. Odyssey really did seem like it was going to be Blizzard's first post-WoW attempt at releasing another large-scale, massive multiplayer game. And for as much as the company has changed and for all of their issues they've had over the years, it was still certainly something I was interested in seeing and giving a shot. But yes, as of January, after 7 years in development, Odyssey is no more. And those two were pretty massive, like on the near horizon MMOs, because they had both been in development for 6 to 8 years. We thought that they might be coming in the next few years, and those were games that I thought could be on the lighter side of monetization. And before you laugh, like, yes, Blizzard certainly monetizes a lot of aspects of their games, but they tend to be less intrusive into the game experience. At least that's what I would have expected from the survival game. I would assume that survival game might have followed along the lines of Diablo 4's monetization. Like, yes, they got the battle pass, yes, they got cosmetics, but not too much of the requirement for swiping surfaces itself in the course of playing the game. And that's really what I'm talking about when we talk about games, and we will look at games like ArcAge, like Black Desert Online, like Throne of Liberty. I know BDO has changed over the years, so it's been a while. Forgive me if I'm not current on how monetization currently feels. There's a lot of games where the monetization ends up like just smacking you in the face throughout the course of playing the game. And then there are games where the monetization kind of feels like it's there, but it's not bleeding into the game playing experience, if that makes any sense. And I think things like cosmetics definitely follow suit there. And I would even say for World of Warcraft, I understand, like, technically speaking, because of the WoW token, meaning you can buy gold, and because with gold you can buy carries, that allows you to technically purchase gear as an individual while playing the game. That's never surfaced to me, really. Like, I can just play the game and experience the game and never feel the impulse to buy. Now, that doesn't mean that other people don't. It doesn't mean it doesn't affect other people. It doesn't even mean that it doesn't affect me, because yes, maybe other people getting gear faster than me has some sort of an impact on me. Really not personally for how I play, but I do understand the argument there for how people do consider World of Warcraft or any game that lets you buy gold pay to win. Like, certainly I get that. It's really when the game design is interfaced with that cash shop, and it smacks you in the face throughout the course of playing and experiencing the game. When that happens, that's when it's most egregious to me, not the presence of any sort of potential microtransactions or a game having a cash shop. That merely being the case isn't egregious enough to just really upset me and ruin the game playing experience. Like with Lost Ark, when you have this gear upgrading system and you go down to like a 0.5% to succeed, otherwise you fail, and games where gear can break or you lose resources or you require weeks of grinding, but then they conveniently surface to you, hey, but here's this cash shop where you can skip all of that and just buy the thing that you want to make yourself more powerful. That is the worst implementation. That is the side of
Yeah, I stopped playing Lost Ark. It was a beautiful game. Really liked the graphics. I really loved my characters, and even the cosmetics were good. Like, and the gameplay was fun. There was everything. There was PvP. There's PvE. There's MMO, RPG. There was a little bit of everything. There was even a mode where you could be like a little boat and travel on the ocean and just be a pirate and visit different islands. And then it became so grindy
of it that I really personally dislike. And so the reason that I brought up the Riot Runeterra MMO, the League of Legends MMO, and the reason that I talked about Blizzard's survival game is because I expected both of those games to be on the lighter side of that equation. And there are other AAA MMOs that may very well be that way as well. We really don't expect to see them anytime soon. So I'm talking about the Lord of the Rings MMO that is coming out of Amazon. The fact that Sony is reportedly working on a Horizon-themed MMO. There's also
No, Amazon is doing the Lord of the Rings game. No, it's cooked. It's gonna be bad, isn't it?
a Warhammer MMO coming from Jackalyptic Games. There's the Ghost MMO from Fantastic Pixel Castle. We've got Guild Wars 3 coming, and ZeniMax Online Studios, the developers of ESO, they've got a new MMO in the works as well. I would assume that most of these will have some sort of pay for convenience. I think that's certainly likely, but I think they're far less likely to have aggressive in-your-face experience hindering pay to win. And so, yes, I am still tentatively looking forward to these games, but like I said, these are still way far out on the horizon. I don't think we're going to see any of those games that I just listed for at least 5 to 7 years, at the least. Which one of these would be likely to come out the soonest? And maybe actually ZeniMax's MMO, because apparently that has been in development for a long time. But all those other games that I just listed, they are years and years, maybe even more than a decade away from coming out. Point of which being the immediate horizon when it comes to new MMOs for us to play. It's not looking particularly good if you were hoping for ones that aren't aggressively pay to win or heavily laden with pay for convenience. In fact, the only MMOs that I can think of right now that appear 100% confirmed to have neither of these are Corepunk and Ashes of Creation. Just about every other MMO that we know of coming out in the next few years has one or the other. And
I'm still stuck on the fact that League of Legends shut down their MMO that's been in development for 8 years. Like, how bad? What if they just have a good story and good cinematics? I don't see how it could be bad. Like, you seriously, you can't make it bad, right? There's no way.
Yes, it just makes these games worse. It makes them less enjoyable, at least speaking personally. But it's also pretty much unescapable. If you like the genre, you basically just have to put up with it and try to enjoy the games in spite of it. Which brings me back to my earlier question of where is my line for pay to win? I think I really realized over
And MMOs, yeah, I mean, what if they have as good as a story as they had in Arcane? And they already have the basis for really good lore. They just need to flesh out like the intricacies of the dialogue and a few more events. And the fact that it's a newer MMO, it's already gonna be better than Warcraft or Final Fantasy because the graphics are gonna be much nicer. Maybe there's gonna be some voice acting involved, and just from that, it's gonna be a better experience. And then if it's like, honestly, a reskin of Final Fantasy, but League of Legends, I'd play it.
for the years that it varies from game to game, but generally speaking, I will hit that line whenever a cash shop inserts itself into the play experience and gets in the way of progression. If it's surfaced to me while I'm playing and just trying to enjoy the game, that's when I really dislike it. A game merely having a cash shop, selling convenience, or even power doesn't necessarily make me not want to play, because that would mean not playing pretty much every MMO on the market, because they're all having some variation of that. But yes, whenever it becomes obvious through the course of naturally playing that I would be
remove the low bar expectations. True. Rima, you mad lass? I thought this would be a VOD. Yeah, I've been going for a while.
Better off swiping and accelerating my progress. That is normally when I'm going to check out. I'm happy to enjoy a game up until that point, but once I hit it, yeah, see you later, right? It'll never happen, but I do wish, I really do, that we could just go back to the days of I will buy your game, I will pay a subscription, please get rid of everything else. It was so much simpler and so much more enjoyable because you could just, because the subscription... With the subscription was there, I was paying the $15 a month, but I didn't have to think about it when I was playing. When I have to think about the fact that there is additional monetization and I'm walking into these monetization walls, these paywalls that I need to either swipe or grind for excessive amounts of times to progress over, when that happens, it really, really sours the whole game experience. And yes, it makes me want to check out, and 9 times out of 10, that is the point in which I do check out. But that is it for today. Checking out of this video. Thank you as always for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And yeah, I will see you all next time. Take it easy.
I'm hyped for Civ 7. I don't think I'll play the Dune MMO. It ain't the same. Dune. It sounds like Doom when I'm saying it. I meant Dune MMO. Yeah, I don't really... I'm not particularly curious to play their games. I feel like it's... I like Dune because of the story. They're like rushing it out too, I think. What is this?
Someone on Instagram asked me what's the dumbest animal on the planet, and really? You really want me to slander them again? I'm so sorry, but there's really only one answer here. It's koalas, by far. Koalas literally eat one thing, and it's eucalyptus, but if you stripped a tree and put all the leaves on a plate in front of it, it would stare at the plate and starve to death because they can't recognize it as food. Because koalas have the recognition of a flip-flop. Koalas don't have the mental capacity to comprehend rain, so they'll just sit there getting wet and not understanding why. They don't even bother trying to cover themselves. Koalas insist on eating nothing but a mildly toxic plant that basically gives them zero energy. Which is why this bush bear has to spend 18 to 22 hours sleeping, because they literally nerf themselves with their diet. And honestly, they might as well just eat dirt. Which they do. Koalas eat dirt. The more wrinkles on the brain, the smarter you are, which is why koalas are baby ass smooth between the ears with one of the smallest brains of any mammal, because nature just didn't even try here. A koala's brain is surrounded by fluid to protect it from harsh impact. They had to evolve to survive falling out of trees because they did it so often. Aww. Someone said they have a built-in special ed crash helmet. I wouldn't go that far, but I see where he's coming from. This is by far the weirdest type of bear you'll ever see. Meet the sun bear. It's the smallest bear in the world, and at about 150 pounds, you probably weigh more than he does. Also, this is what their feet look like, and if I have to see this image every time I try to sleep at night, so do you. The sun bear also has a 10-inch tongue that'll fully extend whenever you eat a slice of honey, and I cannot even begin to explain how this picture makes me feel. It's basically a giant squirrel because they spend more time in the trees than any other bear. And even though they look like somebody in a Party City bear suit, they're very much real, and the Malayan sun bear is the most endangered bear on the planet next to pandas. They look like nature tried to redraw bears strictly from memory. Out of all the bears, these guys love honey the most, to the point where if you Google honey bear, the sun bear will pop up. They look like somebody told them to act natural, and this is the best they can do. Mother sun bears will birth 1 or 2 cubs that are born both blind and deaf, which is why the normally shy animal will reenact the Revenant if you get near them. The cubs will stay with their mothers until they're about 3. And can we please acknowledge how ridiculous these bears look? I mean, these pictures aren't edited. Because they're so shy, we don't know a whole lot about them, but we do know that their numbers are dropping due to habitat loss. And believe me, this is a face worth saving.
I love that video.
Actually, I already made a video about this, but since y'all kept tagging me, since I like hearing the sound of my own voice, here's some facts. This new DLC is a golden snub-nosed monkey found in Central and Southeast China. That Voldemort nose job is because they live in such a cold climate where a normal nose will get exposed to freezing temperatures. The golden no-nose can travel in groups of up to 600 made of several complex units. When a predator like a goshawk attacks, they'll put the babies in the center of the group while the biggest, most aggressive males go confront it. The families are so close that sometimes they'll fight over who gets to hold the baby. Aww. Females go out of their way to cheat on their partners, but it's actually for a good reason. The more males she hooks up with, the more males will think the baby she ends up birthing belongs to them, which makes them less likely to try to abort it. So yeah, she gets...
I can't wait for the NTR jokes that are gonna spawn in chat now.
ran through like a track meet, but she does it for the children.
Damn.
They're endangered with about 10,000 of these monkeys scattered across China. Babies are born light brown, but they eventually turn orange after a year. Their fur changes color based on a season to match the leaves from dark brown in the summer to bright in the fall. Because they live in high altitudes in the cold, they'll hug for both warmth and to reinforce social bonds. Like a ventriloquist, they can make loud sounds without moving their mouth. Meet the Jesus lizard, and no, I'm not being sacrilegious, that's its actual nickname. This South American lizard called a basilisk can do the dash over water to avoid predators, or I guess confuse a now God-fearing snake. A motivated basilisk can run on water for about 60 feet before they sink, and the younger lizards can last longer than the adults. This Christ lizard has tiny fringes on the bottom of its feet, and when it opens up the fringes, it increases their surface area. By pumping their feet like a bicycle, the basilisk slaps their feet hard against the surface of the water, which creates air pockets that keeps them suspended as long as they're fast enough. And if a 175-pound person also wanted to pull a Jesus and walk on water, they'd have to run at a pace of 65 miles per hour while also wearing surface area increasing shoes. The basilisk can only maintain this biblical act for a few seconds, but luckily it's long enough to escape a predator and more than long enough to make a snake question everything he thought he believed in.
That's pretty cool.
He's gonna tell his friends and they are not gonna believe him.
I can see right through you.
Ew.
I'm not even gonna pretend I was emotionally prepared for that because I wasn't. At all. But I can explain. I already know that birds have hollow bones, but it's not to make them lighter or to make flying easier. The process of flying requires so much oxygen that the lungs actually extend into the bones because obviously bigger lungs means more oxygen means more energy. The bird's body compensates for having large lungs by having a skeleton take up less space than you would think. Exhibit A is what a toucan skeleton looks like compared to what Fruit Loops commercials want you to think they look like. But you wouldn't know that looking at it because it's covered by lightweight feathers, and honestly most birds are hiding some kind of nonsense with their feathers. For example, penguins have way more neck than you ever believed. Arsenal, and it's the same story, different nightmare. Flamingos are interesting because those aren't its knees it's bending, those are actually its ankles. The knees are actually further up to the point where its feathers cover them. Almost forgot about chickens. The lesson here is that birds are just dinosaurs that nature rebranded with feathers. Toucans technically aren't see-through, it's just that their feathers take up more of their body than you realize. Does not make this any less weird.
Yeah, it's so gross.
So people wanted me to explain this, so here you go. That is a bombardier beetle, and that liquid ass salt is actually a toxic chemical spray they use to defend themselves. Kinda like built-in pepper spray, but times 100. The chemical is created by mixing hydroquinone and hydrogen peroxide inside the beetle, and you don't need a chemistry degree to know that that'll put almost any op on a milk carton. This reaction is as hot as boiling water, which is what causes the beetle to release its butt acid like an Arby's junkie. And even though that spray can RIP insects, the most it'll do is mildly hurt you. But the spray tastes so bad that sometimes frogs will eat the beetles and then vomit them out. And keep in mind, frogs have to pull their stomachs out their mouths to do this, so you know it's something serious. Because nothing will mess up your appetite more than the beetle's anal dragon breath to the tongue. Speaking of dragon game, link bio, shameless plug done, video over.
What the
Swear
hell?
Australia isn't as dangerous as people think. Like, your life isn't in constant danger just because you live there. Just that Australia has some of the most ridiculous things that you will never see anywhere else. But one, that's not a Komodo dragon, it's too small. And two, this wasn't in Australia. Video was in Thailand, and that was an Asian water monitor lizard, aka Miss Goddamn Kipling. Water monitors are normally shy. When it comes to people, they would rather run than run fades. When pressed, Ravi's bodyguard has a nasty bite filled with dangerous bacteria, and they're more likely to attack children and small dogs. And at nearly 7 feet long and about 160 pounds, they're the largest lizards on the planet that aren't called Komodos. Like Komodos, they're scavengers, and they've been known to make a meal out of human corpses. Since one bite from a pissed off monitor can cut veins and sever tendons, its bite is actually worse than a rattlesnake's. Oh, and fun fact, most are venomous, and some can sprint at a speed of 25 miles per hour, which is only slightly slower than, what was his name? Oh yeah, Usain Bolt. They also have claws and a tail that they can use as a whip, which is why for a brief moment in time, 7-Eleven was the most inconvenient store on the planet. Platypus is definitely one of the weirdest things to ever leave the drafts, but what if I told you there was an animal that was so out of place it legitimately confused scientists? There's an animal with bat ears, a foxtail, a monkey's body with witch hands, and the face of a drug-addicted squirrel. Meet the platypus of Madagascar, the ii. This casserole of an animal was such a freak that the first people to see it classified it as a
That looks like a bat.
rodent because they literally thought it was a squirrel. But the weirdest thing about them is they're actually related to you and me because they're primates. And you've probably seen one without realizing it. Yep, your boy Maurice was an ii. But its acid trip of a body makes a lot of sense when it's hunting. They eat insects and they hunt by drumming on pieces of wood and using those bat ears to find the hollow parts where the bugs are. And they use those Timmy Turners to chew through the wood. Then it scoops the bugs out with that long bony middle finger. Fun fact, according to native legend, if this rehab squirrel flips you off with that middle finger, it means you are condemned to a painful death. Of course, iis aren't evil, they're actually painfully shy introverts that sleep all day and eat at night. So look at that, you might have something in common with this LSD monkey. It's also unbearably adorable while looking like a gremlin, and no other animal confuses me on such an emotional level. Have you ever wondered what animals do to relax or have fun? Well, you don't need to, because you follow me. Crocodiles have been known to take turns giving each other piggyback rides, and since there's no practical reason for this, we have to assume they're doing it just for the fun of it. And normally, it's male crocodiles piggybacking a smaller female. Crocodiles will also pick flowers and carry them around, and apparently they really like the color pink. Otters go sledding. River otters in Yellowstone will find a steep, icy hill, get a running start, and then slide all the way down for no purpose other than having a good time. Otters basically treat this winter wonderland like an iced out water park, and like any respectable water park, all the slides seem to lead to water. Hippos chill by wallowing into shallow water, and then the fish feed on their parasites, loose skin, and fungal growths. Basically, this giant hippo takes a spa day and even opens its mouth so the fish can clean its teeth. These sessions are so relaxing that sometimes the hippos will fall asleep in the middle of it, and honestly, I don't blame him. Even hippos believe in self-care. If hippos had thumbs, they would definitely download this self-care app because it helps you keep your mental health in order by creating small but positive habits to add to your daily routine. Or you could just book a spa appointment with a hippo, but I can't promise you that'll be good for your health. Animals that are way smarter than you think, to the point where it might actually be a problem. One day crows are going to turn on us and it's going to be bad. Crows have the intelligence of a 7-year-old, meaning this bird is smart enough to solve problems, make tools, and occasionally mess with people. Crows will purposely drop walnuts on crosswalks for a car to run over and then wait for the light to turn red to retrieve the smashed nut. They'll also take aim and poop on you if they feel territorial, if they want your food, or if they just feel like being a dick. Not only can crows remember your face for 5 years, but they can communicate their beef to other crows, meaning you can really get a whole flock on your head. You can teach their future children about you, so a crow could really violate you for something you did to his granddaddy. I was going to talk about other animals, but this just became a crow video. Crows are one of the few animals that are smart enough to have self-control because in an experiment, crows were willing to deny a piece of food if it meant they got a bigger reward for it. Basically, scientists would put a treat in front of the crow, and the crow wouldn't eat it if it knew that it would get a better treat if it controlled itself, and that's something human children struggle with. If a crow dies, the other crows will investigate the area where it happened to see if there's a danger they need to avoid. Moral of this video, crows are scary smart. The day they choose violence, we're all gonna get hitchcocked with no loot. More dangerous, a rhinoceros or a hippo? Rhinos are the second largest land mammal on the planet at 5,000 pounds, with its main weapon being a blunt horn that can grow up to 55 inches long. They also have really thick skin and can charge at 34 miles per hour. Fast enough to go
They look like dinosaurs. Let's be real. They're just dinosaurs.
bowling with hyenas, and mean enough to humble a whole car.
Battle unicorn.
Hippos are the third largest with teeth that can grow up to 1.5 feet. And before you try to body shame them at 30 miles per hour, they're faster than Usain Bolt, and they're also able to solo squat entire prides of lions. Rhinos aren't super aggressive. The problem is they have terrible eyesight and they can't see anything that's farther than 100 feet from them. If they just barely make out movements, this bipolar unicorn will attack whether you're a lion, a person, or an SUV in the name of equality. Hippos don't need a reason to choose violence. They'll do it anyway. Hippo temper tantrums cause 500 obituaries a year, and they've also been known to murder other animals for no reason at all. And hippos can do something that rhinos can't, and that's run your fate on land or in water. In fact, they're actually at their most homicidal when they catch you in their watering hole. Rhinos are bigger and tankier, but at least when they turn up, they do it in self-defense. Hippos catch bodies because that's just who they are, which is why they're the most dangerous. These are normal things you do that would be completely different if you were an animal. Coughing in front of a kangaroo might just save your life, because coughing is how weaker beta males emit inferiority to alpha males, and it's how kangaroos avoid unnecessary fights. So if a roidroo ever presses you, coughing like an anti-masker might just keep you on the senses. Smiling with teeth might seem innocent to us, but it's basically an FU to primates like chimpanzees and gorillas who see it as an act of intimidation or a threat. One woman had a habit of smiling at the gorillas at the Berlin Zoo, even though zookeepers specifically told her not to. She insisted she had a special bond with the gorillas because they always smiled back. Yeah. One day, 400-pound Bakito got tired of her nonsense, jumped out of his enclosure, and proceeded to beat 50 Shades of Black and Blue onto the woman. The gorilla then broke into a restaurant while the mauled woman laid there and realized that not even gorillas mess with Karens. If you're a human, yawning might mean that you're ready to go to sleep. If a hippo yawns, it's ready to put you to sleep indefinitely, since this is a territorial gesture to warn you not to come any closer if you value breathing. And with a 2,000-pound bite force, its overbite can divide a crocodile and violate a lion's mouthpiece. What you need to remember is a yawning hippo isn't tired, but tired of your shit. There are normal things you do that would mean something very different if you were an animal. We laugh when something's funny and it's typically associated with positive emotions. But a hyena laughing is associated with violence and homicide. Hyenas produce a giggling sound in response to conflict, stress, and fear, and the best example of this is when they're confronting a lion. They also laugh while fighting over food, so if you ever hear that giggle, don't worry about what shoes to wear in your casket, it's gonna be closed.
Damn.
People roll their eyes in annoyance, frustration, and during a third thing that guidelines won't let me talk about, but it's normally harmless. But if a great white rolls its eyes at you, it's gonna be the last thing you ever see. Most sharks have a protective eyelid that shields the eye when attacking prey, but since great whites don't have this membrane, they just roll their eyes back into their sockets before they catch a mean body. So if a shark ever looks like it needs the exorcist, it means the lease on your body is up and your soul's about to get evicted. Hugs are good, you can't live without them. This isn't a hug, it's an invitation to see your ancestors.
He's T-posing.
Anteaters do this to scare off predators, but if it doesn't work, they start swinging with claws that are sharp enough to
Wait, he's actually so cute. He's funny looking.
cut arteries and make you bleed to death. Don't hug an anteater or you'll be hugging the heaven gates.
He's T-posing. That was really funny. No, I haven't watched a honey badger documentary. Why? It's a classic? Like it's a documentary you guys watched on YouTube or on TV? Oh yeah? Posted a Moose video? Okay. I want to watch them all, but I think I'm gonna end now. I've been going for 6 hours. I didn't think the Google Doc would take that long. I was hoping that I could get through it faster. But no. It's pretty insane. I'll try to make another stream so we can watch more stuff. I don't know when though. All right. I'm gonna go get some rest. See, I gotta prepare for my collab tomorrow. I'll be talking to Bonnie Barkswell about a Galobi and other stuff and playing golf. So take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. EST. I gotta set up the waiting room, which I still haven't done. Bye, guys. Bye-bye.